whether it's first, second, third, we won, I think it was like 76% of the time over the 3 years. And so what that tells me, and I say this because this would add to my linebacker view of seeing things, is that the quarterback is affected when there's people coming at him. You know what I mean? And I think it's a quicker effect. It's a, you know, I think if you're a form down rush, I think they feel that, the get off. I think that is felt. I think it's faster though when a guy is timing it off at the snap. And he's hitting it right in your face. And whether it's an A or B, you know. And so we played Utah State, we played San Jose State, and it was just for like a WAC championship, I guess, really. San Jose State had a quarterback.
Failed.
Yeah, he was a good player.
Yeah, we played him.
Yeah, he was.
He was good. And he was one of the few guys that we played that year. He was the only guy that threw guys open. You know, the ball would be out before they make their cut and fall in there and that. And anyways, we won that game. We sacked him 13 times. Now, all of those were on creepers. We played too deep. We played too deep when it was just a 4-down rush. And we played too deep where it was simply pressure. You know, corner was rushing, safety was rushing, and the QBR, the percentages, all of it, night and day, from it was 4-man rush to creepers. And it was he saw the rush. Now, there's some guys that can very clearly see the rush, and those are the guys you love to see. There's other guys that don't see it as much, but they're still affected by it. You know, and the ball is coming out sooner. And you know, I mean, some guys just their eyes come down and there is no throw. Other guys, the throw is affected, and I don't know. That's always been the case. I think the USC game, our last game, was a case of that. That guy was not. He was someone that game after game would step up into the rush and take hits. You know, we looked at all the you know, we gave up 2 touchdowns, dropping 8 in the red zone. I look back, that's a mistake. But you know, prior to that game, the data on all that guy he was the best in that league with pressure. When there was pressure in his face, he stood up, took hits, and that's when he was the most efficient. And so he struggled versus drop back pass. Now the problem with versus max drop, rather. And so the problem we had with max drop was that R3 couldn't contain it. Right, one of our freshman nose guard was like doing like the hula back there, so it was really just 2 guys rushing. You know, and then we couldn't match up with those guys when we were scrambling around. We were scrambling. But so there was, you know, hey, we're going to do what we do, you know, but there was a bit of concern was can our stuff affect this guy? Is he just going to step into it and throw it? But yeah, I think pressure affects everyone, really. You know what I mean? But these are some of like the odd looks right there. And then let's see. And then let's see. So that's man, and then we have blitzes, man. You know what I mean? So none of these. How's it going?
Hey, Coach.
Good.
Dan O'Brien.
Dave.
Good to meet you, Dave. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. So, one thing that's missing here was 5-man pressure. You know, I think we ran one 5-man blitz, and that was versus Rutgers. We had a sack. It started the third quarter. And we double mugged the whole game, and you know when we visited the Bengals and all that, you know, 4 strong, 4 weak, and we called the coverage. At that time, we called it 2 sky. 2x2, we play like a read, you know, and 3x1, we used the term dog, at 3 under, 3 deep, you know, and all of that fits with all this because you're building your looks. But when we had a sack on it, but it's just always, you know, I don't know. I think it's kind of like that place we just, you know, it's hard when you're getting pressure with 4-man rush to pay for a 5 or 6-man rush.
Oh yeah.
It's like bargain shopping. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? If I can get a really good like chicken sandwich for $2, then why would I spend 5? You know, man, I can get it for 2. You know, and then that kind of runs its course. But I do think though that I will say this though is because you can go crazy, and this is a little bit crazy. This kind of goes on and on. Those are the guts of it though. But I would say, and I think it does affect the 5-man rush or the overloads. The overloads are useful because they open up other creepers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to have the ability to show them and call them is important.
Yeah.
And looking back, I should have done that more. You know what I mean? Because I think because it's whether it's simulated pressure, whether it is overloads, bare front, double mug. I think all of those things, and then I'd go here to 0. We didn't do any of that really, but those I think offenses don't like, and we like to do the things that offenses don't want to see. So simulated pressure, overloads, bare front, double muck front, have that all in that ability. The other thing I would say would be what was we called it circus. That's, you know, the little guys on the field and they're off the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're able to morph into what you want to morph into. Okay, so I was going to start with the peso, but I guess the general idea, like the big concept, and I think, right, we're all probably beyond it, but I wanted to kind of start with it, would be like, because I think this will kind of come up when we start talking about this, because the thing is like the fit, it's like how does it fit, you know? And so, I mean, if we were to be something like that, we would call that front over, and the tackles are over to the tight end. And then if we were to be something like this, we would call this front under, right? The tackles are under or away from the tight end. And then this would be, we use the term tight for this, so it would be 4 eyes. And so, you know, whoever these guys are, the whole thought would be is that we want to build those fronts. And so we can build under this way. We can build under that way. We can build under that way. We can build over this way. We can build over this way. Right? We can build over this way. And so we're building over and under, and so that's what these guys do. And then they use it, so that's the idea of all this. They're all 4-man rushes. And it's all simulated pressure, we use the term creepers, they're all creepers. And so we're just building these looks. So the fits for over are the fits for over. The fits for under are the fits for under. With this as a part of it, like say if we were like in any form or fashion, so all this stuff's coming up right now too at the school I'm at now, it's like say if it was this, and say there's a 3 there, so this is all tying into this. So like say there's a linebacker here. Well, and let's say it's something like that, you know, and there's a guy here and a guy here. All right, well, how does this guy, this B gap player, how does he play? How does he play that B? Does he squeeze the guard? I'm talking about this block. Does he squeeze the guard? Does he gap charge it? Is he putting hands on the tackle? You know, how is he playing that? How he plays that, we would look at is how that guy, it affects that guy and that guy, right? All that. And so like, you know, at LSU they run the zone read, so they're comboing vertical, and then they're pushing this way. His point is here. Ohio State we run, we call it the veer read, and so they're down, down, and it's that angle, you know. And so zone read, veer read. So right now we're kind of talking about the zone read with this guy. So how does he play it? If he were to be gap vertical, now that guy would be, you'd say you'd have to fill right now. Because he's going vertical, he has to make it big, right? So he would put hands on that 4-eye if it was a vertical charge, right? Gary Anderson, Oregon State, for you guys, the flip of what your offense is going to see, and see that, you're going to go vertical. You know, it'll be in the gap, but it's going to, you know, it's this and this. If this block comes, he's a 4-eye. If that block comes, he's a 3. Gary's been doing that forever, you know. And so that'll be that charge. Now, when he does that, this guy is forced to play the A, and then over here, this would be kind of, we call this like a fill in the fold. 2 years ago, we played this versus you guys when you guys came to Wisconsin. So he would fill this area, and then we would fold, meaning if that ball went to the B, he would play the B. If the ball was cut off with this stuff, he would fold behind. You know, he was sitting there for Q. He's filling fold, right? If the 3 technique guy squeezed the block, right? If it was and we'll come out of our hips and hands, and the block of the guard is down, and the in-flights adjust with that inside step, and you squeeze in the guard, then we don't want the fill anymore. At least we've not talked about the fill. It's because of the porch is so short, and we're really kind of giving the middle finger to that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so this guy now becomes more of a rope-a-dope player than he is too. These guys are more this way, and he's squeezing it, right, on this play, because he's saying, you know, I want to show color on this to get this guy to come off, right, but then, you know, the tackle's chasing, and then I want to go play the back. If that back continues on the path, I'm A and B. If that path bends, then I push and I'm in the crease, and the B gap player will work to full back in the A, depending on the back, shoulders, and all that. But how we play that 3. That is how that rope-a-dope is a lot how these things are played, but it's just with movement. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so we're slanting a guy now, right? And so now we're talking about, you know, this type of thing, right? And then we're talking about that. And so, you know, he's an A-gap player, he's gonna work this way. If the block's out in front and the ball's cutting back, then they've effectively cut the play off, and so I'm rope-a-doping back. It'd be the same if we're in the tight front.
Close.
Right, we're getting this action, right? So we're getting all this, right? We're thinking A, right? This block comes up, we see it as a nest. He's playing behind that guard. He's playing behind that guard because we're seeing A, B gap, lag, backdoor A, B gap, right? But it's all dependent upon the back. If he's in here, we're this way, right? If he starts to bend it, there's your cutback, there's your fill and your A. If he bounces it, there's your C, there's your A. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, Dave.
Keith Jordan. Nice to meet
Good
you.
to meet you. So how we play that tight front, how we play movement, how we play the 3 technique and base, it's all the same.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And so it all ties in with all that. And so the fits, they're not, I guess what I'm trying to say is they're not, hey, there's a fit for this, there's a fit for that. You know, I mean, that style is all the same, it's pacing the ball, you know. Okay. So peso then would be, the idea behind peso came because we used to play nickel. And so, I guess let's start there. I'll show you the reason why I think peso is good. If you've got a B that can do what we ask them to do in some of the 3-man stuff. Okay, so if we're to be nickel, nickel would be 3 down lineman for us. This is our term of nickel. 3 down lineman, and then an outside linebacker would come out. Nickel would come in. You keep your other outside linebacker, and you have your 2 inside linebackers, and like that.
Okay.
And so you could play all of the odd stuff you wanted to. Now, you would do this, in my mind, if these 3 were 3 of your better players. You keep them on the field with the thought that you want to rush them. You know, you can find ways that they can stunt, they can twist, they can, you know, you can line up and bear, do different things. The weaknesses of this, for me, is that those 3 guys are rushing all the time if they're not good players. You can't drop them, or it wouldn't be as feasible to drop them. You know what I mean? And so there's things like, you know, we could do like Orton right here and bring an A-gap guy and slant these guys out. We could run Tolzien to the tight end, right, and do that. We could run, field slant and slant these guys and do that. And that's a great package, and we can do all that stuff. But you're limited to, like, there's a limitation there, you know. Now, you can get to some of the odd things like that, but it's 1 linebacker stuff. There's not a bunch of 2 linebacker ads because of the 3 down line. Okay. Now, and from that, you could very easily, when we're in nickel, the bench was always to the boundary, and end was always to the field. So they got lined up that way, no matter what, no matter where the tight end was, anything. So we could easily get down to that and get to 4 down looks. Okay. And then we would stem, you know, we have a move call, and we'd stem, and then we're right back to odd, back and forth, right? The flexibility there. Now, the weakness with that, the biggest weakness to me in nickel, and all of this is if your D-line are not, you know, the fierce enforcement, right? Is that there's less flexibility. And so, if you're rushing and simulating pressure or creeper, the B more or less has to be away. And usually in nickel, my experience with nickel when we've been in this, the best player in that group was the B. And he was the guy you wanted rushing, not the 3 other down guys. You see what I mean? Yeah. So now we're getting into simulated pressures where we're rushing and the B's always dropping. You know, we're rushing the 3 guys that we really don't want rushing anyways. And so it was conflicting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, and yeah, the other part would be too, is that, and it's played a lot of, so I'm talking like, say we wanted to do something like say we wanted to run Favre, and we wanted to bring the nickel from the field, and so he would be on a bullet track. This would be a track. This was a track, right? Or a slant, right? 3-eye to a 4-eye. This B would have a gone on the tight end. The safety would come down, play gone. Gone was like, what was the term in 3J for these guys? Out and up.
Yep.
So whatever term that was. Our term is gone.
Gone, yeah, that's what they use.
Okay, yeah, same term.
They use gone and in.
That's it. So this would be gone, 2 out, 2 up. And if 2's past the linebackers, you're man-to-man. 2 goes out, any form or fashion you have them. 2 goes in, inside the linebackers, be in and in. You know, be curl flat defenders. So we say these are hook flat. All that, this is Favre. That's the field over there.
Okay.
Now, if you wanted to run Bledsoe, right, or something of that sort, say the same look, and your B's over there. right? This would be a two-face, that would be a face to contain, right? Because again, your B's dropping, you know? And so that was nickel. So there's some limitations. I think nickel kind of suits itself more to traditional, you know, the guys that are on the line of scrimmage are rushing and that, right? And so, you know, there'd be times when that setup where if you wanted to, let's say the nickel's coming and the Q sees it, and then he looks to the sideline and they're changing their thing. In peso, you could flip it.
Yeah.
Because it's balanced. Here, you really couldn't. Or you could get out of it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
But you couldn't flip it. You couldn't go from far to Bledsoe,
Mm-hmm.
which is what we did a lot. So, you know, nickel is good, I think, versus some of the. Where nickel has its benefits is the downhill power 11 personnel teams. You know, because of the bigger guys you got in there. Right. So if they want to run the O play and they're moving people off the ball, I think nickel's got merit because you got three big guys in there that can hold the point. If you got pacer, you're counting on your movement.
Mm-hmm.
Is what you're defending it with movement. You know? I mean, you're going to teach double team, you're going to teach technique, but it's movement that you're defending it with. So, okay. So anyways, we used to be in that. Utah State, how many years ago? That was the main piece, right? Was nickel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I went back and watched a Utah State game from
Yeah.
a few years ago. I watched the San Jose game.
Yeah.
There were a lot of nickel.
Yeah.
There was a lot of three down.
Yeah. And so then from there, the need for peso. Now, we ran peso at Utah State. So there was we had two nickels. Or we had one nickel and one peso. So nickel more or less was that three-man block. And then we come on, and then we play peso. And now we look like this. This was the field. And so this was our B. This was the nose came out now, right? So the nickel came in, and the nose came out. Okay, and then we had our other DN. Okay, and you know that could be your nose, to be honest, right? It's your two best guys, I guess, really. And then the F went to the boundary, and the B went to the field. And we look like that. Okay, and the reason for that was some of the drops we were talking about it just a minute ago was some of the drops. The drop to the feet, the guy into the boundary is going to have two removed like that. The way we're set up, I guess. It all matters how you set up.
Yeah.
So, but how you guys are set up, it may not matter, you know. But the way we were set up, the nickel was always to the field. And so the B is always inside the nickel, so the B's never running the two vertical. Or that the guy to the field is.
Yeah.
Because the nickel's always to the field. Right? Since the nickel's always to the field, the guy that's always in the boundary is the F. So that guy, like in this picture right here, that's a gone. So you wanted the F, who was a better, agile guy, to be in that spot.
He'd be the guy
Right,
carrying.
he's the guy carrying the vertical and the gone. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so, and the other part, if it's 3x1, the F's the guy that's getting the wheels, you know what I mean, and getting all those.
Yep.
Right? And so you do your best to try not to put a guy in a spot, but you can control that, I think, only so much, really.
Yeah.
The B, his drop on his trips is right outside of 3, and it's more of that we call a strong hook. And it's a 5-yard by 12-yard box. You see what I mean? And so he's less, even though that's to the field, he's contained, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay? And so his drop isn't as adventurous as the boundary drops are. And so we flipped. But peso in the beginning was this. And we would do, like spike one rat. We'd go to tight end. Right? This guy we called it scat control on him. Two-face. You rush this. He would hug rush on the back. And so these were your full rushers. And these two guys were like your, say if you just got lined up in peso man. I'll explain all these as we go. This is just some BS really. But say if you just lined up and looked like that, here's your four rushers, and it was like that,
Mhm.
that's what those two were, those guys.
Yeah.
The only difference was, we aligned this guy outside and said, hey, if that back crossed your face, you're imputable. So that's the only difference here. And so, say the tight end releases, the safety's playing the tight end, tackles out, they slide, he blocks, you want to spill him, he hug rushes, you still have to hold that.
Yeah.
And so, we were running spike one rat out of it, we were running all the stuff out of it, but the problem was, is that when that came out on the field, I looked at the first year Wisconsin, we played Northwestern, we played this, like 7 or 8 sacks, something like that. And it was all this. And then the next game we played Illinois. And this came in, and all of a sudden now they're running the ball on 3rd and 12, 3rd and 10. Alright, checking the runs because this group came on. And so it was very much an attack dog group, which was great, but the structure, there wasn't a lot of flexibility, which, there can be, I guess, just in terms of how you played it. Don't call the movement, call more base, I guess, right? But the year after that, so I'm talking about we were having both nickel and peso. We eliminated that, and we wanted to get the 4-man and 3-man looks with peso. And how we did that was with the beat. And so, like, if that was the field, and so say we look like that again, right? And then we would stem, right? So he would stem here to a 4-eye, he would stem to a 0, he would stem to a 4-eye. And that allowed us to play, these are odd looks in peso. And these are all 4-down looks. So that enabled us to play that. And I thought, it was 2 years ago, it was a plus. And 2 years ago, the mistake that I made, or it was, you're kind of building it, you're figuring it out. I was gonna say you're figuring it out as you go, which I guess is the truth. You figure out what your guys can do as you go. The mistake I made 2 years ago was we got into this and played too static, played too much of the tight 4, which I'll talk about if you guys want. And that's kind of forcing that guy to be a fucking guy, right? And then this last year, we did more movement, and it was a lot better, which makes sense to have a little guy in here. Or that's Vince Beagle. Vince is maybe 240, maybe 245. The guy at LSU is about that size too. And you have him in there, and if he is a 4-eye, he's moving, he's slanting, he's looping. But you have the ability to show that look in the stem. So that's peso now. And so what that did, as far as passing situation goes, that eliminated nickel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the nickel would only be is, hey, the odd structure is best. And, I'll say this, the thing about odd is, when people play odd, this is my opinion, just to look at and being around it for a bit now, is that they're not gonna block you like an over front. They're gonna block you, you're gonna see different plays, they're gonna block you different. Pass protect, they're gonna pass protect against you different. And so it's very much along the same lines in a lot of ways as like a bear, or when it used to be 4 down, they'd always look at how do they protect against bear. Can we dictate a protection? When it used to be 4 down team, how do they protect against double mark? Can we dictate a protection? Odd is also that way. There's a fair amount of people in this league, when they see odd, they go big on big immediately.
Yeah.
You just rush someone in the A gap, one-on-one on the back.
Yeah.
And so odd gives you that ability right away. And then there's other people that when we go odd, that will continue to slide. Like Minnesota used to do that. Who's the other one? Illinois used to do that too. Right? So like deuce. So that would be, say we're odd this way, right? And they'd slide, so they're going like that. And he's man on man when the guy's inside leverage. So then we would say deuce, and we would just create a 3 technique like that. So you have him one-on-one, look out, like that.
Yeah.
So now you've got perceived pressure, and it's $2 to do that.
Yeah.
Right? as much as peso the 4 down is good, there's advantages to being in the 3 down schematically, as long as you're not cutting the nuts off of your beat. You know what I mean? If your beat can handle it, there's advantages, because you're getting protections, you're getting, you know, the blocking schemes. Like this right here is the big thing, right? All of you, it's like that. All of these guys for those guys, and that right there, right?
Yeah.
And then this guy here for here. But like say, even if it was this, because let's say it's a zone read, same thing. Let's say they're gonna zone read it, and they're gonna slam that down, right? And all this is gonna come, and then they got some bubble, something over here,
Yep.
or that way, right? And then we used to slant him, we didn't slant him anymore. We used to, Arizona State, this is a game that we should have won, right? We're driving to win the game.
Yeah.
We're in field goal range, and the guy stopped a needles, and the guy didn't see it, and then the time goes, and they fucking lost the game. But in that game, we did a lot of this in that game, and but the thing was we slanted, so when they ran zone read, the guards going, hey, thanks, Buster. And the Rovers right in those bad angles, you know. It was after that game, it finally kind of dawned that it's better just to play that guy head up or lag it like normal, you know, because that protects it. So then when you add the guy to the back, so the biggest thing here is play pass.
Mm.
You know, it's the play actions.
USC with a couple of
Right, so the play actions when they're like that, and the O-line are blocking, right? So they're looking to, their coach saying, hey, slam on that nose, sell it to these guys that it's run, fan out, all that. And he loops out, the guy that's responsible for him is the back, and he's taking a run fake. All that, like you said, the USC one was even better because he was going this way.
Yeah.
And so there's no one to get out, you know. And so, but you know, that's real simple. But the blocking scheme of the 3-4 gives you that. You know what I mean? And then the other thing would be, say, there's not so many teams that will be even with their backs anymore when they run the power read, but there's some that are. We adjusted at halftime with one of the teams saw who did we play? The Alabama Troy. And so we were going to the back, all they had shown was zone read. We're trying to do that. But all they were running was away from the back. And so at halftime we switched it because they were doing this. So you get that same, so whether it's passing, right? I guess what I'm trying to say. Whether it's passing, protection, or run, blocking, right? You're attacking the one-on-ones, right? Is what you're doing. And so then it's this, right? And he hits it, he works out. And then, you know, we put quarters up for that, and that's just how it be, that's wizard, what we're talking about right there.
Mm-hmm.
And so the odd gives you advantages to play around with if you can get to it, you know, and then the ability to stem from even to odd, how that stem, I think is a positive, right? So our stems would be that. The other thing you do with stems would be in even, or even would be a 4 down look like this. Is to show one shade to the other shade, you know, we call that a deal. And so this would be this look 4 to 3 down was a stem, this was deal. And so, you know, any of these right here are all shade one way or the other. And so we deal it, show it one way, get late. And all that was off of this study of you know, when is the most inopportune time for them? You know what I mean? Does we played USC, and USC, they called us on one of them, so obviously everyone was all schooled up on it. That's the only time I've ever talked to a ref on that, was that game. I felt bad doing it. I felt like I was like, it was just not supposed to be done. I had never talked to a ref before in a game. So I remember I'm talking to him and kind of looking at Paul, because I shouldn't be talking to this dude, you know. I mean, I had to say like more or less, what the fuck, you know what I mean? Because we got him to jump, and you know, they said the guy that was telling me was saying, you know, the nose guard, when he moved, his head bobbed. And I go, okay, so if we move, so I'm sure what we're doing is we're moving from an over to an under front, and everyone needs to know to move, which is why we say move. And I try to say that in a non-dick way, and that's a lie, but I mean, that's what I told him. And so he's all, I understand. So I go, okay, so if we do that and we don't move our head, we're good. And he said, yeah. And so we got him again, you know, we got a call. But I guess the quarterback at USC, when he was under center, his hand would be, when he was under center, he'd come this way. This is the center right here. His hand would be right by the center's hip like this, right? And he'd kind of survey like that. And then his hand would come under, and the ball was coming out right after that. And so we moved, it was when that hand came under, right? So he'd be, you know, all this, red 33, move! I mean, that was it.
Yeah.
And then in the gun, it could be whatever it is. You know, I mean, it could be, you know, the tap of the guard, it could be the head of the center, it could be the quarterback settling in, right? You know, what are their top pass concepts? What are their top runs? What are the indicators for the snap? Those are the things on Monday that are the biggest things. You know what I mean? Or Sunday rather. You know, those are the Sunday things. Top pass concepts. The top runs. When is the snap coming? Because all of our stuff, so much of it's built on someone's coming off the ball rushing. He cannot afford to be late. You know, he can't be rushing when the ball is in the quarterback's hands. So there's a lot of time spent studying what it is and making a teach tape of it, you know. And so you're trying to cover all the bases of under center, in the gun, whatever it is. And then your scout, your look unit has to be right on the money with it, because you put money in the bank in terms of the reps. But yeah, the deal and the stand are big pieces. Okay. All right. So peso. So the people in peso, right? So if we were to say, I'll do this last thing, and then get into like type 4 wizard and all that. And some of that stuff, if you want, I can skim it, or I can get in deep depending on how interested you guys are. Or if you're interested in all of it, that's good too. But this would be base. And so if we're in base, the field, this was the F, and this was the B, right? And then we call it, this guy was the MAC, and this guy was the rover, right? And so the field was kind of would be like a cross between an outside backer and a strong safety. I mean, I'm trying to look at it like 6'2", 6'3", 6'3", it would be, you know, the more length with the F and B, the better, right? And I'd probably say 220, 230. He doesn't need to really be any bigger than that. If he is, that's great. And then the B, you know, 6'3", 6'4", right? 240 around there would be great. And the Mac and Rover, a lot of that's, we're kind of having that discussion now at LSU, because LSU's, there's a fair amount of like, you know, I don't know, I'm not going to say that it's like star driven and everything, but there's a fair amount of like how fast he runs and how high is he jumping and all that, and there's merit to all that. And there's been a lot of guys who've gotten pros. They know far more than I do as far as evaluation and all that. My only concern with that importance at the linebacker position is that nowhere in there is there instincts, right? Feel for the ball, right? Feel when to shoot your gun, feel for when to rock back, and that, you know what I mean? And I would say that is just as, if not more important than those other things for that position. And so the MAC, I mean, the best MACs, you know, the Chris Borans out of Hawaii, we got Corey Paredes. At Utah State, Jake Dowdy, all those guys are 6 foot tall, you know, and they've got a lot of instincts. And the thing with the linebackers, when we tried to recruit them, we wanted guys who, we look at running backs. We wanted running backs.
Yep.
You know,
guys with vision.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and guys with some wiggle.
Yep.
You know, when we rush, you know, we had a guy, Derek Landish, 2 years ago. Derek's one of
Yeah.
my all-time favorite guys. And so Derek was a white guy with some wiggle in that. So like, you know,
We
say,
had a camp at Northern Illinois.
yeah. Derek's, yeah. He's a cool dude, bro. He'll be one of those old guys at the airport wearing the sweaters and stuff. He's a badass though. Yeah. But so, okay. So say I'm a linebacker and I'm covering a back out of the backfield. You know, so who's the guy in Nebraska? Years of pain to cover. What's his name?
What's that?
No,
Abdullah.
Amir.
Abdullah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the concept goes, you'd much rather make Amir Abdullah cover you than you cover him, right? And that's what all these four-man rushers allow you to do.
Yeah.
And so then, but the thought would be, like if I'm a running back and you're a linebacker, right? And I'm coming and I'm in the backfield and I'm gonna work, what do you call them, option route on you, right? So I'm bursting out and I'm giving you all this right now and there's this distance. As a linebacker, you're going, well, thank God, you know what I mean? Because the time is going, the quarterback's doing this, and the air is closing up to your advantage.
Yeah.
But if I was a running back and I run straight at you, full speed, and then stick you one way, head nod, and get you to tilt your weight, go the other way, opposite your, you know, like what a option is supposed to be.
Yep.
And that's a pain in the ass. And then they start going like, why don't people do this more? I think it's one of the best things that Wisconsin does. Right?
Yeah.
The backside
They do.
work those options. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that is flipped now from what you're asking these guys to do. So we call that I use the term a freeze rush. And so what we're trying to do is run right at you, okay, and get on your toes and then head nod it. Now the thought would be, I know we had this discussion where, you know, our guy does a great job in terms of coaching the front, but he has different terms for everything. I mean, he's very much in the D-line world, which I appreciate. And so, you know, I forget. He calls it, you know, just a head nod like that, calls it one thing, and then he calls it just a step and a head nod, calls it another thing. And I just called it a freeze rush. Now, the idea would be, we wanted to be like on a, if I were to work on a line with you, I would stick my foot in that line and then head nod that way, right? So what I didn't want to do was go all the way this way, get
Right.
you tilted, to have to come back all the way that way. I wanted to head nod it right down your crotch this way to get you tilted. And then I wanted to push off this foot and get vertical. So the freeze would be like an Allen Iverson crossover dribble, right? So we wanted the foot to go here where he had to deaden that weight, right, to have to start again. Right?
Right.
And by that time, we're saying we're gone, and we wanted him to feel the space
Right.
of a three-way go. Right? I could freeze and go out. I could freeze and go in. If I froze you and you were light, like this, I go right through you.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you could bring, like, say there was this, and we could bring this corner, and if that corner would speed rush that I think the speed rush with the blitzers is overrated or of no use really, because the speed rush to me is about the get off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And so it's the D-line get off.
Yeah.
When you're rushing from, you know, when you're rushing from distance,
Yeah.
that get off's not a factor. But what is a factor is the fact that a lot of times that fucker sees you. Right? And there's awareness that here comes this dude coming right at me, right? And he's kind of getting his cleats in the ground. And if you just take an edge and run around him, then you're effectively helping him.
Yeah.
So we want him to feel it go right at him, you know? And then stick it, head nod, and go the other way. So if we go like 1, 2, 3, so if I was rushing this, right? If I was rushing this guy, right, I wanted to stick it right here, head nod, and we taught it to where we flash his hands, so stick it, head nod here. To get him, everything we could do to get that late shifted.
Right.
Right, so if I was rushing here, 1, then off that 1, I push off this 2, right, and then I finish with a rip.
Okay.
3, so 1, 2, 3, you know, and get vertical. But the whole, like, when we first started to teach that, it was all like, initially be on a line, so we'd all be in a line, there'd be a bunch of guys like this, and I'd be over here, and they would just jog and head nod and stick. So So they're gonna jog this way, head nod, right? And head nod and be on that line, head nod on the line, head nod on the line, head nod on the line. Then they come back, go the other way, right? And then after that, then there was that, pop up with the arms, and they would have that approach, head nod, and then flip their hips, no hands. And then I'd be behind, making sure that they weren't over there, And all that's to say is the best guys that were at that were guys that played right neck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The guys with the neck rolls and all that, they struggled,
Yeah.
Okay. And so when we were in base, we would flip these. So if we went to peso, the F went here and the B went there, just for the space issues. The MAC and Rovers, the MAC would play the field in the majority of these 4-down books, the field defenses. All of these are field defense. 2 kick, 2 packer, field defense. Favre, Brady, Bledsoe. So Favre, field, Brady, Bird, Bledsoe, boundary, Fox, field, Montana, middle, Marino, middle, Breeze, boundary, right? Namath was the nickel, Rogers was the running back, all field-based. And so Mac to the field, Rovers to boundary.
What, how far do you ever, like, in defining field, ball gets X number of yards off a hash? How'd you
be an
define it?
offensive tackle. If an offensive tackle was on a hash, then the opposite field was the field.
Okay.
And then if the ball was ever in the middle of the field, we called field left, field right to passing string.
Okay. So they would flip based on
Mhm.
passing string.
Correct. If the ball was just directly in the middle, the nickel would go field left, field right to wherever passing strength was, and we'd play from there. But that's a good question. So if the O-line was anywhere that was on that hash, that was the other way was the field. All right. Okay, so if we're in type 4, I think type 4 is got merit versus spread teams. Type 4 is kind of a basis for teaching. We're using it right now. I think there's things you can do to. We ran a lot of type 4, I guess. So, it's hard for me. I mean, I don't want to be like I was at Utah State. We had a guy. We used to film like this, all the installs. Like all my installs at LSU were filmed, so the players have them on their thing. And the coaches, if they want to watch mine, they can do it. I give it up. I let the coaches say, if you want to film it, you can. I'm going to ask that they film it in fall camp, and all that. But right now, it's if they wanted to. I can imagine there's some hesitation with it being new and all that. So, we had a guy at Utah State. We were talking about drop, and he was always kind of negative with drop, but it had its place. It's max drop. But anyways, it was summertime, and I'm watching his install of it. And he goes, guys, this is a hard deal. It's difficult. It's not the best call. So I'm trying not to be like that with type 4.
Yeah.
But type 4 is like one of our base things. Okay, so there's merit, there's a lot of merit to it. I like it in the run game, and I like it in the sideways throw game. It is not great vertical throws. Because the pass rush, which you're about to see. Okay, so tight would be, the B is a 4-eye. The end over here is at 0 nose, and the end's a 4-eye. The nickel is going to play the overhang here. He's got an apex line.
Yep.
The MAC over here is to the field. He's a 30. The rover over here is to the boundary. He's a 30. And then we've got our F outside backer using the boundary. We've got corner, safety, and safety now. And the way that we play quarters, we play, we've had 3 ways. We had hammer, we've had nail, and we've had right hand. Okay, so hammer would be to any one receiver side, so like a pro or a split. So this would be a pro side. single receiver would be a split.
Yep.
So that would be, hammer would be your true quarters, would be your outside backer responsible for 2 to flat. And your corner playing loose man on number 1. What's up?
You doing, Coach?
How's it going?
Good.
So loose man, so if one went up, man to man, if one went under immediately, he would fall off. It would be loose man. Okay? And so hammer was outside backer taking 2 to flat. Safety on top of 2. If 2 was in or out, you'd zone the quarter. You didn't have him aggressively cut 1. That could be a piece. There was times where he would fox the post. Times you'd see the quarterback. The base way was zone off, which was see the quarterback. Nail, like if we play nail over here, nail was your read. Your corner and safety both reading 2. So if 2 were to go out, we said within 6 yards, then that corner would harden his feet and the safety get over 1. If 2 is vertical or an in, your corner eyes went 2 to 1, and you go man eyes on 2, and this we play quarters. Okay, so nail. I think nail, at least the way we played is it's had its place. It hasn't been a big piece. I think the constraint throws, the run pass option throws have stretched that some, and the ability of the guys that we've had to win one-on-ones and run blocking has been a bit of an issue. So nail hasn't been a big piece. Red hammer has been more, right? So so nail is like palms, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And red hammer is that way of saying 0. So the safety has 2 out and 2 up.
Yeah.
The corner is locked, loose man on 1. So corner, anytime the corner hears hammer, I've got 1. Right? 1 comes under immediately, I zone it up. 1 pushes up, I'm locked. Right? And red hammer, 2 out and 2 up. And so this dude plays, we call this a nail hook. Because whether it's nail or it's red hammer, he takes 3 to flat. It's the same. And so like I say, if it was something like this, say we get a bubble, that safety triggers. Now, when we go red hammer, the teaching way is for him to be outside leverage of that number 2, which is always I think this is like 1, 2, 3, 4th. This is the 4th DB coach now. I've been around, and that's always so we talk about this, and then it hasn't failed. Like the next day, so coach, so he's outside leverage too. So that's but yeah, he is. And it's for the 7 cut. Yeah, it's for everything else, and we squeeze it. So
I've looked at moving that guy wider. We've always been, we're going to play him inside,
Right.
be it, post protect and the whole thing.
Yeah.
But really, when you do that, a lot of times you're going to be pressed with your corner anyway.
Right. That's right.
That's
right.
And that's
it's a disadvantage wherever you put them. Big disadvantage the other way, and that's where they're going to be thrown.
Exactly.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then and I think there's always the ability to think, well, the other coverages that I got, you can change the leverage on that slot.
Yep.
Try to make it look the same. You can kind of play that game, and there's probably some merit to that. But when we played Red Hammer, the thought has been if they are not a huge 4 vertical team, then we're playing outside leverage.
Yeah.
Right, we're playing the 7 cuts and everything else. Now, if it's not, so like even in this, we'll fox off of this guy. So like say if it's something like that, right? He's loose man. We would fox him, so he would go to the post off of that book.
correct. And
So
then that way,
right. So it plays in that way.
You get-
So
yeah.
2 by 2 is the most threatened you get with outside leverage. But
yes.
if we get a block, we'll get some help. Now, 2 by 1, right?
Yeah.
We'll get a fox post all the time. And so,
Okay.
we're heavy on those 7. So like, say if it's something like this, we're squeezing, and we get that, we've got that ability. Or if we're here, we should win that, right? Which is always the bitch, the 7 cut. And so the nail hook player though, right, is responsible to pack in on the verticals. If I get a vertical route, right, he's not. That's part of the difference from going from 4-3 to 3-4 is that in 4-3 there's a 5 technique there, outside tackle, and that outside backer may be 1x5 inside of number 2 and doing all that. Well, the outside backer is the 5 technique. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so he's in the run fit, right? And so some form or fashion is 2/2 over there.
Yeah.
Right? At least how we played it, whether it's this or it's that.
Yeah.
You know? And so he's got it. So this cat is seeing in-man line of scrimmage, see the ball. Right? So he's getting his run pass read from here to there. And so his footwork is pat your feet. You're going to pat his feet, you're going to run pass read. If it is pass, he's going to be shuffle footwork or shuffle out and work to try to get a stab on number 2. I thought last year the guys did a great job of that. But then if he feels vertical, he wants to be able to pack it back in. And so again, that's the reason why we press this, because all this he's buying.
Yep.
And he's hard on the 7 cut. That's cool. What about that? That's where he packs it in. You know what I mean? So if we fail this, if we played off with this guy in China rules, he was inside. Obviously, he's pushing to that.
Yeah.
So he's squeezing back in with that. The pack in is a big part.
I guess the way that I've gone now off of, just keep going and coach it. You put the guy inside, you have the 7 cut problem.
Mhm.
Put the guy inside, you have the 7 cut problem. You put the guy inside, and then now you got to deal with the corner post.
Right.
So the guy's overreacting to a route that he's out leveraged on, and now he's got to whip back on a post. And a lot of times sometimes you just look at it and go, hey, if we just put the guy outside,
Right.
I'm not going to deal with the corner post
Right.
as much as I'm just going to deal with a straight post cut, and that's an easier route to work.
Correct. I agree with that.
So,
And with that being said, though, we still have there have been times with Red Hammer. I can think of like 3 games where we put him inside,
yeah,
and there's been heavy play action. So the thing is, because all this is cool to pack in, there's all merit to that, but hard play action fake,
we're
test
going to
that
use
guy.
him up.
And
Yep.
so then the hard vertical throw teams will be inside.
Iowa's one that
Right.
hard play action, throw
Yep.
slant behind it.
So we'll be inside versus those teams.
Yeah.
But I can only think of 3 times we did it. The rest of the time we just played our rules.
Okay.
Okay, and then this is a 3 hook, which I imagine is about the same as you guys have played it. This is hammer over here. And
Yep.
so 2 is a flat. We'll play it.
Yep.
The rover is the 4th rusher here. And so this is where it gets to be. I think like I said, is the ball coming out quick? If so, advantage type 4. Is the ball, is it a quick rhythm throw team? Are they reading one guy? If he's up, they're down. If he's left, they're right. All that. Advantage type 4, I think. Are they a team that's a progression read team? Here, 1 to 2 to 3 out.
Yeah.
And type 4 is not as great.
Yeah.
Except so the rover on this, it is a 3-man rush versus run. And so we're this 4-eye is played like this right 4-eye is played like a left 3 technique. Or like a 3 technique. So I say, let me see, what's the best way to do that? Yeah, like that. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
Right, so a 3 technique to the left is how he's playing that. Right, so how were we taught our 3? So this would be a base, this would be a reach, right? If we got that, that's a scoop. Scoop,
Mhm.
base, reach. You play like a 3. Right? And this was we played this, you could play this react attack, where I see if this is the center, right? If the center reaches here, right, I would react, meaning I'm gonna start with my feet. So I'm gonna pick my feet up, reach, gather, strike, right? So if he works this way, reach, gather, strike, okay? That would be react attack. And that's been the base way we played it. Now, at LSU, we're playing it more attack react, and just go vertical and fall off on the backside.
Yes.
Right, so we're gonna be more now vertical this way, but now fighting that hard shoulder. Now the danger with attack react is getting a shorter base, right, and getting our shoulders turned, because he needs to be occupying too on
Mhm.
scoots.
Yeah.
Okay, but we played it attack react. We're playing attack react right now, and it's been, Ed's done a great job of that. And I think that was a piece that the guys wanted to look at, and spring's the time to look at that. Okay, but prior to that, we played it react attack. He was playing in one before he's playing like a 3 technical here. So the roller, if he gets drop back pass, so if he gets past, he's going to contain into the boundary. And then this 4-eye has a two-way go in the guard. We become like an underfield defense, right? And then he works to the field, he's contained. Now, this is called a Z rush. This is a two-way go. And if he gets slammed down, he'll pop the guard, come on back, get an A-gap rush lane. Right? Here's your contained player. Now, if it's any form of like sprint out, right, or any form of boot, the rover pulls up. So he is your pull-up guy. Right? Any QB, sprint out or boot, the rover pulls it up. And so what's great about Type 4, one of the advantages of Type 4 is the spacing that you got, the 0 nose and the 4 eyes. And so what you want is, you want this and that. You want those 3 guys occupying those 5. Or say if you get zone read this way, this rover will be working to an A, this Mac will be working to this nest or this C. The nickel would be a quarterback player, this would be the bend player, right? B gap, A gap, B gap. Right? Now, we did this versus Auburn. I don't know, maybe we did too much, Auburn had big guys and stuff, but they were a more position block team than anything. So the reason why we felt comfortable doing it with the B, sometimes that work right there is big boy work and all that, but we did it versus them. I think that, to be honest though, this last year we had more success doing it with movement, as opposed to just lining up and hitting things.
So tell me on the B one more time, as far as he gets pass,
right?
And what
it's like a cop contained. It's like if you had like a fire zone, it was a B gap rusher.
Yep.
So once he gets fire zone, he's going to contain on pass. Okay. And so he would be
he's going to come off B gap attack,
right?
Pass, then
contain the field,
bounce it out.
Correct. Okay. And so I'm going to be striking. I'm going to come out my hips and my legs, strike with my hands.
Yep.
And then if it's any form of a drop back pass, if I get that action, right, then I'm gonna work up the field as that tackle sets off. I'm gonna stick my foot in the ground and I'm gonna work to contain.
Okay.
I'm gonna cop play. Now the hardest ones are the play passes, are the run actions where the quarterbacks break and contain, and that's where we ask for him to kill them up. Let's see, if we were to be in 3x1, let's see that. Here, I'm already drawing it. Let's see, I'm already drawing nickel, which we're in, so this. Okay, so over here this is red hammer, or this is nail, and then we just said gold, and so we're right there over here. So you want to take a quarter track, not to push out there. We were probably the best we were this year at that. I think I don't know, this would be a philosophy thing, I guess, because you always kind of come up with this, and I don't know, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, because I think if there's a time where maybe it's better the other way, it might be the school I'm at now, it might be LSU. A lot of these things are the same. There's a lot of words on there, And a lot of them, the concepts are very, very similar. And I think that concept's kind of a coach talk kind of cop-out thing. I mean, I don't know. But, I I talked to secondary coaches and hey, the ways you bracket in this guy, you chop it up, you know, that's all where I'm always interested in, Pelini and his stuff, and it's kind of, you know, you cut that in half, and we're gonna do this there, we're gonna do that there, and all that, and this was all the stuff with Paul too, you know, Paul Chris, and, my answer always was, well, we didn't do it, we just put the safety on 3, and my answer always was, well, because if we do it, then we gotta call it more, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then we gotta call it more. And I don't wanna really call it more, I wanna call all that other stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's other calls with like other guys rushing where we're doubling that guy.
Right.
Rather call that than that. You know what I mean? And then if we have a defense where we have all these checks in the back end, then we're gonna have to rep it more, we're gonna have to call it more, and pretty soon that's what we're gonna be doing.
Exactly.
And I wanna be doing all this other shit. And so, you know, I don't know, now when I think of that now, I don't know if that's, I think maybe you're the type of kid fits that. Cause I don't know, I look at all this, I don't know if like the LSU kid can do all that. I don't think they can, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think they can.
Yeah.
That it probably fits them more to,
They may not need to.
right, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
For them to just do some of this other stuff and then have your change up, not with another rush pattern, but you cut it up in the back end, you know what I mean? So it flips, you know what I mean? So, we just always play goal, and then the corner, it was loose man over here.
Yep.
Okay, and so, so the linebackers and linemen in type 4, if it was 2 backs, we were 30s, the inside guys. If it was 2 by 2, we were 30s. If it was 3 by 1, like Trey, like this, we were a 50 and a 0. If it was 3 by 1, like Trips, we were an apex and a 0. So like say, that's a 50-0, so this would be B, lag, backdoor A, B, C, A to the ball, right? Anytime we're 0, we play A to ball. So like, say if it was, right, like that. Then he would play A, if that ball bent, because this guy was always Q, he'd play A to ball.
Okay.
That's how we played it. And then he's hold, and see that. Okay, then if this guy were to be bumped out, then we'd be apex 0. So he'd still stay 0. The nickel on that, we played him in a screw. So we didn't play red hammer anymore here. We played hammer. Right, so the nickel would be outside of 2.
Okay.
So he was loose man, loose hammer on 2. Safety still played gold, but the Mac was an apex here.
Okay.
So we played that one. That was type 4. Now, in terms of like the front, we had lion and ram. So we would lion and ram like 4 by 1s. So like say if it was like this. I just have to do it this way. I'm gonna get screwed up. It's been a minute since I've done peso. So I say we would slant this way. Ram. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And the Mac would line at 40. The rover would be over here, and he would line at 20. So the ram only talked to the nose and end of that side.
Okay.
Another 4 by 1 could be. That'd be a ram too, right there. Now, there's advantages and disadvantages to ram. Because what people will do is they'll go 4 by 1. If you stay quarters, you stay too high, right? The angles are there for that, we call it a down play. Right? The tight end's just going to block down and then give the back the ball, and he's going to come right off the tight end's ass. So if you don't make a ram or line call, that Mac who's in the C gap, he's more or less got to be a 7 technique on the run. You got to put his face in it. Now, he can do that. So I'm saying the tight end's back down. The tight end's here. You know, he's in location. Now he can do that because we're not in screw, because this is, red hammer,
Mm-hmm.
and 3 on the out is taken up by him.
Yes.
And 3 on the up is taken up by
Right.
him, you know what I mean? So he can do that, so be
Yeah.
aggressive. He's in a spot to do it, but he has to be alerted to that. Now, the reason why you wouldn't go ram and lion is they run other stuff besides the downplay, because once you do that, you're gapped out. So it's okay, like right now at LSU, if we were to play tight and have tight fits where we're kind of stacking and falling back, and then all of a sudden go ram, that would screw our kids up, because the fits are different now, because now there's a B gap player and there's an A gap player. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
There's not a guy that's kind of stacking the C. There's not a guy that's stacking A to ball anymore, because there's gaps now, and those gaps have got to be filled. Right, is how we've looked at it. Now, I don't know, maybe you don't need to play it that way, but that's how we played it when there was gaps.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially when we slide into those guys, especially when one guy was like this, one guy was straight ahead to 4-eye over there, and the other guy slanted. And they gapped up big. Okay, so, like here, like they're like power and stuff over here. You ran and lined these guys all day. If they run split zone, that's a different animal now.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? And so there's advantages to playing the 3 guys on where they can attract the 5.
Yeah.
So these guys can do this.
Yeah.
Once you create gaps, then the problem is you gotta play the gaps.
Yeah.
You're hoping that's where they run, right? So ram to the right, line to the left. The other thing that we had line movement wise was, what do you call it? Lou and Ray, right? So Lou and Ray would be, let's say it's this.
You know, the best things about talking to somebody else is you get terms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we sit there sometimes about all these different. It's like a whole science trying to figure out or something else to name something.
So, Lou and Ray, I should have called more. Lou and Ray, we're calling like Orton right now. Orton's a whole other defense, but you can go Lou Ray. You know, Lou Ray would be something we do in spring. You know what I mean? Like we're doing it right now in spring, because it's so, you're trying to get tight 4 in, you try to teach it, and you don't have a whole lot of stuff in it, and it's 3rd and 8, and they're going to drop back pass, and you really don't want to just be rushing tight 4 rush, and so we would Lou and Ray it. And so Lou and Ray is just bringing a nose, you know what I mean? So nose to the right, and there's Ray, nose to the left is Lou, so we go Ray right here, and then we add the rope. And then when the D-line heard Lou or Ray, that meant 4 eyes were both cop players to their side. And so the advantage here is you're going to get that protection, or when you get that protection, that's what you want. Now, what we're doing with Lou and Ray is we're making it a reader call. So, we ran this versus Hawaii versus, I forget, some other team earlier in the year. I can't remember. Okay, so he's rushing, so he's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing that. So then this guy reads the door. Because we're going to talk about Wizard in a second. And when we would go Wizard, we would rush this guy. And the whole thing was kind of the same. Would be if they're going to fan it, you want him to do this, you want him to do that. If they turned it, you want him to do that and him to stay in there. Those are the 2 main things, and again, that's what you're going to get in the odd. You know, you can either keep the slide on, which if they slide it and you bring your outside backer, it's 1-on-1. If they fan it, then you get the 1-on-1 with your inside backer. So that's a big, towards the end of the year, that was the game we played versus USC. So you have, say you have the same coverage, same alignments, and you just switch those 2 guys out, that B and the rover. You bring the B, and then you have the same defense, but now the B drops and the rover rushes. And then how do they block it? Do they fan it? Bring the rover. Do they turn it? Bring the B. You just play that game. That's bargain shopping right there. You know? But if this was a read it, if they fan it out, he's in here. do that, he's contained. And he reads it. He reads the guard. So the read it and the Lou Ray, I guess, is the same thing now. So if he's here and say they turn it down like that, he's here. Just like that.
So he's gonna read the guard.
Read the guard. Now, you can do it without slanting the nose. I mean, you can do it with the nose just go straight ahead, I guess, too. We've just built it in. So,
You tell the end, then you get blocked down on.
correct.
Hold it.
Correct. Yeah, he's working through the tip of the pad of the tackle. So if he gets a fan, he's gonna cop,
Yeah.
right? If he gets the tackle blocking down, he's gonna dip rip into BF.
Lou Ray is that rover trying to hit it as soon as,
Yes.
whereas the read it is a little bit slower. or
Yeah,
is he
he's
not?
still hitting it, but he's reading it on the run.
He's reading it on the
Reading
run.
on the run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would it? I mean, do your guys ever just convert the two, convert one into the other?
Right now they are. They're
They
the
are.
same.
Okay.
Yeah, they're the
Okay.
same right now. Yeah. Which I'm saying, that's just how we're doing it. You
Yeah.
don't need, there's not a reason. The read it could be the nose just pushing straight ahead.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep. And that other backer's just reading that guard. What he's doing. He steps out, I stay in it. He steps down. Now I loop
The B.
the rover coming.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So he's just reading the guard.
correct. Yeah, so the read it is, as he's working, he's gonna be blitzing the guard. The guard fans,
He's in.
he's
Yeah.
in the end.
Guard steps
Yeah,
down.
if the guard steps down, he sticks his foot around. Now, this is gonna be reduced down
Right.
anyway,
Yep.
so he's not gonna be really going C, he's gonna be going
Mhm.
right about over the B area.
Yep.
He's contained.
Okay.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, we've built that into Lou and Ray, which I'm saying, you really don't need to, right? You could call that.
Yep.
You play the
Whatever you
nose,
want,
yeah.
just do it that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Lou Ray, line ram, those would be adjustments. Now, if we got Bunch in type 4, Bunch went to a max drop. That was camp rule. It didn't have to be. And if a team was throwing vertical, then we would think twice about it, but not a lot of teams do. And so we would max drop there. Right, so if you have Bunch here, we use the term box, but box didn't mean the same as what it probably means with other things. So if we'd be this way, the F, he'd be inside leverage of this guy. So he'd still treat that as a 2 and that as a 1, but he would widen to the inside of number 1. It'd be a corner, this would be a 0, this would be a 50, right? And the safety here, and the safety here. And so box would be, he's working here with 1, he's working the 2, he's working the 3, he's working the 2. Okay, and then this safety over here, we said it's slant help to this side. So he would look for anything coming inside first by the X. So if he had a quick in by the X, he'd look for it, otherwise he'd go to zone quarter. And these guys still play good quarters. Now the difference was, when we didn't have an 8-man drop, the safety to the quarter side, he's thinking, he's the aggressor in the corners, the protector and that. And it's not that way. That corner and safety are almost plain. I didn't talk about, so there's red hammer, there's nail, there's hammer, then there's switch look, which if 1 and 2 are close, it's like true
Yeah.
zone.
Yeah.
That's basically what they're playing. They're playing a switch look.
Okay.
So it's true zone, so there's not a aggressor, protector, there's not even, because, we've got a linebacker in that space. So I can say if it was,
Yep.
you can see the fits there, right? And then if it was, what would another one be? Up there, right? Same thing.
Yeah, you should have the.
All those, and then, even if it was.
Yeah, you're not worried about getting out leverage quick to the flat, because that's what the F
Mhm.
has got.
Yeah, and then, just the.
What'd you
norm-
key the F on out there?
On this?
Yes.
Yeah, he keyed through number 1. That was his original key. So if he was seeing something like that, he wanted to hit that. And
Okay.
so he would see one here, and then his eyes went inside. So a lot of times it was that, is what he saw.
Okay.
If yeah, because generally, right, if we played a box, the weakness of that box was always that area, right? We felt good about these areas, and so just having that guy in that two area was good. You know, the other
Yeah.
thing that we get a fair amount of is the meshes and stuff out of it. And so, you know, this guy would cut down. He
Yeah.
would give you something like this, and he gave you something like that, and then let's say it was something like this, something like that, right? Whatever it was, and say all this shit. Like that's Wisconsin right there.
Yes.
And so box was great versus that.
So on that corner zone off, now with the backer,
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, over up to this side over here.
with the
If this split, this would be more of a nasty split.
yep.
So he said 2. So it's always one of those things: is do you want to go there? And versus Wisconsin, we had to. In the spring, we had to do it.
Yep.
You know, so both our quarters and our 3, we called it tube alert. And so what that meant was, if the corner, so number one, the X had to be, because this is one of those things where you talk it out. It's like, what the fuck? Can we do this? And we're doing it now. I could actually show you tape of us doing it at LSU, which, to be honest, I was nervous about it. I didn't think we could do it, but we're doing it. You know, the communication is good. So the X is in a nasty split. The back doesn't have to be offset, right?
Yep.
The back can be near. If the back is far, it alerts the B, right?
Okay.
The B's in play now. The back is near, right? The corner is just really alerting the MAC, the guy dropping on 3, be alert for the X coming all the way across.
Okay. Yep.
2, if the back is far, then we're saying if the X is under, immediately turns his pads, comes under, and the back gets out, we're treating the back now as number 1.
Yep.
And the receiver is number 2. And so they're passing that off. Now, you know, so we're saying that though, once you do that, then you're like down the rabbit hole, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now you're saying, that is not,
Yeah.
right? And then you're saying, even scarier, that is not, right?
Yeah.
And so you're saying, passing that off, nope, and nope.
Yeah.
So that's what we're
But
playing.
as a base, then if it doesn't cut down, then
Correct.
your B is taking the back
Correct.
on those
Correct.
all those routes.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. And so the tube alert would be an alert for him, and then this would be in. So that would alert him to fall off on this.
Sure.
So it's tube alert, he comes in, and then he falls off, and the corner plays it.
Okay.
We didn't used to do that before. This last year at Wisconsin was the first year we did it. When we didn't do it before, the B ran with this. And the corner didn't have no work, so he just zoned up.
Yeah.
And it took 2 years of saying, that is fucked up. Yeah. So that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So, finally changed it. Okay. But anyways, that's box. And then, you know, if you don't rush just 3 guys and you're rushing 4, right? And then you're back to your aggressor, right? Once he gets a non-vertical, he's in here and your corner's protected. This is more like thirds more than anything. When you don't get a vertical there, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Because that safety's gonna have, so like say for example, like what route am I trying to think of? Like say something like that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You're getting out of guys now, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, the MAC is here, the F is here. We played the safety there in the corner protected. That's how we played it. That was in a 4-man rush.
Yeah.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense though sometimes to play some of that 3, just because
Right.
you're not getting sophisticated drop back. You're
Correct.
getting bunch routes, and
Correct.
you get 2 or 3 things. And
Yeah.
have
3.
the-
Yeah, 3. There's a lot of merit to 3. And
Yeah.
2. Okay. So that's tight. what, did I not hit, oh, spy. This is, we played 3-man rush and spy, empty. Okay, so over here, this was a switch alert. And so, we play switch alert even to the 2 receiver side in this is type 4. And we said check spy. So the switch alert, I didn't talk about that before. Switch alert, I imagine, is similar, maybe it's similar to what you guys do. The 1 or 2 are tied together. We'll say switch alert, and that means, you know, they could switch right now, they could go off field, switch late, you know, no matter when they switch, we're switching them off. And the outside backer to that side no longer is a nail hook player, he's now a curl flat player, is the way we play.
Yeah.
So you're gonna bang the curl, expand the flat. If there's any form of a sprint out to a switch alert, he's buzzing in the flat.
Okay.
And so like, you know, like say you get something like this, when 1 sits down and 2 runs a 7, that's where you need that curl flat player, because we don't want our corner jumping that and the safety being undressed, right?
Yeah.
So the corner kind of holds, right? The safety pushes over the top. Well, it makes all that work out. Everyone gets along because curl flat player gets in.
Yeah.
And so that is switch alert to that side. And the, you know, over here, you know, here I'll do it. This is the F again. So this this way, right? And I'll talk about a game real quick. And then we have nickel, and so this would be a screw over here. This is an apex over here. A row over here. And to this side, we play this. We call this stress. The term at LSU now is top, but that's another way of saying 2 over 3. Now the MAC, we did run the MAC though with this, even though we played stress. And I think it's because we have the ability to drop 8. You know what I mean? So the rover over here, he was a vision player, but he would start shuffling to the trips. If the quarterback looked that way, he'd continue to push. If the quarterback was looking this way on his shuffle, he'd stick his foot in the ground and come back. But he's going to start his push here to trips. The MAC is seeing 3. If he got 3 verts, meaning he got 3 with nothing coming underneath, he would be he'd play like a man under, because we wanted that safety. We don't. The thing is, like, all this is cool, like the stress and everything.
Yeah.
The problem with us is that's the only time we play stress. So that always scares the fuck out of me.
Because you don't do it enough,
We don't
and
do
then
it.
all of a sudden.
That's why the MAC runs with them, to be honest. Because we
Yeah.
could say, hey, you're splitting those guys, and the MAC is thinking, hey man, it's cool, and the safety's going, what the fuck,
Right,
you know what I
right.
mean? So the MAC runs with him. If
I
he
know,
did-
and then the thing is, you spend an inordinate amount of time working on
Right.
something that you
Right.
play
Mhm. So we have
8 times a
the-
season.
The advantage is that they're dropping, but I mean that could be depending on. A lot of times the ball's coming out, which you hope. I think if empty, I look at max rush. The creepers are really good versus this. So all these other creepers play. Type 4 goes to spy. But anyways, if 2 were to come under, then the MAC comes off, right? Because then the safety's going to squeeze on top of it. If it's right, if 2 is under 3, he'll come off of it. But if he's not feeling anything, he's going to run with it because the safety over here. He's really playing a third, right? He's playing a third to that side. And this is screw, 2 goes to 5, he'll play. That's spy. And we still are gapped out in terms of what you're asking those guys to do. Okay. So that's type 4. Now, type 4 has been the base. So like if like a team was like LSU, they run a play and then hustle up and run another play. We call that hurry, hurry, hurry. So that's type 4.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so, like if we just got done with play. So guys are starting to get up off the ground and all that, and the team is running on the ball. So it's not like it's a pace team. They're a tempo team. They're just trying to dick you this particular time. Then the guys would say, hurry, 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 and then on the sideline we go like this, hurry, 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 and that means type 4. And then we get lined up and we play. Type 4 is the base, really. Wizard.
Yep.
Okay. Here. We're going to pause the record for just a second here.
Wizard has been, we know Wizard from the New England Patriots, the Houston Texans right now run Wizard. I didn't bring all those. I have cuts of the last 2 years of the Patriots and Texans run Wizard, which when I get back I can share it to you real easy. I've already made the cuts. But you know, the Wizards stand, we get a line field boundary. Wizard stands for weak. So what we're saying is, if it's 2 by 1 or 3 by 1, the weak side outside backer rushes. If it's 2 by 2, right, the inside backer rushes. We ran this quite a bit in our game here. And so what it amounted to was if it was 11 personnel, 10 personnel, and we wanted to play quarters in passing situations, second and long, second and medium, third down even, usually what we play.
Okay.
You know? And the thing that is good in that scenario, that's how we do it now here too.
That's all part of, I see these things, I see the patterns, I'm like, now how are they tying the coverage and
Yeah.
how are they tying that rusher in doing that? And that's,
Yeah.
Would it still be the weak inside backer there?
No,
2 by 2?
No, yeah. Now, this is the true answer is game plan.
Okay.
The camp rule,
Yeah, that's fine.
the camp rule is to a tight end, and if no tight end, to the running back.
Okay.
So that's what we're starting with.
Yep.
We're running this now, and again, this is kind of second down. You know, the weakness with Wizard is quarters are quarters. The coverage stays the same, but the front adjusts. So that's the weakness. You know, if there's motion, right? Outside backer could be rushing. Now it's an inside backer,
Right.
right? And then, so if you face a team like a Minnesota or Wisconsin and they're doing this and that, that's not ideal. And that's where like a tight 4 is great.
Yeah.
Got edges and everything else.
Right. What's the communication like? Like, say the motion did come. What's just give me an example of what your
Yeah.
communication would be to let them
B
know
and
we're
Roy
outside,
is
inside.
the outside guys, and
Okay.
Deuce left, Deuce right's the inside guys. So if we were to get lined up, so this would be the B, the E, the F, and the N, and then the Mac and the logo like that. Okay. And then let's go same thing over the field this way again. Okay, so this is still hammer, that's red hammer. And over here to this side, I'm gonna say, it's 2 by 2, the tight is attached, so we're gonna say deuce left. Right, so he's gonna be pushing up and then working to the right.
Right.
And push up, now, the push up and work to the right is important on pass, because they're not gonna wanna do that, and that's part of what they're gonna wanna do is, is pass, let me work a one-on-one. And once they do that, that's when the center comes off. So it's hard to say. It's kind of like you love all your kids and stuff, and you can't say like, Susie, I love you more than I like Billy. You know what I mean? But it's like he has to for us to get what we want. He's got to push up and work out. You know what I mean? Because we're going to say if they're going to slide it, let's say he releases right, and let's say it's slide pro. So this is what they want. They got that. He's going to slant out. And then the rover rushes that big guy. Okay, and then when he rushes, he is like a 3 technique. That's what he is. And so if for any reason you get the slide to him, then he has a 2-way go. So it goes B to A. If it's a run, he's a B gap player. So he's a 3 technique. Yeah. And then gas on 2, max on 3, nickels on 2. And so, say the tight end's not there, and and now you get, let's say you get big on big, let's say. Right, so he's here. This is the one where you don't know his slant. Right, and he's out, and now he's rushing this B gap, and now he's got 2-way go on the guard. Right? So that's deuce left, and over here, this is lead, and then if we were to be the other way, let's say it was this. Field outside backer rushes, and four eye has a two-way go. Or you could do it in a reader call, you know.
Right.
And so you could do it this way where he rushes, and then, you know, he has your two-way, and they all work. Because there's still four eyes. So it's the run, it's still tight four fits. If there's any run coming to him, he leverages it. Because you want the run to be the same as tight four. I didn't really get that. The run fits, I guess, really, right? But tight four, they leverage everything with the F and B's. They don't stow it, they leverage it. And you know, in tight four, right, they got two to the flag, or three to the flag, or someone to the flag. So
Yep.
yeah, leverage all those guys. So here, to keep it the same, we leverage, you know. And so, we have two, all this is the same, right? Red hammer, gold. Now, the only difference here is that this guy can't be, normally his alignment was a zero, and we would.
He's got to be able to leverage it back.
Right, he's gotta leverage the back. And that's why I like it in passing situations, you know what I mean? Because you get less motions, and you get less of those conflicts, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you play tight four, the linebackers, it's like heaven, bro, because those five guys are occupied with those three,
Yeah.
and you just sit in there and fill, rock back, do what you need to do. And Wizard, you're getting a better rush, but now you're more of a four-man front, you know what I mean? And now you get four-man front conflicts, you know? And so, I like it, like I say, second, sixth, you know, say a team on 1st and 10, 3 yards or less, will wanna, that was like the guy that was at Illinois, that was his one deal would be, at the end of the day, he wanted to throw it, you know what I mean?
Yes.
That's
So-
the whole question.
Right, so that would be, like, that was his weakness, you know?
Yes.
And so, that's where like this stuff came in big, like we ran Wizard a ton in that
Yeah.
versus him. And then,
So it would be the Wizard, like the call. You could run it out of your nickel package. You could run it out of your base
Correct.
people.
correct,
It's just the same concept.
correct. And we treated everything else the same, so if it was bunch, we played box, which was three-man rush, and it's empty, we played spy. I guess you don't have to, but we just kept it
But
the same.
just kept it an umbrella.
Check. Okay. So that's Wizard. And so, you know, the motion would be like, say we had something like this would be a Roy. And let's say he motioned across, he'd go Roy, to lead. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So when it changes, yeah. You know, you gotta be on the same page. And there was a time too where we said, you know what, let's just play it. You know, let's just, you know, that's gonna be red hammer over there anyways. Let's just play it, bump them out. And our kids, and you know, maybe this is Wisconsin / Minnesota kids, they were calling it out anyways.
Yep.
Right? Maybe LSU would just play it, you know, but they were calling it out. So we called it, we would go from Roy to Lee, or you could go from, what's another one? Right? There's a deuce left, motions across, deuce left, Roy. Right? So second down, third down, you don't get a ton of those. You can rush, play your quarters, and it was a good call for us. So this was always a supplemental call. This was never a lead call, it was a supplemental one, right? And it was always good. Alright,
Say we're just playing just tight four, and you got that same motion there, that 2x2 to 3x1.
Everyone would just bump.
Everybody would bump. You
Yeah.
wouldn't run the nickel. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nickel always played in the field, which is the reason why these next couple ones, and I'll say Boomer right here, forgot about Boomer. So I will say this then.
So when you played out of base, the end is just this, an outside backer there for you. When you do it with the, like if you did it with 4 linebacker people.
Yeah, so then this was your F,
Uh-huh.
this was your B, and then that was your N, nose, in.
In those end.
Yeah.
So it's just then you're in your same stuff, Wizard. You just run the same,
Correct.
all the same stuff.
And I will say this, I think the couple big differences from last year to this year. One was the ability to play peso more and odd. And it was these called, not so much tight. That, on passing situations, those things in running situations.
Did
running
that
pass.
against Maryland quite a bit.
Right.
I didn't know if you had an injury or something, but all of a sudden, you know, I mean, but
Yeah.
your Beagle was in
Right.
side quite a bit
Right.
in those.
Yeah. Wizard, Tolzien, Orton, and Boomer. 'Cause to be honest, versus spread teams in this package, we would play type 4, spread run. I'm talking. We played type 4. We played man. We would play Favre and Bledsoe, and we'd probably play Spike. And those were the lead calls. And all that's great. The only problem with that is that only one of those was an odd look. All the rest were 4-down looks.
Type 4.
Type 4, man, Favre, Bledsoe, and Spike. Those would be, you play any team that's a spread run team, those would be automatics. And the players already knew. You know, when we would get together on Tuesday or whatever day, they would already knew. But having the ability to run wizard and passing situations as a supplemental call was inexpensive, you know?
Yeah.
And because the not a lot of motions, that down distance and all
You're
that.
not dealing. Nothing happens with the front people.
Correct. But and then running Tolzien, Orton, and Boomer on mixed downs, and so we were kind of cutting into the time that we'd be in man, cutting into the time they were running Favre and Bledsoe all the time with Tolzien, Orton, and Boomer. That allowed us to be more multiple, and I think it gave us more options. You know what I mean? People weren't just sitting on. For as much as we did stuff, or I like to think we did a whole bunch of 2 years ago 4-man fronts, and we did more 3-man fronts this past year, and it was effective. Alright, so that's Wizard. So Wizard and Type 4 are two ways we can play quarters. Now, there's a lot of people that are in odd front and they just run that B and rush him all the time. You know what I mean? And so they'll rush in 2x2, they'll rush in all the time, and they make strength calls. You know what I mean? So they'll go, you know, strong right, strong left, and they're always going to rush the B, and that's it. You know, and I've never really done that. It's always been more of a group of calls than just kind of sitting in one call.
In a wizard, you 2x2, you're deuce right or left.
Right.
And then if they motioned it a 3x1, it would go to a Lee or a Roy
Right.
off of the rules.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Okay, Tolzien, Orton, and Boom. So Tolzien's the guy that played at Wisconsin. Orton, who's Orton? Who's the quarterback named Orton?
Purdue, Kyle Orton.
He
Yeah,
was
Kyle
the-
Orton.
Yeah.
Purdue played with the Bears for a while.
Boomer was Boomer and Sison. So Tolzien was tight end. Orton was open side. And then Boomer was boundary. Okay? And then all of these were, if it's 2x2, we're playing quarters. If it's anything else, we're playing 3D. Now I think we cheated that some certain weeks, maybe 1 week.
Anything else,
Yeah.
period.
Right. I think we cheated out some versus 2 backs a week or two. We played quarters versus 2 backs. But it wasn't, those would be versus teams that their 2 backs were like split backs, and it played out like 2x2. So it just made sense to do that. It was like, why would we do the other thing? It was the same route, same everything. That happened twice, I can't remember who. But the general rule was that. So if it was empty, 3 deep, and we played it. So these things played. Tolzien, Orton, Boomer. And so these played versus bunch, these played versus empty. Alright, so if it was you guys let me know if you guys want to see other formations. So that if it was Tolzien, so Tolzien's going to be a strong right, strong left call. So the B will always go to the field, the E is always to the boundary, the other E is always in the middle. Nickel's always to the field, F's always to the boundary, but we're declaring where their strength is. You know what I mean? So this would be strong left. So we're getting aligned, I guess. Field boundary, but we are on us. Declare, I think that's how you spell it. Declare the string. Okay, so that's strong left. This would be over here, strong right. If there wasn't a tight end, the string would be the running back. So no tight end, we declare string to where the running back was. So all this is, all Tolzien is we're running deuce now all the time. That's all it is. And so he's going to move out. He's going to be straight ahead, and he needs to be, so I mean, this is going to look like Wizard right here. It's not really any different. 2, 3, that's Wizard. The difference is, like say it's here, let's do this one. You know that one, that down play we talked about?
Yeah.
Tolzien would be the call you want to call against it. So we're going to go here, here. Let's say they're doing something like that. And so the safety would come down, and he's playing a gone. Right, he's playing loose man. Right, he is a lean post. He's loose man. And so we slant him out, and he's running his deuce again. We didn't call for that. We called it Tolzien. And he's here. So he's going A. He was 0, playing A ball. And then nickel over here, he's playing strong hook. This is a weak hook. This is crow flat. So Tolzien was a good beater versus spread run. And then, you know, it was if a team was an attached 11 team, and they'd run to the tight end, and Tolzien was we got a lot out of Tolzien.
So the backer becomes the 3 technique,
Correct.
all those same reads.
Right.
The B is slanting out.
Yeah, so he's going to slant to the rib cage of the next guy. So if he's a tight end over there, he's going to slant to the tight end. So he goes from like a 4-eye to a 7, really. If the tight end blocks out, he's going to stick his foot in the ground and get his eyes back in.
Okay, and then you're just playing your 0 on the nose, just
Correct.
straight up.
Correct. Yeah. The more you move those guys, the more, like, see that angle right there in the down play?
Yeah.
That guard will come right on that rover and
Correct.
lose him now.
Yeah.
You know? And so, you know, I'll say this. The other way you could play this, if you wanted to,
I like doing that because I do think we've got a couple guys that can be hard on centers.
yeah.
And I think we got a couple guys that can do that.
The other way you could do it, and this is how, like, you know, it would be good to talk to, if you guys haven't talked to already. And these guys were going to come down. They were all set to come down at the video goal. They were all, because of a storm or something, and they said they couldn't come under the storm. So, I don't know. I hope they come down. It's all the BYU guys, they're over in Virginia now. They'd be
Okay.
great to talk to, like Bronco and them. You're interested in some of this stuff, because they do a lot of it. They have a different spin on it. They play more quarter, half, and all that.
Yeah.
They're not as, we like OD'd on creepers, you know what I mean, I think. So they do a fair amount, but not as much. So they play more traditional, like 5-man rush, fire zones, and all that. But yeah, they're really good. But the way they run, like they're Tolzien, is they slam both guys. And they read it with the Mac, which is merit to do it. So they go like that. So that it was that line ramp, right? And then the Mac, he'll hit the B, but now the thing's going to have to be, like if it's pass, if it's drop back pass, right? And if the slide goes away, all good. If the slide comes to,
Wrap
He's coming back
Right.
around. Yep.
that's how they play. There's merit to doing that, like, you know, whether it's right here, right? Merit to do it right here, you know, so that's another way to do it, right? Now, their way and our way, if the guard pulls, we have to read out. We gotta read out if the guard pulls. So if the guard pulls away, we read out.
Okay.
But yeah, so I guess Tolzien's a good one though, right? Because if
Yeah.
the tight end's attached in 11 personnel and they run the O play to the tight end, the one back power,
Right.
or they run the down play to the tight end, which that's about, what, 50% of 11 personnel run when the tight end is attached. I mean, what else do they do? They run zone, right? All of it is good right there, doing that, right? And then if the tight end's detached, now what you're doing is you're blitzing the back. So that's where it becomes, is that the best thing, right? Is the back, is it more of a veer read?
Right.
Then Tolzien is great. Is it more of a zero, or I'm sorry, is it a zero read going straight downhill?
Yeah.
Tolzien is great. Is it more of a zone read and the back's going across? And it's okay. I mean, it's still good. You have to get. I might think twice about what are the back's rules and all that.
You guys considering this attached tight end?
Detached.
He's detached,
Mhm.
so now you would go up
If
the
it's
back.
if it's pistol, that's a good picture. If it's we would go.
This is what we're seeing all
yeah.
this spring.
Then we would go to the back, go to the tight end.
Then you would
If
still
it's
go to the
pistol,
tight end.
yeah. Now if the back was offset,
Right, now you would go to the back.
go to the back.
Go to that.
Yep. So if it's there,
So
we're
the same
expecting.
thing as if we got that, that's the tight end. You'd still go to the tight end side. Pistol,
Correct,
There's
correct,
nothing else in the box.
correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. If the tight end was detached here and the back was offset here, we call that a diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're saying the majority of those plays are coming back to the back.
Right.
You know, the away zone,
Yeah.
the
Yep.
horn play,
Yep.
whatever else. If the back and tight end are on the same side, right, majority of it, then you can get counter, right, and that, but the majority of the down play,
Mm-hmm.
the onside, the same side power or
Right.
play. And so, you know, what's great about this too is that it's immediate and it's downhill, it's more straight line. Because all of these are good, especially if you haven't done before, they're all good. And the movement's good, but it's good to have stuff that's that way too. I mean,
Yeah.
'cause some of the stuff is this way, and there's a lot of merit to it. And we've done good things off of that. To go like that is positive. So that's Tolzien.
Yeah.
Now, okay, well, here, let's say, so this guy would be A to ball. So like if that Mac could cut the play off, then he would play A to ball. I mean, if the Mac cut it off, then I'm not going to this A anymore. I'm going where the ball is,
Yeah.
right? And so let's say it was something like this. Say it was, well, let's go to down play here. So let's say they're going to go this way to this way. So they're going to block down, right, and then pull, and then come across like this, right? And so we're going to try to get him through. Now, if we can't get him through, he's going to take a block. So now there's no one coming up to this guy, right?
Yeah.
So the F comes, he leverages it.
Yeah. You
Right.
should have a free guy. Yeah.
Right? So all the tight end run, really good.
Yeah.
And then if it don't go to the tight end, we're all gapped out, right? So like, say they run the zone this way, and so it's here, here, here. Remember, using him now, he's lagging. So he's in this A, he's in this B, he's in this C. The Rover's got that.
Is that what you really want the nose to do, is to play backdoor?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, now I think that's a good question though too, that's a good point. Because I think if you know, well here, I'll say this. I'll show you what happened, this is LSU, so the very first day we're out there, they're running their deal like this. And their zones, all their zones go here, and it's like that. And that's what we get the majority of the time. And now we're right up until about the scrimmage, and you know we're getting stuff in, and all of a sudden at the scrimmage we get this. Oh yeah.
That's the way that it works.
Yep. And now we get this. We get this. Like this right here. This. This and this. And this guy's now going right here. So it went from that to that.
Yeah.
Now, that was because all we had was tight forehead. That's all we're running. You know, there's all those called, but we were like at the early stages of the first one, you know. And so, I mean, that makes sense. And I think that's kind of a caricature of if you just play that tight front and don't do anything off of it, that's what you'll end up getting. Now, you know, in the most politically, in the most you know, I don't know the political right way to say it, but you would like to not see that on like the third day of putting in a new defense, right? That
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
You'd maybe like to see that at the end of some other thing, but that's part of it. And so we never saw that throughout the 4 years, 5 years, whatever it's been, because of all the movement.
Yeah.
I mean, you do movement versus that. They can't block that. Now if you just sit in it, you do it. Now,
Yeah.
so that brings me back to the nose and how the nose plays, right? Because like say, if it's a defense where you're going to play the tight front, or you're going to play whatever that front's called, and maybe you bring the bench outside backer, and maybe you've got this check, that check, and you're kind of cutting 2 by 2 and a half, and you're cutting 3 by 1 and a half, and you're doing all that, and you're always lagging, that's what you'll get. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there's merit at that point now. We call it lead, where the nose leads on this reach.
Okay.
So he beats the reach. There's merit now to lag and lead. You know what I mean? To do both.
Yeah.
But if it's to me, and this is my opinion, I guess, if type 4 is kind of a starting point, and it is home base, but you know, we want to do this, we want to play 3, we want to play 2, and all those are different movements and patterns, then we're going to count on that for the movement, for the nose, and not have to teach the lead.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Right? But yeah, that's what, if you sit there, that's what you'll get. Okay, so that's Tolzien. And Orton is going to be the open side. The Jets, the Rex Ryan system, Mike Pettin, the guy that was just at the Browns, their terms for Tolzien and Orton are B and WASP. B to the strong side V gap, WASP to the weak side A gap. And then they play sting coverage, which is not this coverage. They play 3 deep all across. So they play like zone sting coverage. So B, WASP, sting, which sting is zone to set. Right? So if it was 2 by 2, it would be an F here and a safety here. It would look like that. And then if this came over and was 3 by 1, then it'd be buzz. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that was sting. So that's how they've run these. Or we run more out of quarters 2 by 2. So then if it was Orton, Orton and Boomer are good to pair up against. Good to pair off each other. Orton and Wizard, for that matter, are good to pair off each other. Okay. And so all this, alignment-wise, should all look the same. Okay, so this is red hammer. This is hammer here. And this is strong left. Okay. Now we're going to bring the rover. Now he should be a 20. And he wants to hit the A gap. Now his read is the tip of the pad at the center. That's his A. So he plays off of him. And then this would be 4-eye. And this nose is going to slant. These guys are working like a lion. They're going to slant to the strong left call. So
Okay.
it goes Orton, the D line to the strong left slant. The D end away goes vertical. And Orton's the rover's going to hit that A gap. And the back's playing B. And then he's on 2, he's on 3, he's on 2. So you like Orton again versus another way to play the tight end run game.
Yeah.
Right? Tight end side run game is good. Northwestern and their pullers, you know, Northwestern with pin and pull, I liked it versus that because of the movement. Then you like it versus pass for the A-gap run through, you know.
Yeah.
And so, like, there's advantages to Orton. If it was 3x1, especially, right? So this is the straw, right? So is this, you slide out, gap, it's curl flat. He was weak hook, he was strong hook, he was curl flat. Now, the reason, the thing is, this was a guard. You
Yep.
could say, hey, the nick will be outside of 2, and the safety come inside of 3 and play buzz. The only reason why we didn't want to do that is we wanted to look like quarters.
Yeah, I
We
like.
tried to hold
I
it.
like
Yeah.
the way you did that.
Yeah.
Some, when
Yeah.
I
That was
see
the
that
only-
on video,
That was the only reason why. I mean, you could put the nickel outside on 2.
which
It's
is what
probably-
a lot of teams.
Right. It's probably a better matchup.
That's what the Vikings do a lot of.
Mhm. But
is
then it
play-
just doesn't look.
Mm-mm.
Same.
It's not gonna look the same. So, where Orton comes in, I think Orton is important to have. So what Boomer is all of this. Boomer is basically Orton, but now all you're doing is you bring in the boundary outside backer. You bring in the F, so he's rushing. So like say in this picture, Boomer, he's rushing, right? So that's like a read it again and all that. There's some crossover. The difference is we're playing 3 over here, right? So you're rushing him, and then he's playing curl flat, right? And so the thing is, you would carry every time we carried Orton, we carried Boomer, right? Because they're similar. And then when he rushed, how are they blocking it? So if they're blocking it in a fan this way, big on big, then you want to do that as much as you could. If they weren't, I said, Hawaii's not a really good example because they were so shitty, but, we played Hawaii and prior to that game we had so much inside linebacker pressure that everything for them was turn and slide. So they slid all this. He was off the edge. So then that's what you want. Right? I want to just switch these guys.
Whoa, I'm sorry. Boomer, you're gonna bring the
Boundary outside backer.
boundary outside.
Boundary outside.
Boundary outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Boomer and Orton. So Boomer for boundary. Boomer and Orton play off each other.
Yeah.
Now, you don't slant. Here, I'll just draw a Boomer. But anyways, that's Orton. Okay, now, with Orton, we said that we wanted the rover when he rushed, he had a freeze rush on the back, so he had a 2-way go. We wanted to do something about that. Here, I'll say this too, I may forget. I don't think I sent it either, so I could send it. We started doing this at LSU, this drill. So, so we would rush, there's a skill rush. And so we go down that way, and then we get new guys to come back down this way. So the corner would rush, maybe a cadence, and I can center would snap the ball. These will be O linemen, that's a pop up. And the corner would rush it back, 1-on-1, and the safety would rush it tight end, 1-on-1. Outside backer, rush a tackle. Inside linebacker, rush a guard. Inside linebacker, rush a center. Inside backer, rush a guard. Right? Rush a tackle. Rush a tight end. Rush a back. Right? Back to the back. And then get new guys and go again. Go down the line. So we give all your, there's linebackers rushing all these, linebackers rushing here, DBs rushing here, right? DBs rushing here, gives all those guys an opportunity to work on the rush, so it's 5 minutes. And so here and then back, which is 5. And so gave guys a shot, you know, to work on pass rush. And so it was, D line would have an individual run that, but I thought it was a good, opportunity for those guys to get work. And a lot of times you don't do that.
No.
You know, you work on pass rush and then,
And then you end up saying, hey, why couldn't that guy beat him in a one-on-one? You don't work it enough.
right. Okay, Boomer, let's see. So the difference in this is going to be the 2x2. Is going to be the difference. And so when we ran Boomer, it had to be, let's see. Okay, so when we ran Boomer, see the F still rushed, okay, and so this side now, so this was Red Hammer, this was Red Hammer, right? Because we were rushing him, we didn't take him off. It was the only time in 2x2 that the outside backer still rushed. And then this was a nail hook drop. This was 3, this was a nail hook drop here. And then you had EG line in here. So then this could be a read it, or it could be a two-way go by him. Right? It could be one of those. But this was Red Hammer to the side, to the tight end side, which was not a normal rule for us. That's how we played it. Okay, you're kind of into your 4-3 stuff now, basically.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, you're in the 4-3 world now.
Yep.
Yep.
Right, and then over here, right, it fits just like anything else. So now you're gone, right? You're lean post, strong hook, we curl flat. You're probably better there.
So you still did the same.
Okay, so the only difference was 2x2 into the boundary, we played Red Hammer instead of playing Hammer versus a pro set.
Yep.
If there was 2 receivers out there, it was Red Hammer anyways. And the outside backer would show cover down, apex, and hit it. And the inside backer would work out late. They wanted to be on a string. And the outside backer creeped up, so when the inside backer worked out. So those calls we ran this a fair amount versus Northwestern, and I forget who else we ran it quite a bit. But Tolzien, Orton, Boomer were all solid calls for us. Then the last one is field slant. And so notice though, with all those calls, right? And everything we've got, we have Type 4, we got Wizard, we got Tolzien, we got Orton, we got Boomer. In all of those, in the odd front, there's nothing coming from the field. You know what I mean? There's nothing coming from the field. The field edge, I guess.
Yeah.
There's inside guys, there's boundary guys. There's nothing coming from the field, and that's really the main reason for field slant. Because it gives you that ability, because what, you know, because here's what, like we played, it was versus Iowa, and it was early in the game. Iowa lined up, like how they do like that, every third down. And so they lined up like that, and then, you know, we look like this. And so they all pointed to this guy, and they did this, which that's smart to do. Right?
Yeah.
Versus everything we just talked about, that would be the thing to do,
Mhm.
right there. You know, that's where field slant comes in. And so that's where you want to be able to bring somebody off this edge, right? And just in a 3-man rush, right? And so like we would go like this, and this would be a trade call, and you drop out. So field slant is bringing, it's really the nickel from the field, but if it was 3 removed, this picture I've got would be a trade. but it's for that reason right here, because all this other stuff is good, but the whole hit chart for that is in here, right? All this stuff right there. We need something out here. And so it's a good mixture, because I mean, 3 deep we play, right? It's really the same coverage as Favre. And a lot of times you want to run Favre because you have the outside backer coming with a nickel behind them, but I think it's important to try to keep the field slant going. Feels this way, so this nickel is going to rush. Now we say he's a CBR player, and so that means tackles down, he's down, right? So he's not a bullet player, which we're saying is if the back is offset to him, he'd be going to the Q, you know. So he's a glorified 5 technique, right? This is a gone, loose man, right? And then the 3 over here, or 4-eye, he's going to slant to the rib cage of the guard, right? The end's going to slam to the rib cage of that guard, rib cage of the tight end. Right, so the max is 20, so he's an A-gap player. Rover's a 40, he's a B-gap player. This is a gone. We call these guys hook flat players, meaning I'm playing the hook and taking 3 to the flat. Right, this is loose.
You're going to carry with the F.
Yeah, so gone here and gone here. So we're gapped out. And then to this side, if it's just 2
And
of them.
the B is slanting through the rib cage of the guard.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so slant footwork is going to be balance up their feet a little bit, putting their mental weight on their push foot, and it's push equals step. And the nickel is here. Now, we played a 9 technique when we brought the nickel. If we were to bring like base field slant versus something like this, we call a trace, 3-man surface, which means, this was an F. So he would go right through the face of that guy.
Okay.
So if it was down, he'd come off his ass. Base would reach, he'd come underneath. So he did that. So all the outside guys we talked about attack or rush footwork and drop footwork. So I'm the left outside backer, and my inside foot up, my outside foot back, and I'd be slightly tilted. Okay. And if it was rush footwork, I'm gonna get all my weight on my front ball of my foot. I'm gonna see that back tip, and I'm gonna push off this way. All right. And so whether it's run or pass, I'm rushing off my front foot, rolling off, run where to come. Or to get my hands and my feet would come under, right? And so there's still some people now that when they rush, they'll be inverted, outside foot up, inside foot back, much like a defensive end. The only issue with that is their feet are only that way when they rush. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not that way when they drop because they're locked.
Yeah.
Right. So like say if it was wizard, right? It's lead, then it's deuce right, and it's deuce right. Now you've seen the switch feet, so you know
Yeah.
who's rushing, who's dropping. And so this would be rush footwork here, right? If it was drop footwork, we want to be similar, have your mental weight here, but this is your weight's on your back foot. So we would take a jab step, which is called read step. This would be our read step, right? This would be drop footwork. Because now if it's run, I could play it, but if it's pass, I can push off and drop.
Gotcha.
Right? So where's the weight? Front foot or back foot, basically. And so if we played that trace versus the tight end, then if I'm that left hand now, the left outside backer, I could still play rush footwork, but I'd have to tilt a little bit more, and I could still work to get this foot in the ground, but then react off that tight end. Right? So if I'm rushing here, I'm here, and then I'm hands inside. So it's like a can opener. You know, we used to term splatter, you know. If this was down and say there's a guard pull, we'd be flat and try to can over him straight back,
Mhm.
right? That would be the technique like on base. If you got a base block from a trace, right? So if I was this way, right, and this guy tried to base me here, I'm can over him up this way. I'm inside, so it's
Okay.
not like a dip and rip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where you're getting reduced. Now, if it's a reach, he's going to overreach you a lot of times because this plays off. That trace plays off with tight four,
Mhm.
wizard or heavy or nines.
Yeah.
So they're going to overreach you and you come inside. At that point, you want to go track the back or make a play. So it's field slant. So if it was something like this would be a strong hook. This would be a weak hook. This would be a curl flat. So he'd be C gap here, he'd be A gap. Maybe 4 would be a B gap player. You know, the strong hook and weak hook. So if we were all staying at a hotel, the strong hook to me would be someone that lived on like the second floor. He could get down to the lobby, check out the visitors that came in to that hotel. Right. The strong hook player was responsible for, you know, the stick route by the tight end, the exit route by the X, the check down by the back. He was all had to do with the lobby. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could get down there quick. Right. So like I said, it was like his drop, his aiming point was outside of 3. So he got this. He drop outside of 3. No more than 10 yards deep. That's a stick route, he's playing that. They call this a dodge. He's playing that. We got something like this. Exit. He's playing that. If you got the tight end option, which is the hardest one for him, I think, he's playing that. If you got the check down, he's playing that. So it's all live on the second floor, take the stairs at the lobby quick. The strong hook or the weak hook, he was on the 35th floor. He ain't getting to the lobby. He's living on the high rise. So he's got the bender here. Right, so he's gonna come back on this hash and run man turn with the bender. He's gonna come back on this hash, right, and then man turn run with the dig. So he sees wide action. There was a time where, so I remember, it was just last spring. It's always, man, God, it's hard because I think it's just guys' nature, you know, like what Les did with the big splits on like day 3, you know, type 4, and then we're on a with Paul, and like I said, Paul was great to work with. But it's just like I said, I think it's just guys' nature, you know. So I was with Paul, and we're on a bus to do like a what do you call it, like speak to boosters or something like that, like a booze bus, you know. And so we get on there, and we're about 3 days in, and so we're playing 3D, and he's running 4 verticals, and the guy's turning and running with it, you know. And so he goes, how does that guy know to do that, you know? Because then when they run the dig, we're sitting on the dig. And he goes, well, Coach, he's reading the release of 3. If 3 runs a bender, he's going to run with it. If 3 is just going vertical, then he's going to get his eyes to X and he's going to play the dig. Well, fuck, the very next day, right? He's not bending anymore. He's going vertical, and then he bends it like 15 yards up the field. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like,
So-
I think it's just human nature.
Hey, how are you
I think,
coaching that?
I think that's just how guys
Is
are.
that-
I think, you know,
That was
I
the way
guess
we always used to get.
everybody wants
What are
to
you
win.
telling that guy?
Yeah.
Well, fuck, you don't know what they're telling
Right,
you.
right,
So
right.
go ask me. You figure it out yourself.
yeah. So there was, you know,
On the lean post safety.
yeah, so that's important. So the weakness of the way we play the 3D, so there's a guy over the X, right,
Mhm.
man to man. There's a guy over that Z, man to man.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy over number 2, that S, man to man.
Correct.
There's really not a guy over that 3, man to man.
Yeah.
And there's the weakness of the coverage. You know what I mean? And so you're cheating the coverage with them, right? So it's not true thirds, right? It's a match thirds. And so if 3, so you're kind of buying that safety, kind of saying, hey, 3 ain't going vertical. Well, he is going to go vertical. Well, let me say this. Not so much go vertical. If he goes vertical, it works out because he runs right to him,
Runs
which
right to
people
him.
aren't going to do that
Yeah.
versus closed middle of the field. The weakness is 3 on the bend and 3 on the 7,
Mhm.
right? When he goes deep, but not to the middle of the field. If 3 runs the bend, that's the rover. If 3 runs the 7, that's fucked up, right? That's the weakness of the coverage. So if 3 runs the 7 cut, we put that on the safety. If it
Yeah.
pushes over, if it's a true gone
Right.
with space,
Right.
Yes.
then that's got to be the safety.
Okay.
If the splits that, well, let me say this, it depends on what is 2 doing. Because if 2 runs short, then the nickel falls
You
off.
drop the nickel off on it, yeah. See, the Vikings will tell you if 3-by-1, they don't press the corner,
Yeah, see,
and he
that's the other
sees
way.
2's release.
Right,
And if
Yeah.
2 goes inside short,
right,
he won't follow 1 inside
right,
short.
yeah, that's the other way to do it, and that's,
But that
right.
gets into,
right,
you know, that gets into a lot of,
yeah, that's the other way to
Well,
do it.
Jalen,
yeah.
And so, if we look like this, so like,
just read it.
and I'm gonna say this too, the other part about it is, the rotations from the boundary are better than the rotations from the field. So like, say if we were, let's go, let's say we're something like that.
Yeah,
And so he's sitting right here, and he comes down late like that.
correct.
Right, and so we got loose man, right, and we got gone. He's right on top of 3, which is
Yeah.
where you want him. If you're doing it from the field, that's harder to do.
Yeah.
Because this guy is coming down on that guy,
And you're,
and this guy's gotta get over that guy.
he's gotta get over
And then you're saying, that guy does that, it's all fucked up.
Yeah.
And so, the saving grace on that is typically people don't run scissors in tricks.
No.
That's the saving
Exactly.
grace. Because if you say, this guy's gonna run a 7, and you get this, and you get this, he falls off,
Correct.
right? And then he matches that, and then the strong hook is playing right there, right? Cause that's his
Yeah.
drop, right outside the 3, and the corner matches
What
that.
depth are you telling your lean post safety to be?
He'll line up at 12 and walk out.
Okay.
That's the starting point, and then if it's, if longer distances, he could get to 15 and walk out. Yeah, but the one I'm talking about where he's got him all the way is scissors.
Yeah.
So if they were to get something like this. Now, typically with something like that,
Split can get cut down.
yeah,
And then,
then that's where we play a mini. Well, if the 3 and 2 get tight, so if 3 and 2 get tight, now when you do that, you're basically playing 0, which really, I guess what I'm trying to say, with all this, you're really playing 0 anyways. It's
Yeah.
really kind of what it is.
yeah,
If they run the routes that,
sure.
kind of like quarters, I guess, if they run the routes that declare it to be so, it is, right? You've shown a chartreuse, the lipstick is off the pig.
Yeah.
And so, if the splits are tight like that, because the other thing people will do with all of it is they'll do something like this and this, right? And
Yeah.
then all that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So they'll do that. And so then we play mini to that. And mini is like your nail. It's like nail with the nickel and the safety. And they'll play that, so the nickel will play whatever comes out, and the safety will play whatever comes in. And then the strong hook player now becomes like that B becomes a more hook player.
Yeah.
So we play a fair amount of mini too. That's what the splits of 3 and 2 are tight. We haven't even got to that LSU yet. But that would be an adjustment in 3D. If 3 and 2 were close together.
That's like what we do a lot,
Mhm.
is we play it that way. We
Yeah.
call it special, but that's what we play.
Yeah,
We don't really get it to the other very
Gotcha.
often.
gotcha.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah, when teams have
But-
rushed scissors on us in the past, the splits of 3 and 2 are tight.
Yeah.
And so that would be mini, we pass that off. Mini is a switch loader, I guess. It's
Yeah.
probably the better term for it. But yeah, those are the odd looks in peso. So Type 4, Wizard, Tolzien, Orden, Boomer. You know, so the thing about it is, a lot of those are the same. So I don't know how much of it is, to be honest. It's not the same. I kind of look at it that way, and I don't know. I mean, how much you can do and all that. Because, like, say you had some front, right, and you ran a pirate stunt, and then you ran like a pinch stunt, right, and then you ran like a what do you call it, like a tom stunt, or I don't know what you would call that, spike stunt. It's not quite the same, right? Because there's guys rushing, guys dropping that are different. Now, for the majority of the secondary, though, it's like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's going to be 1 or 2 linebackers that are switching spaces, switching spots. You know what I mean? And so that's where the coaching comes in. But I think I look at it that way, though, at least from a certain point of view, in that you don't want to just sit there, you know, and so that there is a mixture of it. You know, the guy I used to talk to all the time, too, was Derek Mason. So he's been in Vanderbilt for a while now. He's at Stanford. I always loved to watch those guys play. You know, another good resource would be a guy came in, Kodo. He's now back in it. He was the DC Vanderbilt guy, let go after 1 year. He's different, very intelligent, great guy. He's at Utah State now, linebacker coach. And so he's great. He's great. He's got all that Stanford did, the reason why, and all that. A lot of it came from him. He's a small college guy, college background. But I guess, you know, it's long story long. Talking to Mason about the games that he played the best, and the games that he'd like to take back. The games he'd like to take back are the games where he didn't mix the calls. You know what I mean? Where he just sat in 1 or 2 calls.
Yeah.
Right? And so the mix, I think, is so important. And I think it goes back again to the 3-4 people or those looks people will block you certain ways. You know what I mean? If you're a 4-down look, they're gonna run they're gonna look at your blitzes more so than your front. You know what I mean? They're gonna look at your blitzes where to set stuff. They look at you run the 3-4, they're gonna look at the front. You know what I mean? They're gonna want to see where is the 4th pressure coming from.
Yeah.
The 4th guy, not necessarily the 5th or 6th, but the 4th.
Yeah.
And so it starts there, right? And then so that's immediately we're already playing the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's one more
Yeah.
variable on there.
Right, right. So you're already playing it,
Yep.
and so having these different calls allows you to mix and play the game. Yeah.
You doing good, Coach? You need a break for a minute, or?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, then man is going to be, I guess, is going to be man. There's not going to be a lot of that. Now, let me see. I'll take a Coke if there's a Coke there.
Have some, we've got, I'll tell you what we've got. We've got Coke Zeros.
Oh, no, I'm.
Oh, here's a diet. We've got, Pib.
Yeah, I'm just saying it because we're on camera. We're on camera.
Oh.
I had one come
Oh.
yours.
Yeah. Here, I've got a Pib Zero one here.
No, he wants.
No.
Yeah, I know it. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good.
That's called being a dumbass on my part.
No, you're good.
That's all right to be on camera. Since it's all right. I asked him. I said, if you're going to be antisocial like Pelini was, just let us know. We'd get a dummy out like that.
Gosh. That'd be cool to see, man. I can see it.
You'll see it when I send it to you. You'll see it when we send it to you. I'm watching that night, and I said, "Hey, he knocked over my damn iPad." I brought that in the next day. I said, "Look at this guy. He comes walking right by and just knocked the shit out of it."
Good for me, a laugh.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You want water? No, I'm good. The seat back here, we wondered what we were
Well, I had
doing
to-
here in the back, slide down in.
There is a 3D coverage that Stanford runs. Another school that I think is another good resource is Washington. Washington came down to visit this spring. Their D staff, they came last spring to Wisconsin, and they visited both us and Stanford. Or Katowski, and so they did a good job. They ran like a ton of spike and belly. They ran a lot of the pressure, a lot of success every year. And they ran the 3D version. They called it. We looked at it, so we called it burn. And that's like a zoneless set 3D, right? And so if it was 2x2 in nickel, the 2x2 in peso, the nickel would be down on 2 to the field, the safety was on down 2 to the boundary.
Yep.
And then if it was 3x1, nickel on 2, safety on 3.
Yep.
Right? And that played out as 3D. So it was gone on 2, 2x2, gone on 2. If it was trips, gone on 2, gone on 3. You know what I mean? And then you had your
Were they carried 3?
yeah.
With
Yeah,
the
so it was, to me, very similar to what was man. Very similar.
Yeah.
Now, the only difference was when things got bunched up, it was true zone.
True zone.
Right.
Or if they got a drive route or something shallow, then they called it off, or were they carried it?
No, yeah, no, that was true. If it was like a true in. But you'll see
Yeah.
the way we play man, we cut in man, so
Yeah.
there's some similarities. But that was an answer to them for like the 3D match 3,
Yeah.
number 3 7 cut was when we used to play a guy on.
Good guy.
So there's merit to that. Our answer was well, man, 3, but then we played 2 packer, we played 2 kick. So kick was like a 3 roll to the field.
Yep.
And I think the mixture of the defenses though too. I mean, we were such a heavy 3D team 2 years ago that we got it a fair amount, and we played so much kick and packer and mixing quarters. I think it's a thing to where you don't want it to ever be always or never. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's when you get those beaters, right? So if we're in peso man, then this is probably similar to what you guys do. So the nickel will be on 2, corner on 1. Now we would say 5-1 bottom would be the divider rules for the corners. And so 1 would be if the ball was in the middle of the field. So if the ball was here 1 yard from the top of the number was the divider. So if that receiver was outside, that divider would be inside. Receiver was inside, the divider would be outside. Receiver was a yard in or out of that divider either way, and now we call that the move area. Would be alert for stems, hard stems.
Yep.
We'd be able to change our leverage on a stem. Right? So that was in the middle. If the ball's on the hash, right? Now we're talking bottom and 5. So now it's the bottom of the numbers here. Right? So there's that, and then the split of the hash and the numbers here.
Yep.
Now it's 10, so it's 5, and so the divider to the field. This was 10, right? And the bottom here. So that's how they play. The nickel plays divider off the seam, right? And so this is the middle of the field here. So the seam would be, we said it was 2 yards outside the hash. So any ball was, the number 2 receiver was inside of that seam or outside. If it was outside of the seam or inside. That was how we got lined up. Now, we play 3, and we play G. If the base rules was, we said peso man, we call the strength to the tight end. Right? No tight end, we said to the running back.
Okay.
Right? Now those were kind of our camp rules. They pretty much stayed, I guess, but if the team was a heavy team away from the running back, then you look at that. And the base way we played the 3 technique, well, that changed. Okay, so there's a fair amount of gap technique that we played, and a lot of this came from the Gary Anderson influence, to be honest. And so that gap 3, penetrating up the field, which put this guy in a fill position, which would put this guy, he wouldn't be a 40 anymore. He would cheat down to a 20 if we played a fill. And he was a fold. If we're again like a veer read team, that was called fill and fold. The other way we played zone read, we called it scratch and sniff. We had a freshman linebacker call it that. And so scratch would be same as fill and fold, but we just flipped it. We played that a fair amount this year. And so away from the linebacker, away from the back, he would fill and he would fold. And so if the ball were to hit across, he'd play that edge.
Okay.
And so the linebacker that hit it, he was responsible man on the back, and this guy was your whole play. It'd be just the opposite. If this guy filled, he was man to man on the back, and he was your whole play.
So we're going with the portion.
So we play fill and fold, we play scratch and sniff. Now all that was with a gap charge in the B gap. If the 3 technique squeeze the guard, then we're a rope we would fall back. So we didn't want to run through. So if he was squeezing this, so the thought would be, that's a guard and that's a 3. And we're aligned like that. Okay. So if he goes in, then what is this foot doing? Is it doing this? To us, that would be a gap charge. You know, if he's going in, is the foot doing this? Let's say that's an in-flight adjust. That's squeezing the guard. If that was the case, then we wanted to open it. We're feeling it. This surface would be right here. This would be too short. Be too short of the surface. Okay. If the back was away from the tight end, so if the back was away, right, then we didn't play the 6 anymore. So we played a 6 with to a tight end in a home, pistol, or near, right? And you played a trace versus far. So if he was away, we played a 9 and we traced it, anticipating zone coming that way. And so, you would get this block, that block, and this, and this. We'd come under on the safety beat edge. And then we used the term, I forget, Ed has a term that we use now, train and rocket. So train, this wasn't the term at Wisconsin, I can't remember the term, but train and run at LSU and rocket and pass. And so what we're talking about now are train alignments and train techniques. If at any point we got a rocket call, then they were in the jets, they were 9 techniques, 5 techniques, and they were gone. So it was built in that they could do that. That was more or less the front aspects of man. The coverage part of it, the other part was we cut routes. And so, I don't know. Like the guy that was the DB coach, Bill Bush, he's at Rutgers now. So he's over there with Chris and all that, and he's trying to get Chris to see if they can cut routes, and Chris won't do it and all that. And all of it's, there's a million ways to do it, and I get it, because, you know, the thinking is, well, that's a receiver in the boundary running full speed, and he's running to the field, and you're gonna have a linebacker cut him, knowing that he's man-to-man in the field. Is that what you wanna do? Yeah, that's what we've done, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say, so the cut rules would be, or how we would play, right, so we were here and here, okay. So what we say is, if the splits were normal splits, then what we wanted to do was try to hug rush the back. Right, and then away from the back, we wanted to work right over the ball in the hole, and we wanted to see the QB. And so the thought being there is, with no potential cut, no tight split, I guess, we wanted to steal a second off the pitcher. So much like you're on first base, inching off of first. When the pitcher's is looking us back, he's in his wind up, right? We get our lead, we roll over, we go, we steal second base. That's what we want to be able to try to do, right? When we're in the hole. Now, if the splits were cut down, and our rules were, if it was 2x2, right, look to the tight end Z. We call it a Z crack alignment, right, or a wing alignment. If it was any form of by one, right, so 2x1, 3x1, we look for the X nasty first, right? If we're X nasty, we're going to cut that. No X nasty, then we would look to the passing string, right, for like a a snug, right, a stack, possibly a bunch. But it was always that first and then that. And so if it was something like here, we're all good. But now let's say, we got something like this, and this would be a cut left. And what that meant was if we were just playing whole, we saw the cue first. If we're cutting left, we looked here first, and then we saw the QB. And so we're gonna look to see if we saw face come out of that. If we saw face come out, well, let me say, prior to even getting to that, with that split coming down, we would go cut left, or cut right, or whatever it was. We wanted the corner to acknowledge it, because the corner would play off. So if we got something like that, you want the safety to come up.
Who made the cut call?
The linebacker would. The safety would come up, and then this corner would come off. And we wanted it to be on the same page, because what we're basically saying is, if this goes down the way we think it is, you're going to be the whole player in a minute.
Yeah.
The corner will be. And so when this would happen, this would come in, the rover would cut it, and we wanted to be underneath it if it all happened, and we give ground grudgingly. And I think, there's weaknesses to it now, right? So I mean, if we see it coming, we're kind of inching this way, he could sit and all that, but I think it became something our kids felt comfortable with, because there are times where that cat is mowing and running full speed, and they were most comfortable measuring that out, right? So we would see it, kind of give ground grudgingly, be low, and make it go over the top of us, man to man, right? And then once that happened, the corner would see it, so the safety would be driving on the dig, and the corner would fall off, and he would be in the hole. If it was like a by one, let's say if it was something like that, then this would be a cut right. A cut over here. Right, so if we were to get something like this Mac, for example, right, he's going to be pushing this way to match that up, and the rover's going to be hug rushing on that. And then the corner who sees it, so like say it's something like this coming back, the corner matches that, and then this corner will be in the hole. We're already getting that now.
Yeah.
I was at LSU, which was probably a little bit surprising. I wasn't expecting to get it as quick as we got it. But anyways, that allowed us to,
How much work does that take for you to get done on that?
We do it in all the mans. So man, spike, belly, Ryan, all the way through. So
Okay.
it's pretty consistent. So there's a fair amount of man that we play,
Yeah.
and all four of those we play it the same way.
Okay.
But you see, the thing is, like, say if we get a bunch, like we don't make any combos or limbos, or we lock and level at different levels, and we're gonna cut it, you know. And so you just play your leverages,
Mhm.
and you're at different levels, and the routes come in, we cut the route, new hole player, and all that. And so it allows you, I think, to play fast, right? And so there's, I don't know, maybe there's different opinions on that, but, you know, we haven't, like I said, this is the fourth DB guy I've been with now, and that's one of the first things I go, like, what do you do to bunch? What do you do to, we just play it, you know, and we just cut it. And so it's been, I think once they understand those rules, then they play it out. And it hasn't been that, now, you know, within a practice time, there we have run fits, skelly teach, and then we have stunt reviews. So like the run fits would be, you know, our top defenses versus their top runs, right?
Yep.
Everyone does it. So we would walk the fit, and then we would jog the fit. So they get it twice off the card, you know. So we walk it, and I'm right behind them, the linebackers anyways. And the coaches are right behind their guys. So when they walk it, we're saying, hey, see the fullback, you see that right there? Right, you can see the guard pull, okay, you need trigger. And then they walk it, they get the fit. And then the very next fit, I kind of step back, and then it's jog, it's faster,
Yeah.
go get it. Right, and then new play. I walk it, you know, hey, you see that, see the indicator, see the tight end in the sling, he's off the ball. What are you thinking right here? What are you thinking? And it's a ways on. And then they play it, right, they jog it, and then the next play. And so that's run fits. Now, at the same time run fits are going, so we go like the 1s and 3s at the run fits. The 2s and 4s are at skelly teach. And the skelly teach would be stuff like this, working cuts, or working bunches, right? So like we'll work bunch, we'll work tight 4 with our boxes and
Yeah.
tubes, and then on man with their cuts. And so then the 2s and 4s will go to run fits, and the 1s and 3s will go to skelly teach. And then there's times where the run fits you feel comfortable about what you do. Now, when we do the skelly teach, what we do, you know, someone today, or one of the last days I was there, LSU prior to this break, they showed us they just spend money on stuff like that over there. But they have like a wristband. There's like a wristband, you know, and it's got like a picture. So there's someone with an iPad, and the wristband for your scout teams, it has the play, the card, but then it's like animated. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So whatever the offense, whatever that card is doing, and their guy, the guy that has that wristband, the guy that you're playing, is kind of like, it blows up. So it kind of like, it blows up, like kind of flashes, and then it animates, so you can see it. So we need that for some of our players. You mean on Saturdays.
Wow.
And so there's that. I think we're buying that. So if we get that, then fuck, we just do that. You know what I mean? And the guy with the iPad on the side, the admin guy, he does it. But what we've done, we don't have that.
Another guy.
Yeah. Well, we don't have that yet.
Yeah.
So what we do is we take like an 8 by an 8, you know, there's an 8 box kind of sheet. You know, we do all our drawings on,
Mm-hmm.
and we do the routes on that,
Yep.
and then we make a copy for each one of the skill guys, and they carry that, and so, and it's laminated or whatever, and so we don't huddle or meet during that skelly teach period, and so each receiver has that sheet, and the guy that runs it goes, I want to see 1. They look at 1, and they run it. And it's, I want to see 3. And they look at 3 and they get lined up and they run it. You know what I mean? So they're running with the sheet. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But they're not huddling.
not wasting time.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, that's a good way to do it.
So we go run fits, we go skelly teach, and then the other
Bring
piece
it back,
we do
show
is
card.
the other piece we do is stunt review, and stunt review is like wizard forward, towards Norton, field slant, spike belly, all of that versus pass protection. So we'll do stunt review, skelly teach. So the stunt review is like usually let the D-line guy run that, and so the front will be in there, and they'll work the creeper versus pass protections. What are the pass protections we're expecting?
Mhm.
So it's a run fit pass protection, basically. You know what I mean? So you get basic protection, or you get slide protection. You know, you have a 2-way go. The guard comes to you, come under, right? Or if the tackle blocks down, come off his ass, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So you're working that pattern versus 5-0 big on big versus slide protect, right? Versus say the back is offset one way and you're expecting the center to slide, but now the back crosses and the center slides to you, right? So how does it go? That you have a 2-way go now. Come underneath the guard, you know, when he fans to you, all that, and so that is stunt review. So typically, Tuesday, Wednesday, run fits. Thursday, right, stunt review. Friday, we try to get both. You know what I mean? Try to get both there. Okay, the other thing we do in man is we do link. And so the cut stuff, we're okay with that. And then
Yep.
and so what we're not cutting is like over routes and stuff. You know what I mean? We're not cutting those. I don't know if we can cut those when we cut the other low stuff, you know. So we're cutting the low stuff. And so last year at LSU cut over routes, but they didn't cut the underneath things. So it was just the exact opposite. Now, link. So say it's something like this. What bothers me about man is the back getting out. So, say we're like that, and let's say we're like this. So the back's getting out, and even, and it's something like this.
Yeah.
That'd be a pain in the ass.
Mm.
So we'd be picked, and that guy would be open right now.
Yep.
And so, what we do is, there's two things we can do. We go link or we can go mouse. Now, both of these are kind of pass. We want to do it when we think pass. I mean, if it's run pass scenarios, not great. So I say link and mouse. Okay. So, what the mouse came from, we played Utah at Utah State. And they're an empty team. And they were a 5-0 team. So the hashes were like that. And so when Rover was here, corner, nickel, safety. So typically, if we put the MAC like that and we just play man-to-man, they're a scat team, so they don't pick up the MAC, so there's the center. So then, like scat, the way we would look at it would be, is the 5-0 lineman for the 5 most dangerous guys. So they'd ID one. So the rule, I guess, the thought would be, if it was a too high look, typically a lot of teams will look at the will, to the 2 receiver side, because he's stacked with his safety on top of him, so he could rush and be protected because the safety's on top. To the 3 receiver side, in too high look, that max over 3, but if he rushes, the thought is, who the fuck's got 3? It's not sound. You know, look to the number 2 guy first. You know? And so a lot of scat teams will go there too high. If it's 1 high, then, you know, that look right there, I go to this high. You know, everyone else is more or less taken up. Right? And so, you know, so the thought would be like, you know, especially you tell Utah, at that time, Utah would fucking point to the guy, right? They'd point to him. And so, all we wanted to do was try to have a stunt, try to get a rush, and try to cheat, get, you know, bargain shopping for that. And so, you know, if we ran a game right here, the center could drop back and pick up guys as they twisted and all this shit. And so, the thought would be, what we wanted to do is get the Mac here. We call it mouse. And the center was going to get slide this way, slide this way, and slide this way. Alright, so they're all pointed. They're all here, here. And they all pointed that way. Now we were still going to drop this guy back out to that middle like that. But then all we did was run a step. We can go first. We can go second. So it's not a big thing. But his alignment affected the protection to allow us to run stuff. So all it was. And so that was mouse. Now, from there, what we take a mouse to do is versus this. If we put the Mac out here, when the back is wide, we put the Mac on the line of scrimmage. And we move the rover over here, right? So the Mac can play this and not be picked. Now, anytime we do that, because of this, that we still run this stunt. Okay? So he'd be first, he'd be second. He rushes and he's in the hole. That'd be mouse. The back was wide, we go mouse. That's one adjustment that we have, right? Versus the back being not wide. Now, and typically, you know, the back's wide, you're not really thinking the run, you know what I mean? And so, at least you're hoping you're not getting the run with a twist. That's that. The other one we've done is link. Link is, we put in the out, and this is one of the advantages with, he's in a 9 now, he's playing with these guys as linebackers, is now he has the back. Alright, so link is, he's rushing, he has him. So we're gonna link the back. And so link is this right here. And now we rush him. And he's B-gap contained. He's in the hole. So if the back gets out, he got him. Now, if the back blocks, so let's just say it's something like this, right? So it's this, and it's this. So the back, the B got him. Now say if the back blocks, then he hug rushes. That's a like a 3-man twist. And you show the whole play. So anytime we go link, B-gap player is back contained. The B-gap player has contained. So link's always best when it's 2 or 3 technique. I mean, you could link to a bubble. The linebacker is rushing in the bubble. So when he rushes to the back, he's got to rush outside leverage on the back because he's contained. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then that 5 technique, if the back block would come inside. So we've done that too, but it's best 2 or 3. And so if we're getting backs out, like all the link and mouse, these are all things we had to do versus Paul, you know,
Yeah.
because the back's getting out of time.
Yeah.
Have you toyed at all with keeping that guy at a 9 at all times? Because that's what we do out of our base. That's what we've, in drawing all this stuff up, that's what we've talked about. I'm just wondering if you've experimented with that and A, it doesn't work and it could save us some time, or what are the reasons why? Just because?
No, I just never, you know, the only thing that would, we played 9 in a lot of the creepers.
Mm-hmm.
It was all a 9. Yeah, they're all 9s. You know,
Right.
But in just plain man, we haven't, just because of the run away. You know, I like a 9 when they run to them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think a 9 is hard when it's man and they run away from it.
Right.
And then especially like how does the 3 play?
Mm-hmm.
Does the 3 squeeze the guard?
Right.
And how does that linebacker play? Is he trying to get in the A? And both those two things are happening with a 9, and I'm worried about the bend.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Right off of it.
Yep.
And the safety being walled off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From the
Right.
tight end stepping out and then working up.
Mhm.
Yep.
That would be the concern. But I haven't done it enough though. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And
Yeah,
so
and like, yeah, that's- I was just wondering if
Yeah.
maybe you could save us some, like,
Yeah.
hey, it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Well,
You could save us a
we'll probably be able to give you
Yeah.
a good insight on that. We'll probably base a lot of it out of 9
yeah.
because that's sort of what.
Right.
Well, that's what our
Yeah.
base does, and that's
Right.
what, like, our 3 tech is always used to that. And,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
our backers are used to fitting that,
Right.
so
Yeah.
that's why,
That's
that's
half
why I
of it.
asked.
Yeah,
I just
that's
wanted
half
to
of
know.
it. Yeah. No, that's true.
But I do agree. There's issues. If,
Mhm.
I mean, you can scheme
Oh,
it up.
shit,
Yeah.
It's just like
Absolutely.
anything, you scheme it up. You
Mhm.
can do that. But.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that would be, I think that's man right there. That's all man has been. Yeah, Lincoln Mouse and then cuts. Okay, Spike. Spike is my favorite. So Spike, we say 2 tight end. There's no tight end and 2 running back. So Spike's an answer to the beaten backs in and out. You know, I think the hardest part with Spike is outside. You know, here's always the thing, because it was the same. It was with the outside backer we had last year. He's a good coach. I respect Tim Tinsar. He's there at Wisconsin now. I like Tim. He's a good coach. And you know, he's always gonna. Yeah, that's the other thing about the 3-4 is that the guys in the room are gonna vouch for their guys rushing because there's a menu, right? So before Tim, you know, we look at, you know, what are some third down pressures you like? And this particular guy coached safeties, and so he gave me 6 pressures, creepers, and every single one of them had one or both safeties rushing, right? It was just, I mean, that's just natural, you know. And then Tim really wasn't any different. I think that's a natural thing, you know, to have let your guys go. And I think it's especially when those are 2 of your better players. I think that's also true too. But I think it's hard. I know some of this is going to come up too with the guy with now, Dogeron, and LSU, the same deal. But it's difficult though, and I don't know if you're talented enough at LSU just to say, you know, more or less, hey, fuck it, right? And here we go. I don't know if we are, you know, because there's so many things that are built in schematically where they get you. You know what I mean? When you just go this way. I'm talking about just rushing 5 guys, right, and just rolling. The back getting out is one of them, right? You know, LSU last year was a huge 5-man rush team. Third down was 5-man rush, like 88% of the time, huge. And they got more mesh routes, more slants.
In the middle of the field's
any-
wide open
right,
because he
any-
rushed 5 and hung the back.
Right, any in-breaking route you can think of.
Yeah.
And the backs were getting out a ton.
Yep.
And so, I mean, you know, you just having somebody, not that that's a bad thing, just you want to have something to tie off that.
Yeah.
Now, I like Spike, but Spike, those outside guys, it's really a hug is what it is. You know what I mean? And so, you're rushing, but you ain't really rushing. So that's always the first hurdle. And that's always the big one. Once you get over that hurdle, then I think it's really good, right? Because you match numbers on it. And so, you know, I don't know. I think it's hard for me, and I need to be better at it. But what is the war where they is it the Revolutionary War? They're like banging drums and blowing on bugles and shit, and they got like flags. They're marching. Is that the Revolutionary
That
War?
would probably be
Is that what it is?
And then the rebels popped up from the side. And,
Yeah, so like, you know, well, there's like a, 'Cause I don't know anything about. I can't remember because I remember I took a class, but I don't remember the class. I remember like the Mel Gibson movie, The
Yeah.
Patriot. I remember
Yeah.
that movie. What was that movie?
That was the revolution.
That was the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
Okay, so like in that movie, right? They're marching and stuff, and there's flags, and there's guys on drums, and everyone's wearing like really colorful uniforms.
Right, yeah.
And you know, they're gonna meet at a certain place, like a grassy field, and so I'm gonna meet here, and then you guys are on the other opposite. I'm going to war with you, and you meet over there, and more or less, I can see you camp out over there, and you see me camp out over here, and we're gonna meet the next morning, and we all get up and we march out there, and you know, we're doing the drums and the bugle and the flags are waving. And it's more or less, here you are, here I am. You know, it's hard for me to do that, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's hard for me to do that, man. You know, and so much of it, I think, is based upon that, right? A lot of our game is based that way. And I think there's,
your
you know,
guerrilla warfare.
right. And so the run game, I think, is a big part of the run game. It needs to be that way.
Yeah.
But the passing game, it kills me to be that way. Kills me to be
And
that way.
unless you've got the guy that can just do that,
Right.
which we don't,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Blue went on the
And
hill.
so that's where like
Yeah.
spike comes in. And so to me, that's where like this technique of kind of hug rushing, you got him, kind of comes in, you know. And so, yeah, it's more of like, hey, they can be doing them doing the drums and blowing on the bugle, and all that just lets us like know when to fall out of the trees on their ass. You know what I mean? As opposed to waiting in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Right? But, so like if it was Spike, the outside rusher, we want him to, he's a hug rush guy, right? And so like, we kind of talked about it already, but let's say if it was this would be to a tight end first. Now, you know, was, who was it? Washington did it the other way. Washington did it always to a back, which was merit to it, that way too. We did it to a tight end because the very first time was when we're getting, you know, when we get 2 by 2 like this, the tight end would block, and we got a fair amount of like this right here, big on big protection. So we did this. So you know, he's got the nickel, right? He's got the will. He's got the Mac. That's where Spike came from. And then, so I mean, that's where we started to rush the tight end. Right? Now, since then, we just kept the rules because these are the rules for everything that we got in this man. Now, how we set our strength in all of these. Our strength is all set the same way. So it's kept there.
Okay.
We're doing it now just because it stays the same. You know what I mean? But it started because, you know, the 2 by 2. That's where people get you. We call that basic protection, where you know he's got this guy, he's got this guy, and he's got this guy. So when you attack the back, you attack the back. A lot of times, that Y is off the ball like that when they do it.
Yep.
That's when they hit you. So all the 2 by 2s, when the tight end's attached, you want to look at and see if that's no longer slide anymore. Now that's basic. So now they're it's not the will they're looking at, it's the Mac. I mean, but anyways, so if it was Spike, we are 3 or G, right? And then here I'll just do these as emails. And so this would be that is a good point though. I mean, at Wisconsin, we eventually just put these guys as tackles and ends. So we stopped saying, hey, you're the bench, you're the field. It depends on what you do on base, you know what I mean? Because if or however you do it, we just said tackles and ends, because you know he's the F, but he's to the boundary. So the F into the boundary and the bench to the field. We always had to kind of backtrack to talk like that.
Yeah.
Right. So the corner, nickel, corner, safety. The Mac would go to the strength call. So we would all the language would be lake and river. Lake is left, river is right. This would be lake. And the Mac over here would be a 30 technique, and the rover over here would be a 20. Right, the safety would be here. Okay, let's do it with the back 2 first. So the F's going to be rushing off the field. We call this scat control. And so he has the back crossing his face. So I was talking about this with the OC over there at LSU. God, what's his name? What's our guy's name?
Cam Cameron?
Yeah, Cam Cameron. And he was saying, teams that peel with this, they'll take that peel and they'll do that action right there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean this. That's
Yep.
their automatic
That's a
thing.
hard
shoot
Right.
route.
And that the shoot.
The
And so
bits.
that's where he played he's a hug rush because of that route.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so it's because of that he takes anything across his face. So he's hug rushing from that position. And that's the thing you kind of have to eat to get this thing to go.
Yep.
Right? And so he does that. Right? This end over here, he's a two-face. So he's crossing the guard and he's reading the center. The center goes a ways off his ass. The center comes to him and crosses his face. This end over here is a 2-eye. He's going to face into the B gap and then he's going to contain from that. The MAC is going to rush this B gap. Right, so the MAC is first. So he's going to rush the B. We call that bitch the B. So these are the 4 rushers right here. Right, and so if the guard goes down, he's right off the guard's ass and he's going to spill the running back. He's going to spill the running back. If for any reason it was a cross protection and the slides too, right? The end is reading the center, he's away in the A. The MAC has a 2-way go on the guard, and he's in the A. Okay? And so he's gonna spill the H and 2-way on the guard. Alright, and then over here, the rover, he is the hug rusher. Okay, so he hug rushes when the back is offset to the river lake. He is going to be a hover player with the back away from river lake. So this is a lake. So the back's offset there, so he's going to hug rush, right? So let's just say we did our normal thing. So he comes in. He takes them because he's working out, right? He spills, he hug rushes. We want that to be an aggressive hug rush, right? So those are your 4 rushers. He's the hug rusher. He drops in the hole. And he applies all the rules we talked about in man. So if it's 2x2, and it's pro Z crack, or it's a wing, he cuts left, so cuts right. If it's 2x1 or 3x1, he'll cut to the X nasty. If it's not an X nasty, he'll cut to the bunch, cut to the stack, cut to the snub. So what you get is you get an overload, and you still get a hole player. Now, if the back were to swing, so let's say it was something like this. That back were to get out, the F plays it, corner squeezes, safety's outside leverage, right? The MAC is still working. The tapper's going to work out and see the F take it and come on back. That's where the rover is now.
He's
Team's
contained.
and the B's are still a hole.
See, the thing I like about that, when you're 4 down lineman and you run that same thing, you're committing 6.
Right.
Nobody's in the middle. Here, you get it committing 5, and there's always a halo guy, there's always a scramble guy, there's always there's always protection in there, and that's just, the number of times that you run something like that and somebody just happens to get out of a lane and the next thing you know there's a tuck and a scramble and it's on the damn high safety because everybody else got their back turned.
Right.
That's
Yeah. And then if the tight end was not attached, you can take it to the back. Well, here, let me show you this, because this is what Washington did. Washington see. I thought they played it really good. They always went to the back, even if the tight end was there. Like in this picture, this would be river, we go to tight end.
Yeah.
Base rule. So they went this way, so it's still this. Hug rush,
Yeah.
which is a lot of merit to that. That's what they do.
Do you have a term for that, like to spike the back? You know, in terms of your spike rules, to just put it
Yeah.
purely to the back?
We would just have spike rules for that week.
Okay.
So we wouldn't really,
Gotcha.
yeah, I don't have a necessarily term for that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd say, hey, spike for this week is always to the back. Now, the other thing we've done out of spike is run away spike. And so that would be just away from the back. And that would be for gun run teams. So, let's say if the back was like that. let's go.
You did some spike against Illinois, if I remember right.
And so we're gonna line it up like that. And so, you know, this thing comes and they want all these angles. And then, so what we wanna do is do that, right, and then do that. And do that, so that this rover here, so he plays Q, this rover's just gotta go that way. You see what I mean? So there's an A gap, B gap, and C gap play there. B gap and C gap here, so he's just got this gap. So you want that to the side of the back. So that'd be a way spike. And then if you got, you know, play pass, there's a chance to get something out of that. Like if it was pass, right, then he drops out.
Even if the back flared.
Yeah, so that's the other part of it. The back flare here, so he still had the scat control, the guy away from
Okay,
him.
he's still there. Okay.
Yeah, so if he got it, so like say here, so he's hug rushing, that back flare, he
No,
played
he's
it.
the new
and
contain.
now he was in the hole.
He's in the hole.
He's in
Okay.
the hole.
So you really lose a contain there.
This guy he's still thinking contain.
Okay.
Yeah, he's contained all the way.
Okay.
So let's talk about that. 'Cause we talk about a waist, that's not just relative to a waist spike. Let's do that. Because we talked about it if it was near.
Right.
So now we're going to talk about it if it's far.
Yep.
Alright, so let's say we're going this way. Alright, so he's going from a 2-eye to that B gap, and he's going to cop from there. Right, and then we're here, here, and here. Okay, so that's spike right there. Those are your 4 rushers, and then this guy's a hover player, and he's away from the late call.
Gotcha.
And the reason is because we don't want him adding in to when this guy's two-facing and all that. There's no space for him to go. You know what I mean?
So you go 2-eye, he goes to B gap,
And
he
contain
reads
to-
pass, and he just keeps on going outside the tackle.
Correct. Yeah, we like to contain through the B if we could.
Okay,
And
like to
if-
contain
and
through
if
the
you can't contain through the B, then you get out. So he's going to read ear hole to face mask of this guy right here.
Yeah.
Right, so then, what this guy's reading, so if the back, let's go here. If the back was this way,
Mm-hmm.
then he's thinking hug, and he's thinking hold,
Correct.
okay? If the back was to the side of the leg call and blocked, hug rush. Flare release or release outside, contain.
Right.
If the back was here and went straight across, like a play pass, the rover has him.
Yep.
He's man to man.
Yep.
He's holding all the way. Now, once the back is now away from the river lake, right, then there's no more,
Scatter.
scat rules with him. It goes to him now.
Okay.
And so, if this guy were to get out quick, anyway, he plays it, and he's in the hole. You see what I'm saying? Right? Let's say the back blocked. If the back blocked this way, then he would hover. He's in the hole. And so, is he getting out right now? He's got him.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the hole. Is he blocking? Right? Is he coming to block this? Right? Then the rover's got him. Yeah. Once he crosses to this side, it's that, not that. So he's in the hole. And so that, there's always, when you put it in, a little bit of learning to work. Is he releasing right now? Is he
You said if
blocking?
he hovers, that the rover's gonna take him in there.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
gotcha.
Yep. Yep. So, yeah, Spike's been my favorite one, cause like Spike was the perfect one versus like Paul Chris, Wisconsin, backs that get out.
Yeah.
But you got contained,
Oh, yeah.
you got rushers coming right
Yeah.
now. You know, all the man beaters that you get, Spike is good.
Yeah.
You know. Then if we got empty, we make a shove call. So we say shove left, shove right. And so you would shove to the two receiver side. And that's just because that's an easy thing to do. It don't really mean anything, to be honest. And so, you go lake, and shove left. And so, here, let's just say it was this. Okay, the back was here, right? Motioned out. Roller would take him. Okay, and then we would go shove left. Okay, so now what would happen is the back would rush this A gap. Right, he's gonna go B gap and contain. He'd be a hole player. He's gonna push vertical, and he's gonna wrap. It's a 3-man twist to the side. Right, that's a shove. So we do the shove versus empty in both spike and belly. Those are shove calls. We shove to both of those. We used to just run spike, right? So
Yeah, if they lined up and empty, you're just gonna pull the rover out right away and run the shove.
That was the adjustment. So we used to just run spike, right? So the rover's out, and we're just gonna run it. But the problem was, is there was too much grass, too much space in here. We didn't have the hug rusher, right? So like, if the quarterback ran the ball, there's too many seams. Whereas in here, we're more, you know, if the quarterback ran like a draw or something, we had that element coming back in, which was helpful. Yeah. And then if anything did come back out here, this guy in the fold kind of helped on that A late. So any type of draw action or run action, this was helpful.
Anything determine which way you wanna shove it to?
Always the two receiver side.
Always a two receiver side.
Yeah, now, let me say this, if it was a lined empty, it was the two receiver side. If they motioned the empty, it was whatever side they motioned to. You know what I mean?
Got it.
So if you motioned to whatever, with the right, it was shove right. If you motioned to the left, it was shove left. And, but yeah, so spike is kind of a staple. We, you know, then.
Oh, and then we've got we made a cut up of all those that you did through the year, and
Yeah.
there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, at southeastern Louisiana, my guy over there, Ron Roberts, he runs it, and he says this has been the most successful one he's run, the most successful blitz he has. And then I want to say like Washington, they had a lot of success out of it too. But I think it's efficient, you know what I mean? And it's one of those things, because what I like about Spike is that it's realistic. Because it's not, you know, what's another example? You know, we're talking about like the banging drums and the bugles and all that. I feel like you know, you're protected versus backs out. You're protected versus mesh routes, bunch routes. You know, because you're cutting it still and all that, and you're able to get some pressure. Now, if we were to go belly train. All belly train is belly train is 4 rushers are the inside guys. And so if we were to line up like that, it's a 9 again. So these are your 4 rushers.
Yeah.
These guys have the back. the same man rules,
Mhm.
all that, and these ends are playing the back, but they're playing man to man. This is
Yeah.
their piece of land, you know.
Yeah.
So, is it cut left, is it cut right, they're playing all those rules.
Mhm.
And then the Mac, the guy to the back, he goes first, the guy away from the back goes second. And so the three over here, he's gonna get vertical and continue. Right, he's gonna do the same thing, go to the G, push vertical, continue. Ear roll, face mask. The Mac's gonna go first, the Mac's gonna hit this A. Now, he's gonna spill the back, the center goes away, tuck that first, the back comes, he's gonna spill. And he wants to fill in this side of the center, this side right here. He'll spill that, because the rover is a V technique, he's reading the center. If the center comes to him, he's gonna stick his foot in the ground, and he's gonna come around. And that's a freeze on the center, he wants to be on the other side of the center. Right, so the Mac is always gonna hit his A, the back is to him, he spills it. The rover is gonna hit, he's gonna run right at the center, and key the center slide. If the center comes to him, he's gonna go away. The center goes away, he's gonna go up in the A gap. So the opposite would be. This right here, so now it's this and this. So he still goes A, he's first. And now he sees it, goes off his ass and hits that. Now, the final piece is that we get a hug rush. So if the back stays on side, he's gonna go 1, 2, and he hug rushes the back. Right? So the only time that he is not, so say the back flare releases, he's got it, right? It's like, it's no different than these guys, that guy. That's all it is, right? So the back was here or here, he has him, he's in the hole. The back where it goes something like that, he would have him, he's in the hole. That's what's happening there,
Yeah.
right? So if that back were to block anywhere in this A gap, he's hug rushing and finding that seam. Okay?
1, 2, and
And he's in the hole. If the back were to be here, go flat across, and he would take it and he's there.
I'm out like that. Then you can do it out of the double mug. It's a
Right,
double A.
yeah, well, in all of those, yeah, you could do it at a bear,
Yeah.
you could do it at a
Yeah,
bug.
which we've in installing, and what we're gonna do next Tuesday, we've got it out of.
Right.
We've got that thing there out of those three
Right,
fronts, and
yeah, yeah. Was it, what is the, what's that, the Forrest Gump movie, so like, he was talking to, the Bubba Gump, right, he was on about shrimp. It was like, there's broiled shrimp, right, there's, shrimp scampi, there's grilled shrimp, what other types of shrimp? Right, there's always, that's what it is, you know what I mean?
That's true.
And so it's just different ways of doing the same thing. But, you know, those different ways give you different protections, you know what I'm saying? And so it gives you different ways of, you're getting, if you run bear belly train, you run mug belly train, right, you get different things.
When
you
you break,
try to do the same thing when you run mug belly train, where you take that guy and maybe you have the guy the side of the back penetrate it, but the
Correct.
guy away.
Yeah, it takes time to read it now. I think it's good to do that, and we've done it that way.
Yeah.
We've also done it the other way, we just say, hey, you just go A and A.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it depends on how much time you're working it, right? It's more of a
Yeah.
self-scout, because if you work it a bunch, it's good, because what people will do, if they're good, is the center will just come straight back, it won't give you a read,
Yeah.
right? And so what do you do versus that? And we would trigger and go vertical,
Yeah.
which is easy to say, it's hard to do when you're
Yeah.
saying, hey, you're going first, and you're, all that shit. And so the other way of saying, just go vertical, fuck it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. And to be honest, that comes into play.
Yeah.
It depends on what how much you're working on,
Yeah.
right? If you want to, like what we did, we got film of us doing it, but we go A gap, and we read off the center, and we spend a lot of time on it, we're good.
Yeah.
But if we do it, and we're doing all this other shit, then it ain't gonna be any good.
how much of this in game prep, you know, when you're watching the other team, how much of it is, okay, what are they doing protection wise, and how much of it is we've got one of our guys that can beat
No,
a
that's
bad
all
guy?
of it. Yeah,
It's
that's
all of it? You're not, it's no, my guy's better than him in this, let's try to isolate this guy.
No, that's what I mean, yeah, that's the whole, that's the
Okay,
whole
I
thing.
got you, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
that's the
Okay.
whole thing, yeah. I think there's a lot of times, like that Mac, the first guy, the guy in the back, he was our B, we put our B over there, our best guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We put him right in that A gap, so he would hit, go vertical,
Right.
to get that matchup, you
Right.
know? And then we put our F, Joe Schobert,
Yeah.
on the same side as the B.
Right.
So those were our two best guys, the guy that's hitting it and the hug rush.
Okay.
And the other guys were the droppers, you know what I mean? Or the reader and the dropper, I guess.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, that's totally all of it. And if, because I think, like, protections are protections, right? So they'll be slide, they'll be big on big, they'll be basic, they'll be turn. But everyone's protection is a little bit different. You know what I mean? So I'd say
Right.
there's some slide teams to where, like, when we were at Wisconsin, like for spring, we did a fair amount of inside pressures. Belly was one, spike was the other, and so that center, when it was zone, stayed square. The center did not turn. So like, the back was over here. The center was like this. He'd be this one. And it was slide.
Yeah.
It was slide. Typically you say that'd be basic, but they slid it. That back was dual. And so what would end up happening though, because they blocked it like that, it was slide pro. It was harder to get inside stuff. But what you could do is bring like Favre, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To the zone side. But it wasn't really zone, it was more of a man zone, you know what I mean? And that tackle couldn't come out and get the nickel, you know what I mean? So the end would be on a track and he would come inside. And since the guard was on the line of scrimmage, the tackle couldn't come out and get it, otherwise who had the track? The nickel was kind of clean, too, off the edge, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Now, there's other teams, when they slide, the center is doing this, and the guard is overset, and the tackle is overset, and obviously the green grass is inside. So that's all the, you know what I mean? That's all the bellies and the spikes and all that, yeah. And so, the slides are different, so it's really, I don't know, I just try to look at it like as protections, right? So you try to look at it by formation, right? Back
Right.
set, and try to narrow it down. Like I enjoy doing that and
Mhm.
seeing that. But I mean, I don't know. I think everyone's protections are a little bit different, so it's kind of, I think at the end of the day, it's something that might, once you kind of look at it and you have it organized, that's always the trick, is to have it organized.
Yeah.
I think at that point, my 6-year-old boy could see it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a
Look,
lot
it's
of
a
grass
pattern.
over there.
Look at that. Weird.
There's not a lot of space over there, but there's a lot of space right there, Dad. Yeah. That's where we're gonna try to go. You know what I mean? But you gotta organize it that way.
Yep.
And so I've never organized protections like that. I know sometimes like my numbers and stuff, or I would just use the terms, the names. So but I enjoy doing it myself though.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, because you're able to, when you do it by formation too, what you can pick up is like the Y off, is that when they go basic? You know what I mean?
Right.
Is that when
Yeah.
he's got the S, the H has got the W, and the max, and the center's got the Mac. You know what I mean? When they're separate like that on different sides. Or the Y is off and the back's offset to the Y. Now that's what we call it YT protect.
Mhm.
Both of them are blocking.
Right.
That's what you guys used to do,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And the full turn the other way.
Yep.
So you get to see that, right? Or, you get to see when do they cross pro. Is it 2x2 when they cross pro, which a lot of people do,
Right.
right? A lot of 3x1s. How much is the back, the center to the Mac, and the back's always boundary, stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So by formation, I think it kind of helps.
Okay. How fluid were your guys at backer? For to say, would Schobert know F and B?
Mm-hmm.
Would he know? Would he also
Eventually.
know the M?
No.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of on the ball,
Well,
off the ball,
Well,
compartmentalized
yeah,
a little
well, I
bit.
guess, no, but they would, we had to, he would know F and B, because they were in the same room, you know.
Right.
But then the M, he would learn per the particular, you know, so like we would say, what would we say? I think we said like flip. So we said like, flip would be outside guys were inside, inside were outside. So
Okay.
we flip them.
Okay.
Really. But that's always the hard part, I think, is that if your outside guys are generally your best pass rushers.
You are.
No, I'm good. But the
Outside.
it's so easier. It's so much easier to bring inside rushers
Yep.
than outside.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because
Yep.
it's a quicker
Mm-hmm.
path to the quarterback. It's less you if you rush outside. Yeah, man, you got like there's alarm systems and shit. There's
Right.
like fucking automatic lights. You know what I mean? There's all of that, right? When you rush inside, you're rushing through the back door, or you're rushing through the window that
Right.
they didn't close.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's really the truth. You know, and you know, in the zone game, you rush outside. You mean you got to creep. You got to show that there's all that space. Someone's got to cover down. You rush inside. You've already got some width. It's easier just to kind of show more out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so, athletically, the challenge is it's always better to rush outside.
Right.
Schematically, it's always better to rush inside.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a challenge. But you know, part of the answer is to flip them. You know what I mean? To move them.
Right.
They have to play off each other a little bit. But then, you know, I think once you have a base, you can do that.
Right. And we only have one room, so they should be able to pick it out. I've got some pretty smart kids, which helps.
Yeah. Good. Then Ryan, you did this past year. I should have done more. Now, the problem that I did with Ryan was that I was an automatic flip, and we shouldn't have done it. Belly versus empty is shove, right? So it'd be the same thing. So it'd be the exact same. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so the problem that we had is I'll show you, we did it this way. So this was a great one, but that wasn't like a bunch of stuff we did. There was a few things we did out of that look, and that look only lasted so long. You know what I mean? And so you could very easily just do it this way, and then walk this guy up and do it like that, right? Which is how we're going to do it now. So like say if it was that and that, and that, all this is all still the same. And so you go Ryan, so it's all, Ryan though is to the running back, I guess. So wherever the running back is. Right? And so this language isn't really River Lake, it's Ryan left, Ryan right. That's how we set it. And so he's gonna go vertical, we're gonna cop out from the free. He's your whole play. Okay? And so as the rover rushes off the edge, this this end over here, he's a 5, and he reads the guard. And so he's gonna slant in like this, but he reads what this guy does. And so if he blocks down, he's right off his ass. If he fans, he goes again, he goes in the A. So he goes B to A. And then the Mac to this side, he hug rushes on the back. So he hug rushes this way. And so what was great about that was like say if we got like turn protect or slide protection, we'll say the back is here, let's say this guy's gonna release, right, and so we're gonna go here, here, here and here. We got something like that, and we can see it.
Mhm.
So that was good. Now, this was still scat control, which was all the elements of Spike and all that. It's a new guy now doing it, but that'd be like Spike for,
Right.
yeah, for that technique. Rover's not doing it. So if we got so Ryan and Belly were the two calls that we liked versus cross pro teams. So cross pro would be this and this.
Mhm.
Ryan and Belly, you like the crossbow?
Spike was good, but Ryan and Belly were the
Yeah.
best ones. And so if we got something like that, and he's pushing up here, then we would go. And then that was our next from there. So this guy was able to do some damage in that again. So that was Ryan. So that was wherever the back was. Now, we called it Ryan one hole because the only reason for the one hole was that it played versus empty. Because we were able to get, we weren't concerned about the quarterback draw, the quarterback run. And so we would go Ryan left, Ryan right to the true receiver side, like we did in shove to the true receiver side. But it played. So to the true receiver side, we go Ryan left or Ryan right, and we would play it out. Now the Mac would have the back, so the Mac would go cover, the Rover still rushed, and then we still had a whole play. So Ryan was, I think we had like 12 Ryans this past year, and I think we won like 10 of them. So it was pretty high. We should have called them more. Now the last two that the two that we didn't were ones that we were ID. The main both ends are on the same side.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now, but if you did it just like that,
You wouldn't be ID.
yeah. And now, would you set the, three technique by your normal rules then?
No. Yeah. So this one was different in that respect.
You're gonna
And
set
so-
the three away from the back.
So we didn't say river or lake in this. We said Ryan left, Ryan right, and so that just set it. Now we've done that. I mean, you could, I guess, you could say, you could just in our way of thinking, I guess this is the only one that would be, hey, it's river, 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 Ryan left, Ryan left. You know what I mean? And so for that matter, we just tied it in. The Ryan left.
Gotcha.
So Ryan left. The end knew. We only had two ends. One of them knew I was 3 technique away, and we just built it in. Where Ryan left, I'm the G2. So we didn't want to have it to where we said, river, 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 Ryan left. You know, which I guess you could. You could say that, but
Mhm.
this would have been the only time that we would be saying something like that. But yeah, that was it. And so, the whole thing there too would be the Mac's ability to hug rush, because he's the element,
Right.
much like in Belly. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
He's the guy that overloads it.
Where this one is away from the back strength wise, so if the back was at home, would you then go away from the tight end? Whereas previous your default was to go back to wherever the tight end was? Back at home?
No, we still went to the tight end.
You would still go to the tight end, okay.
If we wanted to like hide the shades, what you could do is deal it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You could
Yeah.
deal it,
Yeah, yep.
and then stem length.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, like George.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yep. Mhm. Do you run into issues at all with the F&B? And I'm sorry, linebacker guy, I keep harping on this stuff. Formation into the boundary, does that
Uh-huh.
mess with you at all?
And
Formation of the boundary, say you're tight 4.
okay.
Does your F now become your B because his drops are
No, I mean the only
alignment wise we're staying the same?
Yeah, what I like about Type 4 is that it's pretty, it's so balanced, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and so, let's say, the field's this way, the field's this way. And let's see. And so it's just, still be, I mean, he's playing, nail hook that he normally would play, you know what I mean? Or, so say if it was something like this, it would look like that, and your F is playing a nail hook, and Mac would be here, or this would be Type 4. So this is a gold, right, and this was a red one. That's how that would go. So he's on 2, right? And then he's rushing, so he's your insert. He's on 3, he's on 2. And then if we're this way, gold, like him. So especially when it was gold, when it was to the boundary like this with this guy, right? He was straight back saying, hey, he has to come.
He's,
This
yeah,
is anyway.
don't work over
quarter
to it.
track, yeah. So he was always the quarter track player.
Okay.
But yeah, so I mean, he's still in that apex, which he's gonna play now. If it's peso like this, he's gonna play that a lot because he's to the field. He's the outside backer, you know what I mean, to the field.
Right.
So he gets a fair amount of that.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's in the boundary, there's some same as there. Now, if we're in base and we're playing F and B, if it's into the boundary, the bench is playing nail hook, which is going to be, I don't know how dissimilar that is from what you would normally get, like 2x2 would be playing
Right.
nail hook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it'd be
Concepts.
the only thing that
Concepts
would,
carry over.
yeah, the only thing that'd be different for him would be if it was trips into the boundary, he'd be in a screw, which he's not very often.
Right.
He wouldn't be in a screw a bunch.
When we
Yeah.
get to tomorrow, I'll ask you a few of your nub trips things, that
Oh,
you
yeah.
know what you do with some of that. We won't fool with that
Right.
tonight, but that's
No,
something
good, good,
once we get to.
good.
Cool. That gets,
Awesome.
yeah, we can go all night, but I'd rather give you a break right now, and then we can start up.
No, that's great, man.
We got through
Is
a
this
lot right there.
Yeah, is this stuff you guys wanted to do?
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Coaches. Absolutely.
Now that you're out of the conference, this is stuff we'd like to know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the Big Ten Network since like, man, a long time. After a while, they changed me. I was watching like Big Ten Network hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
from
yeah.
California.
Yep.
Man, I was full convert for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the world.
Go for women. Won tonight. They
Did they
scored,
beat
just
Wisconsin?
scored a goal with like 2 seconds left to win.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's an upset for them. So they're playing a national
I
championship.
believe so.
Yeah, then that way, but we could probably just truthfully start in the morning on the
Yeah.
kicks and those things.
Yeah.
and-
Yeah. There's all the film too.
Yeah. Well, and then, yep, we'll get through.
And the other thing too would be, if we wanted to go back to some of the other stuff and just talk about, like, if you guys had like runs,
Exactly.
you could give me the runs and we could talk about the fits.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Absolutely. We could keep you here for like a month, to be honest with you. But, no,
Couldn't pay you nearly as well.
No. But the no, that'd work good. That'll work good. Stop this thing here for now.
Get you.
So, like, let's say we had, one thing that we would do in pesos, we'd say load. And so load would be, we load the front one way or the other. Okay, and so like if we did spike, so if we just said spike and we were to line it like that, then if we were to load it, then it would look like that.
Okay.
So we go load spike. So this is a 5, this is a 0, this is a 5, that's a 9. And then you just run a spike off of that. So, and we have the back, there's a hole, you do this. So this would look like NCAA blitz.
Yeah.
Right? Is the way it ends up looking. Now a lot of times, we would get people.
You ran that a lot against us.
We would get people that would see this as like, sometimes you get people to see it as mug, so you get these guys, or bears, you get him walked up, and you get him to kind of hold this, and then get out, and then so when all this came, you know, he's hug rushing, right, and he's got the sky control, that'd be low. And so there's advantages, so I mean, again, the thing is, the advantages to odd, you know, odd look. I think you do that when you have advantages schematically that they give you in the front, right?
Yeah.
Now, I think the other thing too, that we did not do, that we probably should have, and we're gonna do it now, or at, you know, LSU, is bring the Mac, just tweak it a little bit. Because, you know, if the team went big on big protector, so like say, where are we at, we're right here, and so let's say they do this, then there's still an element of these guys passing this stuff off, right? And so, I think the biz merit, when we loaded, they're big on big team. I think there's merit to that. And having this guy still hug rush,
Yeah.
right? Because I mean, now what you get is
Yeah.
right? As opposed to letting them pass that off. Now, the other thing with, I should have brought it up, the spike, is the, I forget, like, what are our terms? We have train and rocket.
What do you tell the 0 when you run that out of load? Because he ends up being your contain guy.
Yeah.
What do you like? What kind of path is he going on?
Right. So it depends if it's train or rocket. So if it's train, we're saying it's run. And so he's going to slant right now, and he's going to slant to the rib cage of the guard.
Okay.
And it's 45-degree angle. So basically what you're doing is you're saying, hey, I'm going to get to the A, and then it's like escape from Saigon to contain through the B. That's what it basically, in a general picture, that's a little bit of what it is. But he's going to slant to the rib cage of the guard in the A gap. And then if it's run, right, he's an A gap player. The end over here is a C gap player. The rover is a B gap player. Right?
Yep.
That's run. If it's passed, it is a 45-degree angle step because it's train. You know, it's a run.
Yep.
Expected run. Right? And so then what he's going to do is, once he sees that it's passed, right, he took his reach equals, or his push equals step,
and then he's gonna take his gather, his second step, and at that point, he's entertained the guard, and now he's gonna work to contain through the beat. So he's gonna work to the guard, gather with his second step, and then work to contain through that beat. Now, we always try to tell him, push through that beat if you can. There are times where tackles, you know, after a while with us, and someone will drop off and they'll come right back. But there are times where guys will drop off and they're still kind of doing this to nothing. So contain through the beat. You know what I mean? But it is push equals step, right? So push off the right foot, step with the left foot, right? Work to the rib cage of the guard. So then it's going to be a dip and rip with your right foot and your right arm. Get that foot in the ground. At that point, run or pass. And if it's pass, right, now you're going to continue to work through the guard, and you end up becoming like a 3 technique, right?
Yep.
On the way, right? And then if you're a 3 and there's grass in that B-gap, meaning that you got an ear hole of the tackle, hit it, right? If there's no grass, which is generally the case, then you work on out. But it is like, what is, you know, the movie Saving Private Ryan? And so they're storming the beach, right, at the very beginning of the movie. What is that, like a, it's not like a drawbridge, but it's not a bridge, but what is it? They're in those
When they
those
lower
boats.
when they lower the
Yeah, and the thing, and it kind of comes
Yeah.
down like that,
Yep.
right? And it's just all the dudes in front, right, just getting
Yeah.
getting shot to pieces. You know what I mean? And it's the guys in back that can get out, right? And they
Yeah.
were able to. This is in the movie,
Oh, yeah.
right? They get to the beach and all that.
Yep.
That's what this guy is. He's the guy in front when the thing comes down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he wants to attract this, and that,
Yeah.
so that we can get this over here, right? Okay.
If it's a rocket.
Yeah. So then, if it's rocket, see now it's pass. So now we push vertical. So we don't want to be flat if it's run or if it's pass. So if it's rocket, on all the film we'll be able to see all this. Like I say, if this was run, if this was train here, so he's this way, right? So now I'm here, and I'm getting to that.
Yep.
But if it's pass, and he's up here, I don't want to do that because now they're doing this to me, and they're looking at me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now what I want to do is I want to push up this way, and then work. You see what I mean? So I'm up the field, then I get to the toes of the guy, and then I work out. And that's the same with all
You'll be
these.
getting to the toes of the guard.
Yeah. So he'd still push up, and this.
Okay.
So I'm here to here to here.
Okay.
And so that initially, when the pass is set, he's going to take 1, 2, then he's going to work to entertain the guard, and then he's out. And so there's not a slant, there's more of a get off. But all of it's the same. Like if it's pass, this guy's doing this.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
They're all working up. He's holding it and going. When it's pass, because you want to buy him there. We're not buying him there anymore.
Yeah.
You know, if the
So you'll put that at the beginning of the call then.
no, they'll call it. Yeah, so there'll be the D line will have. I mean, if we were to call it third down, then it would be a rocket. But there's sometimes second down, whatever else, where they're deciphering that.
Okay.
So that's in all of the calls. That's in everything right there. So like the train rockets. Like say if we have
So
Peso
the
Man,
players,
correct?
that's on the players.
It's
Just
on the
like
players.
birds, pigs.
Right. So like we're like in Peso Man right now, and we had train. We're playing a 6 technique, and if it was Peso Man, and we had rocket. He's playing a 9 technique. So that's with everything, you know. And so just in all the movement, you know, we're up the field first, get on the toes, and then go. So, you know, that has to be done in practice.
Yeah.
That has to be a look that the offense gives, whatever the look is. It's a staggered of the feet of the tackle. It's 2-point, 3-point stances. It's off the ball. It's whatever it is, you know. Yeah. And so, anyway, we're talking about loads. That'd be load, and then there's different things for load too. That's one of them. You know what I didn't put here was Flacco, right? So that's my fault. So this is load. Flacco 4. So we did this in the high red zone. So we go Flacco here, and we look like this. Alright, and who else do I got over here? That's why I messed up. So he's sitting out over here. We look like this, the field would be this way, and all we're gonna do is play quarters. It's an idea, we're trying to make it look at more than something than what it really is. And so the Mac here would get on the line and go vertical. The B would come under. And then this would be a two-face. He's working through that guard. And then, you know, this guy's working this way. But he's the same, this is that load again. Or this is that spike, he's doing the same thing. So if there were pass, I don't work up, right? He's on 2, right? He's on 3, he's on 2. So we try to put the nickel high. All this is lipstick on a pig, right? And so we're trying to make it show like it's a 3-shell rotation. And we're playing quarters, right? And so if there was a 2-man surface, we call this scissors. We'd have a scissors path. Okay. If it was a 3-man rotation, or a 3-man surface. This was also like a 2-minute deal, and so keep doing that, and then go this. We go right on the line. He worked that track.
Mm-hmm.
We looked like that, and so that was the base way we played it. The Mac was the track player. Track would be off the tackle. The B is the track player here, off the tackle. And the Mac is contained in scissors. And they just flipped it if it was 3-man surface. So the rover was always on 3, the F was always on 2, and nickel was always on 2. Right? So as far as the rushers, the only thing we really changed was the Mac and the rover. You know, the rover's now on 3. But Flacco, that's always from the field. And then this played, so if it was bunch, it played. If it was empty, it played. So it was real simple. And when we played that in the high red, and then we played that 2-minute. There's times 3rd down. I think we called it last year 3rd down. We played this versus Maryland.
Yeah.
So that's Flacco.
Okay.
So that's out of the load front. Now, the other things that, let me just finish with load, I guess. When you in load, what you could do, and this is always on me because I didn't do it. So the thing about load is, say you've got all this, which is part of it, and I just didn't. It's one of those things where you have to do it, and I didn't do it, right? So like say this was the F. After a while, I'd say, well, hey, to this side, this is when all the shit is, wherever those guys are. Right?
Yeah.
That's where it's coming. So then that's where you run your stunts, right?
Yeah.
And that's the change up to it.
Okay.
That's how we did it. You know what I mean? And so, you know, he's here, and he runs like a natural, right?
Okay.
So it's that and that. And so we would just play peso man, go load man, right? But then that was the play. We'd show the numbers here, and then get Schobert. The idea was get Schobert a 1-on-1.
Yeah.
With
anticipating, this. So we wanted to do that.
Yeah.
So once you've got load, because you end up having load Flacco, then you got load Spike, right? Now where are you loading? Load Flacco to the field.
Yeah.
Load Spike, where are you loading? To the River Lake hole.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so the F and B are field boundaries, so they're double taught. So they're not, it's not, there's some learning that goes on with them, right? So it's not like the F is always going one way and the B is always going the other. Right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. But then, what else would you have? You have a load, you could go load Breeze to Packer, which Breeze would be in the boundary, so now we're loading in the boundary.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So you have all those things, but in all of it, the pressure's coming from here. That's where load one helps you, or load man rather.
Yeah.
Because now you can twist, and that can be the, like I said, we had this and I never ran it. So it probably would have been good to do it, but there was a fair amount of load that we did.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Because that was something going through video, saw a lot of that.
All right, and then, in talking about belly, and so we talked about this some yesterday. So if we were to be, I'm going to do this way. Okay, so if we were to line up like that, so we could go belly. So we could go mug, right, and then we could go, let's see, bear, we call this bear. And so those were, the other thing too, so let's just erase that, and this could be man. So we could just play man out of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so man. And then we want a hug rush here, and then if we're concerned about the guy getting out, you link it. And then you get the whole thing.
Okay.
Right? If you
Yeah.
worry about that, then you link it. And then over here, Bear, we do the same thing. Now, what we did here was he had the back, and he was the hole player. You could do it the other way, to be honest. Right? It depends on how much you want to link. If you put the guy on the ball and you say he's got the back, then you probably need to link it. You know what I mean? And then you got your whole player right there, which is Merritt. I mean, at that point you're running a 3-man twist. Really what you're doing. These are all passing scenarios, right? So like if he did it where he was here and then he just did this, he's here, and if he blocks, right? And he rushes, and then that's what you get, right?
Yeah.
He knows he's contained because it's like left, and there's your whole thing.
Correct.
So it looks like you're doing more than what you're doing. You're just rushing the back.
Yeah.
But anyways, Mug and Bear, we play man out of, right? And then Mug and Bear, we run belly train out of, right? So now, when you think of it in terms of link, all you're doing is linking the back, right? But you're adding,
Yeah.
you're bringing another guy off the ball. So it was something like this. This was what we wanted to do. We wanted to try to ricochet and do all that, and him read this and come around.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
And to be honest, the goal of us was to do that, and we didn't spend enough time to do it correctly.
Well,
So-
and then the thing is, if they bring the back across, in some sense, because that
Yeah.
guy's anticipating a read, he
Right,
doesn't get
yeah,
the
we
get
gotta-
off that he needs.
Right, yeah, because that's all part of it. We have to, if we're both in there, and I'm taking off, and he's here, I'm this way, right? If I'm taking off and he's here, sticking my foot in the ground, that was it. We're reading it. We're trying to have our cake and eat it too. And there's people that do that, and we did it some. There's some of us doing it. The better way, I think, at the end was for us just to go vertical when we're up. So the mug belly train can be different than the belly train off the ball, right? Where you're having the V technique. It can be just vertical, which I think some of the film, you'll see that with what we did. then if we go bear, who would we'd always do this versus someone, you got, Rutgers, I think. Rutgers would do it, like.
You did a lot of bear to Maryland, and I know you did a lot of mug against Rutgers.
Right.
Um,
So the idea would be, we would try to go, away, so he would hit it, we wanted that, there's some thoughts with that, so do you wanna go away from the back?
Yep.
You know, with him, and so the mat goes 2 and he goes away, try to get that H to have to come across the formation, which I think there's some merit to doing that, but we wanted the hug rush, so this guy could get to him as immediate as possible.
Straight.
And we wanted to be right down the sight line of the cue, so that we could get that, you know, that's what we wanted.
Okay.
1, 2, right, and then hug rush it. And obviously using the hole.
Yeah.
Uh,
I love that.
And then the thing would be, all of these would be the same, because like I say, if he was out, and he would go get him, and the motion went that way, so then this would
You just shove it.
shove left. Yeah, so bear, mug, man, or, yeah, bear, mug, man. Okay, so that's man, right? And we got Ryan. We didn't do much with Ryan. Ryan kind of stayed with the G being to the back. Ryan for running back.
Yep.
And then, now the back flip, we, as a general rule, we didn't do anything about it. I guess you could, but we didn't do anything. So like say you had Ryan one hole and it's Ryan left and the back flip to the right, we didn't try to flip it. We just played it. If it was spike one rat or River Lake, tight end's not attached, it's leg to the back and the back flip, we just played it. If it was belly train and the back flipped, we just played it. And so, you know, Ryan and belly, you still have the ability of the read guy in Ryan and the linebacker and belly to read it, where you're still good. And then spike, you know, you're gonna get the zones will come underneath the guy. You know, with the MAC, you're in 3 technique, you have a 2 window.
Yeah.
We just played it, thought it was simpler, you know, just to do it that way. And so, imagine you could change it, but we just kept it the same. Just because it was simpler, I guess. Okay, then Favre and Bledsoe, and then Brady were our 3 Ds. I like the 3 Ds versus the constraint teams. Teams that are having a run, and then a run on the inside and a pass on the outside. I call them constraint because they constrain your numbers in the box. And then I like them like 3rd and 3 to 5, that down and distance, 3 deep, because it gives you man. If the splits allow you to play man, and then it
Yeah.
gives you zone when they're trying to rub you, you know. And then I like them as surface changers, you know. And so there's some movement and all that. So let's see. If we were, let's just talk about the coverage, I guess, first. Okay. So. Something like that. Alright, so this is how and I apologize for this is kind of how I do it with the players at LSU. I do it like this. Right, and then we have got this and this. And so from line of scrimmage to about 5 yards, we want to have some depth. So we use that term. And then after that, when we say 3 deep, so it's going to be 4 under, and it's going to be 3 deep. So there's a third, right? There's a third, and there's a third. Now, if the splits are wide, right, then those thirds are going to transition into man, right? So this would be a man on 1, right? And this would be a true middle of the field player if it's 2 by 2.
this will be a man on one, right? And so splits are tight. You're thinking the splits are constricted to expand, so we play zone. The splits are wide. We're thinking seams and vertical routes, so we play man. So those thirds can get big or get tight, is how we say it. Right, then over here we've got curl, flat, and then over here we have hook, flat, hook, flat, and then a curl, flat. Okay, and so the language we have is we would say zone it, we'd say gone, we would say free call, and then we have a 1 or 2 call. Okay, if the splits of that, so the hook flat defenders are saying that the curl flat defender is playing a gone on 2, the curl flat's playing a gone on 2, the curl flat's playing a gone on 2, and so that takes the hook flat defenders, that allows the inside linebackers to play hook flat. And so the gone means the outside backer or the nickel has, or the safety has 2 up and out. So 2 run out, run a wheel, man to man. 2 are to run up the field past the linebackers, man to man. 2's up the field past the linebackers, run a dig. 2's up the field and diagonal past the linebackers, run an over route, man to man. 2 runs 7 cut, man to man. 2 are to run inside right now, inside the linebackers, in, and would be curl flat defenders. That language would have to work its way across. The 2 hook flat defenders, we don't want the hook flat defender to the side of the in and in to take that. We want the hook flat player away. Now, a lot of it's dependent upon the back. Now, that's where like Wisconsin will make you work, you know,
Yeah.
because they'll clear the back 2 by 2. They'll clear the back to the left and follow with the slot from the right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so you're thinking, you know, all this, so it's off the back, the hook flat guy.
So if the back went
Yeah, you gotta know
lateral
the terrain.
quick,
Mhm.
your other hook flat's got to be able to almost be a wall guy and
Right,
carry
and
guy.
that's where, with the hook flat defenders, it's always important, and their eyes are inside, runner pass, and they see the back. If the back is any way out fast, either way, right, we push through, but then the other hook flat works over the ball.
Yeah.
Just those steps working over the ball put you in position
I drew
to
that
follow routes.
same route for a guy from the Vikings the other day. Took a picture of it, sent it to him. I said, "What are you telling this guy?"
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so when you're drained, and that's all the stuff that Paul does,
Yep.
all of his routes, right, are flood routes, right, they're all 4 to a side, 3 to a side, and so the footwork are the eyes of the hook flat defenders and the footwork. So I guess what we're trying to say is like say it's, if it were to be something like this, if this were to get out, right, and see if this is happening, that hook flat staying matched up, or that curl flat staying matched up, the hook flat's got to push through if we were to get something like that. So once this other hook flat sees that, he pushes here.
Yep.
That gives him a chance to play that.
Yep.
Yeah, because then this guy's saying in and in, and he's out.
Yep.
Right. The first way we start teaching it is 4/3, and so we have the curl flats either side, the 2 hook flats versus these 3 guys, and we just start working just the combinations with the QB, you know.
Yeah.
And so just the verticals, right? So we'll get verticals, 7 cuts, and then we'll get this guy checking out, bursting one way or the other. So that would be one way, right? And then we'll get where he's vertical, he blocks, and it's an in and in, right? And so then, you know, we go curl flat, okay? This is, once this happens, this in and in, this guy becomes now a hook curl. So now you want him to zone off,
Yeah.
right? And now this goes to the other hook flat defender. And then goes all the way across and matches it. Okay, and so now we're zoning off of this. If, the other thought would be, like, say, like a mesh,
What kind of depth are you telling the backers at, or is it down and distance related?
it's 10 yards.
10 yards.
And then, let's say if we were to get something like, this, like a mesh, right, and that's in and in both ways.
Yeah.
Stack, stack.
Yeah.
Then the final one, which is the one that we're just talking about, is the drains. And so let's say we get something like that, and that, and that, and that. Right, well, that's Paul Craig's stuff there. Those are the hardest ones.
Yeah.
And so this would be, we're matched here, we're gone, push through, and then and match
Yeah.
again. And again, when you get a quick release, you work to the middle of the field, you work over the ball. It's like a cut, you're cutting it, man.
Yeah.
It's basically what you're doing. Okay. Zoning. So if the number one receiver to the field was on or inside the numbers, or inside the hash to the field rather, the number one receiver on or inside the hash to the field. So both 1 and 2, all the receivers, right, on or inside the hash to
Yep.
the field, we would zone that as a general rule. And so zone would mean the curl flat defender is a curl flat defender, and the corner is a true third, right? And then the hook curl defender is a hook curl defender. And so we're taking, we would call those angle pedals. We would angle pedal out with the curl flat. We would angle pedal out with the hook curl.
Okay.
And so we didn't, I mean, I imagine you could do it however you want to do it. We didn't open, you know, and cross over and turn. It was just kind of an angle pedal out. But that's how those guys played. And it was a zone it. And so zone it and 3 call are similar in that the corner has a third.
Okay.
But the difference is the zone it was used when the splits are reduced.
Okay.
When in some form or fashion all the guys are inside. They're constricted.
Yeah.
And so the underneath droppers can take, you know, traditional cover 3 drops. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Corner's a divider, third player, he's seeing 2 to 1 and all that.
Yeah.
That 5-1 bottom, those are his dividers.
Yeah.
You know. The 3 call would take place if the 3 call is like, so it'd be this right here, 3-3-3. That's like a 9-1-1 call. That is a linebacker who's curl flat over skill, right? And it's a normal split. So there's a normal split there, number 2. And we've got a linebacker on skill. So like say we're in field slant. So it's field defense now. And they put pass strength in the boundary. And there's a slot into the boundary. And the F's in there. We're not going to play a gone with him.
Yeah.
And then we don't really want to say zone it, because zone it means, I mean, I guess language is, you know, there's
Yeah.
a whole bunch of thoughts on language and how that applies and how direct the correlation is and all that. Because I've been around people where it's, you know, but anyway, so zone it means kind of angle pedal.
Yeah.
What you don't want to angle pedal when there's a skill slot in space, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because now all of a sudden the seam's an issue. And so we say 3 call. So 3 means the corner's on a true third, but that outside backer is pat your feet and reroute. So he's going to make sure he reroutes number 2 out. And we're basically going to give up the out by 1 or the sit down by 1 and
Yeah.
tackle him. But we're trading that for the seam of 2. The hook curl defender is still expanding angle pedal on a 3 call. he wants to get the seam late, you know, be in the window of the seam late. But the outside backer is pat your feet, reroute. And he wants to reroute out.
In the zone it, in the 3 call, could be independent sides.
Correct. Yeah, it's whatever you see. Yeah.
You could be, obviously, you could be 3 call of boundary
Mm-hmm.
and be gone to the field.
Mhm.
That's a common
Mhm.
thing, because if you got a 2x2, that's how that, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So if it was say if it was like this, that'd be a zone, right?
Yeah.
And so then this curl flat over here with angle pedal,
Yep.
and then this hook curl, and angle pedal, in the corner over here, like that.
Do you, if that would be a tight end flex in the perimeter and the boundary, would you typically
Would be
gone it
gone.
with the backer?
It'd be a gone, yeah. Even if it was a running back, as a rule, camp rule, we'd say play gone. Now, if it was depends what that running back is the big answer, or who that running back is, you know. But as a general rule, we would gone the running back. How's it going?
Good, how you doing?
So, yeah, so like if it was a 3 call, so, yeah, I gotta talk to you guys also about all the so like, Panther, all that, so, this was always the teaching. Is this, I don't know. Once all this is taught, then the thing is, hey, this team's a formation and a sideline team, right? They're gonna because they know, well, it's like, it's like anything, I guess, right? So, we're at LSU, we put in field slant on Tuesday, this last Tuesday. And so, we give, it's like this, we give the offense the thing. And so, I love this though, because it's still, to me, it's still like Calu and Division III. It's still just football, man. So you love that part of it. You just wish you had the vets. You weren't teaching you guys when this is going down. But so we give them, and it says field slant on there. And up till that day, there was no formation in the sideline. But you better believe it. Tuesday practice, formation in the sideline.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's skill in the sideline now. All of a sudden, we're seeing 2 back slots. We're seeing tight to the nub to the field.
Yep.
Twins in the boundary. And so that's going to happen, right? It's
Yeah.
going to happen. And so what Puma 3 is field slant. How do you spell field? Field slant to passing strength. And Panther 3 is far, which we're not having talked about, to passing strength.
Okay.
That was the way we did it. Now, what you could do is you could just say, hey, passing strength Bledsoe. Passing strength Favre. You could do all of those off of just passing strength, right? And we just use P terms, right? So, like, but, the adjustments will still play out. Like, there's a clip, I think we got it versus in the USC game. We played Panther 3 in that game, right? And they put pass, so like sometimes you always look field sideline cut up, and what are they putting people in the boundary for? What are they doing it for? Are they doing it to throw back into the field, which like Wisconsin with Andy Ludwig used to do? The guy who was there for 2 years for, he put it in the boundary to run like a split boot or away boot, put wing, like tray wing into the boundary. The wing would kind of come back to the field, and the Y would run the crosser and all that, and the Z's run the post and all this shit. So he put all the people into the boundary, so they come back to the field. So if that was the case, then we wouldn't do any of that. We just play it, right? Because it's coming back to the field anyways. But if people are putting people into the boundary to run it and to throw it in the boundary, then we do that.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean that we played like, there's adjustments that kind of go on. So I guess what I'm trying to say is once you taught, and the reason why I think that was always second to this is because, at least for us, that once we taught those adjustments played out. You know, here we're getting lined up to the field, there we're getting lined up to the passer strength. But
Yeah.
if they put formation to passer strength and then motion back to the field, and we're in Puma, it plays out just as if they put formation to the field and motion to the boundary.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, and nothing changes that way. It's just where we're setting it. You know what I mean? And so the rules still play. We're just trying to hedge our bets by where we're putting the people in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So I forget what I was saying. So the three call. And so if we were to get this, so if there was a fair amount of that, that's when you would want to say Puma, Panther, come from the boundary line. Right? Let's say we're not though. Right? So if we're in Puma, this would be Puma left. But let's say we're not, and let's say, you know, the nickel's rushing like that. We got our F over here. And so, let's see. We got V, all this, so we're slanting like that. Over, back, right? Safety's in a gone. So that's not a great matchup, but let's say that's what we got. Then over here, so this is a big split, so this is the three corner.
Yeah.
Okay, so this corner's going to be on third. So he's got his midpoint of the bottom of the numbers, and then, bottom of the numbers, and say he's going to reroute here, make sure that he reroutes out. This is still going to be an angle pedal here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he reroutes out. Inevitably, what you're going to get is something like this.
Yeah. You got to
Tackle that. Basically what it is.
Three call from the linebacker.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now he and the corner have to be on the same page with us.
Yep.
So 3-3-3. And so all that is the language of, so like, you go back to type 4 and it's like, this would be nail right here. This was nail. Right? This was hammer. This was red hammer. And so all those guys, the outside backer, corner, the safety are all doing this, right? So they're all on the same
Yeah.
page, right? Or if we're saying cut, right? If it's man, we're going cut, right? Cut. So they're all, the corner's going cut. So we're seeing and we're talking, right? And then this would be the same thing. It'd be 3, and then you'll see a 3 and the corner walks off. But yeah, they have to be, you know, the sign language is important. Yeah. Okay. And then 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is we're gonna play gone on either the guy on the ball, which is 1 with the nickel, or we're gonna play gone with the guy off the ball, which is 2 by the nickel. So people do this all, they call it top hat, I think, and
Yeah.
band and all that. That's all 1 and 2 is.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so we'll play that, so like, a general rule would be, in 3D, if it was like a snug alignment, so snug is 2 guys tight together to the formation, right, 1 and 2 to the formation tight, we would play that in a zoning, right? If it was stacks, which is our language for 1 and 2 tight, away from the formation, then we'll use 1 and 2. Okay, you know what I mean? As a rule. So like, I guess I should just draw that. Now, that depends. That's like camp rule, I guess. But that depends on what they're doing, right? So let's say it's this, and let's put something like that.
Yep.
So if it was that, and that's far removed, then we're going to say the nickel right here. If you were to say 2, if you were to say 1, that's a 1, and the corner would play off, and we look like that, and then we still have our hook flat players. Right? So we go like this. And so the thought is that hook flat player, when you're a hook flat, your landmark, initial landmark is the goalpost. Hook flat in the boundary, landmark is the hash.
Okay.
Hook flat to the field, landmark is the goalpost.
The
You're gonna have some
middle of the goalpost.
the middle of the goalpost, yeah. And then you got the safety in the post.
Yep.
So like if that 1 and 2 were close or on or near that hash again, now that's a 3 call, or a zone it rather, right? If that stack was out wide,
now it's a 1 or 2, right? And so what, you know, the 1 or 2, it all depends on who's the guy that's the underneath guy, right? Who's the guy that's running the option routes? Who's the guy that's running the shallow routes? Is it the guy on the ball? If so, then we say 1. If it's the guy that's off the ball, someone got us with that. I think it was Purdue. And I see, I was like a smart guy. He seemed like he's like a mad scientist guy.
Yeah.
Purdue guy.
Yeah.
He seemed like a
It
like a
doesn't.
hermit and shit.
It doesn't hurt anybody's feelings that he's gone.
Yeah.
And Cubitt's gone.
Yeah, it's just
You know,
like
because there's.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Well, that
yeah.
all the Purdue stuff
Yeah.
was just.
Oh, it's just fucking
just-
crazy.
It was just junk offense. You
It's
know?
craziness, and then I go to shake his hand, and he was like I realize that I'm odd. You know, what I mean, I'm not normal, you know, but he's way weirder than me. I must say, he's way fucking weirder than I am. And he's a nice guy. He's always nice to me and all that. But yeah, but you know they got us though. That's the thing with playing Wisconsin is to change what you've shown on tape. Because those kids will study. This is like you guys, right? They'll study and they'll be all on it. But if you show different than what you've shown, you'll get them. Because now all of a sudden it's athleticism. Now it's reaction.
Yeah.
And it's not, you know what I mean? Like what is it, like Pavlov's dog and all
Yeah.
that? That's what it ends up being after a while, right?
Yeah.
Is they're salivating and shit because they're trained. But once you flip it on them, right? And so they were in the stacks and they were running, the slot was running off and the X was running options, and they converted like 3 first downs on us
Yeah.
in that game, in that Purdue game, our game, and we were playing 1 calls and fuck, we needed to make 2 calls,
Yeah.
you know, and it took too long. Really, it took 3 first downs before we made that adjustment. It was
Yeah.
too long. And then once you start making 2 calls, it's not a big deal.
No.
But you make 1 or 2 calls based upon who is the guy that's running the options and the unders,
Yeah.
and then you play. Now, that is a camp rule. So the inside the hash, right, is a general rule.
Yeah.
But then, you know, depending on what you're getting, right, if they go inside the hash, they're both in here, or on or inside, like that, okay, and now they're running verticals, right, for whatever reason. Let's say it's something like something
Yeah.
like that. Then we'll play 1 or 2 calls there now instead of zones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll try to keep that middle field player and not stress out the weak, you know, the hook flats and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so those would be the calls, and you know, the only one we're missing really is mini, but I'll bring up that in 3x1.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Then 3x1. Okay, let's see. Alright, so now what we got is, we'll have a gone here. And so his technique's gonna be, or his alignment's gonna be the same thing. It's probably you know, he's got a similar alignment, leverage that we talked about in hand. His divider is the seam.
Yeah.
You know, it's 2 yards outside the hash. Any more than that, he plays inside leverage on gone. And then so you got crow flat, you got your corner over here. I mean, he can press, he can play off, he's playing loose man. There's your corner. And you know, I know because I think the Miami, because that's where Kevin was at before,
Correct.
right? And so our guy now, he was our DB coach last year. I enjoyed Durante. Durante was a good dude. Durante Jones is his name. He's now like the assistant DB guy at Miami.
So we were talking, and he was telling me about the 3D, how the corner's off and reading and all that. And so there's there's other ways of doing it. And so I think there's probably merit to it. What I always liked about 3 was the ability to play as tight as possible in coverage.
Yeah.
Make them hold it, especially with the fact that it wasn't. It was simulated pressure coming at them. You know what I mean? So you wanted to really have them to force them to make throws. And all of that's cool as long as you're not giving up bigger plays, right? So that's where I imagine some of that comes in. So the corners would play press, or they play off, but they're a loose man. Okay, and then from there, then we had the hook flats became strong hook and weak hook, which this was also true in 2-backs too, right? So we have a strong hook player, we have a weak hook player, and then we got curl flat here. Okay, then you had a lean post player, and so if it was 2-by-2, you had a middle of the field player. But if it was 3-by-1, that was no longer the case. Now you had a lean post, right? Was how we said it. So he had to lean on top of 3, right? And so if it was 2-by-2, you're having Gons both sides.
Yeah.
He's in the middle. Now, what you could do in 2-by-2 is if you had a 3 call, or if you had to zone it, he could lean that way, and he was taught to do that to the zone side, right? To the 3 call side. Now, how does he see that? How much of that is realistic? That's all dependent on how hard that's coached. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For him to be involved with that.
Yeah.
It's one thing for me to probably say it. That was the plan.
I think,
That was the
I mean,
plan, anyways.
You get a guy to recognize, hey, you got a skill on a backer.
Mhm.
You got tight splits. You know, I mean, to at least to know the scenarios that, hey, this is where I'm going to get the 3 or the
So
zone.
the idea was for him to lean that way. Now, if it was 3D, lean on 3. And so, kind of like we talked about, to where vertical corner, vertical curl flat, vertical corner. If you went vertical, lean post. So the issue is about 3 here, about 3 here.
Yeah.
Those are the areas. And so he came in here and we said that was the weak hook defender. Right? If he came in here, we said that's where the safety's got to go to drive it. If 2 was vertical, 2 came under, that curl flat player, that gone player would fall off. The guys that we got all this coverage from was the 49ers. They're at that'd be a good resource too, and the coverage. I mean, Minnesota's a great resource, but
Yeah.
The Bears and Donatello now, Fangio, all those guys, is where most of it came from. The Niners, the Niners with the linebackers that they had, they did a fair amount of all these creepers. You know, they played a ton of 3D with it, and they've kind of gotten away from it now. They don't really have those guys anymore. But I think that was kind of that's what Fangio would like to do. You know, and so a lot the 3D, when you play it this way, allows you to have 6 guys in the box so you can fuck around with them, basically.
Yeah.
Right? Who's rushing, who's dropping. Okay. All right. So then, the strong hook, his drop is outside of 3, and so he takes an angle pedal, and he's going to drop outside of 3, and that's going to be at 10 yards. Right? And then he's going to play the stick route of 3. He's going to play the dodge. I don't know what you guys call that. Of 2. He's going to play the Y option of 3. He's going to play the exit by 1,
Yep.
and then on that, and then he's going to play the check down of the right back. Right? Then what else would he play? He play the chair. The route we're going to talk about is the chair 7. Right? The chair by 2. Alright, so when you get this,
Yeah.
right there,
Yeah.
that's what he plays, the strong hook.
second route there that you have after the
Mhm.
stick.
No,
Yeah, the dodge.
The dodge.
I don't know what you guys, so like say, this and just this.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
not quite slants, it's kind of, they push it up a
Yeah.
little more, maybe you guys call it slants, but that window right there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that's the strong hook, so that's an angle pedal for him. And so he angle pedals that, and, you know, if he gets an option route, like here, I probably got too wide, I'm seeing it from my view, from where I'm at right here. So like, he wants to be right on that outside shoulder of three, because if he gets these guys sitting down, right? So like the other thing that Paul will do a fair amount is if you're playing single high coverage, then he just does this.
Yeah.
Right? And just takes the one-on-ones. And so if it was something like that, the strong hook, you want right there, right? And this is a reason for playing gawns, right? And loose and loose lands, because you're trying to get tight coverage and all that, as opposed to playing off and you're breaking it. But he wants to be right outside. I don't want to be in that window, because that's just throwing cash. So he's right to the outside shoulder.
Who was it that you said that plays gawns on all three of them and then just both backers or
Yeah, Stanford
hook
does.
flats? Stanford does that.
Mhm. Yep. There's a lot of merit, and that
I'm just,
call
I mean,
that burn. Yeah,
I
we
was
call
trying
that.
to remember who you said.
Yeah, we call that burn. And
Okay.
I think when you're building it, I think if you're building it from scratch, I think there's a lot of merit with that. There's a lot of merit with it. The thing that I couldn't get away from was that it was so much like man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Peso man. And I couldn't, and I think maybe it's different. So zone and zone it out if it's bunch.
Yeah.
But see, we would cut. You know what I mean? And so I've never felt nervous about playing bunch to man, because we
Yeah.
cut it and we got to the point where we're good. Now we're trying to be good at this new place, right? But
Yeah.
I never got, and so I think a lot of times when you're set up like that, you know, it depends where you're coming from. Like, what is your man pretty expensive? Are you comboing this and, you know,
Yeah.
limboing that, or whatever you're doing, right? And then I think, you know, you look at burn as a relief, you know, and just
Yeah.
play zone, right?
Exactly.
And so there's probably, I think that kind of ties into it. And then the other thing too is with burn, you know, the guys that you're playing with in the structure of the defense would be the inside backers, right? Those are more or less the guys that you're bringing, because you're going to have a nickel on two and the safety on 2 or 3,
Yeah.
right? So the 2 inside guys, you're bringing them, or one of them,
Yeah.
right? So that's more, and there's patterns you can bring, and there's a lot of merit to it. But in some of these other ones, these other 3Ds, you're bringing nickels, corners, and safeties,
And
right?
you don't have, you have to,
Correct, and then you don't have the ability
You
to
don't have
play
the
the
ability
burn,
to burn,
right?
yeah.
And so those are the pluses and the minuses,
Yeah.
I guess.
no, I just asked that, I knew you said that, and I was trying to
Yeah.
remember who.
Yeah, I got
said
a lot of
what-
film on it, and the guy watching went ahead and sent the tape, and so I'd be able to share that to you. I could send you the Stanford cuts of it, and I could send you the Washington cuts that he sent me. You know, so it's good. I think I like it. You know.
Yeah.
The weak hook defender is.
Then in that, I'll get back to that one more time. When you do burn it though, then your safety is just true middle of the field then again.
Correct.
The high safety.
Correct. Yep. Because you're running with everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. And so if it was trips, and it's a gone on 2, and then it's a gone on 3. You know. And so then you have one kind of hook flat defender, and then you have a curl flat defender.
Curl flat.
Is really what you got. Yeah.
Okay. I just,
Yeah.
like I said, I had that question as to who was doing it. So.
Let's see.
You could defender.
Okay, yeah, I'll get back on track then again. Yeah, it's,
We could.
it'd be weak hook now, I think.
What's that?
Weak hook now.
Okay. Yeah.
It'd be where,
Yeah, so the weak hook is dropping straight back on the hash, and he is he's playing the bend of 3 to the dig by X.
And what we've done in the past with that is we played that from the dig to the X. And we look at the release of 3. And we try to see if we're getting a turn of the shoulders, if his stem is giving us if he's stem, because part of it is, to be honest, a couple things, I guess. If we said, what's up, man? So if we said, hey, strong hook, well, some people play it this way. Strong hook, you are inside of 3 and reroute 3. You see what I mean? Which right now we're not rerouting. We're dropping. We're over dropping.
Yeah. See, the
And so-
Vikings keep him inside
Right.
of 3.
Right.
Coyle said that they over jam 3.
Right.
So they'll slide into the outside,
Right.
but they want a collision.
Right. And so if you were to reroute them inside out, then to me, and this is probably speaking as a linebacker coach and not as a secondary coach, then that gives a harder read for that weak hook in terms of what is he running a bend? Is he going vertical?
Yeah.
You don't have a read on it. I mean, when you overdrop it, he ain't being rerouted. It's a fucking clear read, right? He's bending it. He's running a dig. And so, there's good and bad with that. I mean, it's however you want to go, And so there's more vision of the strong hook when you overdrop it. When that weak hook pedals back, his eyes are at 3. If he sees that inside bend, he'll play. Because the thing about it is, the coverage breaks down if that weak hook don't play that bender, because you're talking your lean post to stay in the middle, and that's a dead area, and so he always has to play it. I mean, he has to be on that bend, which it helps us, I think, for the strong hook to overplay it, and we're bracketing. This would be no different. Say if this was 2x2. You guys know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's the back on the check down.
Yep.
And that's what it is. It's basically that. Right? It's just 2x2. And that's the back on the check down. So you have them bracketed. And so he's pedaling back and he's looking to see if he gets a bend. If he gets a bend, he's going to turn and run with it. If he gets a vertical release, right? So the thing is, he's protecting the hash. So this hash, he's not coming off the hash. And so this is a pedal. This is an angle pedal. Yep. And so, and he comes off, he's looking at this, right? And then if he gets a vertical release, right, he's going to take a peek and go there. That's always thought. So, is he getting that? Right? And as he comes back, he's here. If he gets something like this, he's on this hash, and then he's looking at the dig. Now, there's been some opponents that we played that the X is a bigger factor, and we looked at the release of X.
Yeah.
And so, I think there's some cover 2 teams that do it. So we did it in 2 games. Where if the X releases inside, we're taking a peek, and that's the dig.
Yeah.
If the X releases outside, we look at 3, and that's the bender. So there's merit to. Maybe we should have done that more. You know what I mean?
Well,
That
that
was
was
it.
on the bus from Chris, right?
Yeah. Right. I know, but that was the change up right there. Was to look at the release of X. Where is he creating space? What space is he taking? But it's a man turn by that weak hook, and so if he gets a bend, he's man turning. If he gets a dig, we want him to. I think I might have said man turn last night. He's zone turning the dig. He's underneath him because the corner's still driving. The curl flat player to the open side, he wants to angle pedal out, and so it's not like a V drop. It's not like a country cover 3 drop. He's angle pedaling, and he wants to be able to be in the slant, the comeback, the throw lane to X. Right, and so he doesn't want to stand underneath X on the comeback. He wants to be in the throw lane to X on the comeback. And then if you got a guy with some length, that helps too, you know. And so his is ankle pedal. So he needs pass. Right? He's ankle pedaling out this way now. So all this is an issue because once you do that, so like here's the thing, right? So like, let's put that guy back there. So you can see it, right? We got an angle pedal here. We got an angle pedal here. And we got a guy pedaling here. It's like, who the fuck is in here, you know? The check down and all that now. So part of it is we're trying to occupy the guy with
You eat the check down with your
Right,
pattern.
we're trying to do that.
Yeah.
But then the other piece is if he does get out, you have to collapse on him. And so he would collapse on him and the strong hook would collapse on him, right? If this thing were to be caught in here, right? We're not asking the weak hook to do that. We're asking the weak hook to be done. You know, I don't know. I think we had to do it this way. I have not talked to anyone else about strong, you know, I have not picked up, hey, you are playing low and bro over here, you're playing high from anybody else, you know. So I know when Tibasar came over, outside linebacker guy, he had been a coordinator before at a couple different spots. And he was at the Bears for that 1 year. So Tibbs is a good coach. Tibbs had a lot of questions with the strong hook and weak hook and high and low. It just you couldn't get it for the longest time. And so it was some good conversations, you know. And so the thought that I have behind it is that it just seems to me cover 3 is a great defense, but if it's true 4 under and then 3 deep, so 4 under here and 3 deep here, then what the fuck about here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where they're going to throw.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Those layers. And so then I think that if you don't have descriptions like this, then to me, and this just comes from coaching the linebackers, is that, you know, because that Tips thing was, well, you should just get them, and I get it, but I think the match, you know, I don't know, it's probably is just a different way of doing it, where, hey, let's just play deep to short, and let's everybody do that. So
Yeah.
the strong hook and weak hook are both playing deep, you know what I mean? And then I kind of get that part, but it's like when the bend comes, who's got the bend? Is it the onside guy? Is it the backside guy? Who has that? You know what I mean? And then, you know, you get the stick route. The stick route comes, and we're both going like this. Who's got this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I look at all those matchups and who has those. And so that was always the issue, right? And so when you play this way, and this way, right? And you're concerned about that space. That's the check down. But the other part is that's where we're trying to occupy guys as well. Okay. What else do I want to say?
You do
Strong
a good job.
hook and weak
You
hook.
do a good job of eating up the check down with what
Mhm.
you do.
Yeah, the strong hook and weak hook are also passing strength. So we're talking about field defenses, but they're passing strength based. So if formation is on the sideline, then the weak hook in this picture becomes the strong hook,
Yeah.
and the strong hook in this picture becomes the weak hook. If passing strength is in the boundary, so they have to understand that, you know, and so the jobs reverse, the jobs change. The other piece with this, I missed it, right? I missed it, was 3-step, is that they've got to build a clear 3-step. So if they get 3-step, we want that strong hook and weak hook flat, wherever 3-step is. So we push them flat. The gons stay matched on. The gons are matched. So in other words, if it's 3-step, we don't push the gons out. So the corners stay matched, the gons stay matched, and your hook curl players and 2x2, your hook flat players are flat off the cue.
Okay. You had a rep against USC, maybe I'm jumping ahead, where you had formation in the boundary, and then nickel actually came to sort of the middle. Did he become the weak hook player, essentially? Like, they ran a route and somebody bent right into the middle, right to him.
I don't
I'd have to show, I'll pull that for, I mean, but it was really interesting. I was like, boy, they had that one figured out.
Yeah.
And
I don't remember.
I'll have to, yeah, I'll be able to find that pretty easy. We'll ask that later then.
All right, and with the front, okay, so, let's see. Track is, right through the inside number of the tackle. So it'll be a slight tilt to that track player. And so very similar to what we talked about with the trace. The trace is on tight end, now the track's on a tackle, but it's the same thing. And so, if the tackle would be down, he's off his butt, and then he is picking up the running back, right? And he's going to match the path of the running back. Either he's going to run the heel line, or he's going to U-turn down the heel line. You know, well, I guess to be honest, it's tackle, it's faces, it's running back. To be honest with you, right? On the track, if he got base or reach, so he got base here or reach here, he's going to come underneath that. He's thinking of playing it with hands. And so, if he got, like if I'm in this position right here, right, so I'm this way, and I get a base, right, as I step out here, right, on the track, you know, with hands, right? If I get an overreach, if I'm this way, and I get an overreach, and I pick up the back, and I'm flat right now, you know what I mean? But I'm thinking hands, I'm not thinking just dipping there. Okay, this would, we're talking training right here. Right, if we were to say rocket, okay, then this is going to be up the field. Okay, so now this is pushed up, and then we go. And it's the same thing, just up the field at his toes. So what we don't want to do is have these guys push off the ball, and we're going flat, and they just watch us. And that's when we get all this right here. So these are the calls on the line of scrimmage. So that changes the path, you know, or changes how vertical we're getting. Okay, so that's a track. Now, what's the alignment of the track? You know, it's been, you know, we've had it pretty wide, to be honest, especially in some of these, because we want to go create the space. So the time it's been, you know, yard outside, right? If we tighten it down, it's been maybe half that, but it's been some space because we want to go open up on that. We don't want it to be a true base. We want it to be a reach, you know, so to give us space inside to hit it. Kind of gives us more room to work, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, over here, this is a face. All right, I'm sorry, a two-face, we said. So I'm crossing this guy's face, and then I'm reading him, right? And so I'm going to push equal step this way. This is more of a lateral step. I'm reading what this guy's doing. Right, if he's coming to me, I'm across his face, dip and rip it. Right, go again. Right, if he's working away from me, I'm right off his ass, and I'm doing the same thing. I'm picking up the back, run the heel line, right, U-turn down the heel line, if that was ever the case. Okay, and so then we're getting the track, and then we're getting the two-face here. The reason for that, not all the time do people do that, but the reason for it is so we could still run this with pools and not have to read out. You know what I mean? If we just took them to the A gap, then you know, the guard pools, you got the tackle on the end, both in that gap, you know. And so he reads the center, so he gets blocked back, he comes again.
I don't know, maybe you build it different ways, cause I don't know. There's one guy I was just talking to, I forget where it was, but he just sent him in that A gap, but then, you know, if he got the block back, he went again. Which I don't know, maybe that's the same thing as what I'm saying, but I think here, the aiming point in the center is maybe different. I don't know, I don't think his aiming point was the center. I think his aiming point was, more at the inside of the guard, you know what I mean? Then he, I don't know how 1 + 1 got to 3 in that case, you know, I don't know. But we read the center, so we go again. Then the tackle over here, this was a face on the tackle, the left tackle. So he was a 2-eye. And so, he did not two-face, he would just, he did not read the tackle. And so he would go A to B. And so, he worked to the rib cage of the tackle. He worked to that rib cage of the tackle here. This guy's doing this. And I'm gonna maintain, so if I got a reach block, right? I want to be able to get big, shoulders square in that B, find the running back, all that. If I got a down block, I'm fighting pressure on the down. If I got a pass, I want to be able to get vertical, and I want to go ear hole or face mask. Okay, all of this would be the river call in this particular instance, or shades of this one. Alright, you could have the same defense, but it could be a lake call. A lot of times, that's because the tight end's the other way, you know. Let's say we do it like that. So this is Favre, this is Bledsoe, they're all the same.
Yep.
So that's with it here, and this is with it here. So this guy doesn't change, this guy's still on a track. Alright, and then this guy, he's still gonna get to this part of it now, so he's still gonna get across here. The mistake that we used to do, goes back, like at Utah State, is we did this, and then once you do that, then this guy starts to come back because he's too flat.
Yeah.
And so, what do we call this? I think we call this an angle. I can't remember. It's some bullshit, really. I forget what the term is. He's basically running a track on the center. Okay? And so he's aligned right here, he's working that way on the center. You see what I mean? And
Yep.
so if the center was here, he's off his ass. If the center was to come to him, he'd cross and get in the A. But it's that 45 is this track.
Yep.
He's running a track on the center.
He's using his hands.
Yes.
That's what he's thinking hands on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same thing. Right, and then this guy right here is running a sling. He's going from a 3-eye, or a 3 to a 4-eye. And again, he's playing it, at this point, you know, the reach, he's playing the same way by the tackle. The down, he's playing the same way by the tackle. If you got a pass set, your whole face match, same way. So the thing is, whether the shades are to or away, the gaps are the same. See what I mean?
Yeah.
The gaps the guys behind have to play are the same. Okay. So then, in all of these though too, again, these are all the train. If there's rocket, this will be pushed up. Alright, so here would be in far. Far field is this way, so we would say river. And then, the nickel's gonna be Russian. This would be a 9 to begin, and he would move to a 6 in the cadence, and he's gonna work his track. Right, it's a river here, so the 3 technique's gonna
push equals step, work his two-face. Right, he's gonna work his face here. The rover, when the back, when it's 3x1, gun far, he's gonna be a 0. And then this Mac over here is gonna be a 50. The nickel is gonna show apex, and he's gonna start creeping down, right? And we had a bullet path for him, is how what we said. And so bullet would be if the back was off the, okay, so if we were to just bring like one guy off the edge, I don't know how much we talked about last night, but we called that CBR, like a field slant. So he's basically, he's a glorified 5 technique. And so he'd have to vision, he see the ball and all that, get off wise, but he has to see the inman line of scrimmage. If that guy goes down, he's gotta go down. Right? If he got a base or reach, he had to play that on the line of scrimmage, he couldn't get vertical.
Yeah.
You know, the guy was off the edge, the seams and all that. So that was CBR. And so there's, you know, I think there's advantages to bringing one guy off the edge, you're creating a surface, you know, an over and an under, so there's advantages there, but it's not necessarily to rush the passer, you know, it's more to change the surfaces inside. Right? He's doing his part so the other guys can slant and do whatever the fuck they do, you know. Or in this is a little bit different. So this, in my mind, is there's 2 guys off the edge now. And so, you know, the whole thing is, well, how does this fit? How do you fit all this? What's the zone read? Yada yada. And so, you know, we would always start with this with like the main reason for Favre and Bledsoe and Brady is play action pass. The number one reason is that I think that's where you start. So early in the week, what are their play action passes? Which creeper is the best versus this particular team and their play action passes? And then you get that fitted up versus their runs, as opposed the other way. Because what you don't want is that play action pass to do this, and he pulls it, and it's just,
Yeah.
right? And so like, if we're like in over quarters, over cover 4, block down, step down, maybe, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then run action, linebackers are up, switch routes. So it's 0 rush, 0 coverage, right? And so that sucks, right? If that's where we start, you know.
Yeah.
Or you go like tight 4, right? That sucks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so this, what you want to be able to do is you want to have something, I think, to where you're in the face of the QB, right? Something to where you're coming at him. And so this, there's a merit to it, I think, just in terms of the play action teams that block down, right?
Yep.
So the thought I always thought was if a team blocks out with the tackles, bring people in. The Tolzie's, the Ortons, right? The Spikes, right? The Bellies. If they block out with the tackles, I'm talking about the whole line that aggressively here, right? And the guards are doubling on this guy, and it's
Yep.
either a pop pass leading the linebacker on 3, or like USC was the best because they block out, and the back went this way, right? So it was here.
Yeah.
So if it's ever anything like that, then it's inside, right? Because they're blocking the over or under that's presented to them, and you're building a new one, where they run through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, you know, that. Now, if a team were to block down on the tackles, block down and pull a guard, right? Then we want to bring 2 off the edge. We want to do this.
Yeah.
Okay. And so far from Bledsoe's bringing off the edge, right? And then so much of it would be, you know, it's field and boundary. I guess you could go passing straight like Panther. We just said Panther. This would be to the passing strength, wherever this was.
Okay.
Panther the boundary. You know, Panther left, Panther right.
Okay.
But the field boundary,
So if you went Panther, you'd put the nickel to the passing string.
he tried.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I wondered that because I saw, you know, then there'd be a few plays.
Right.
You did against USC. There'd be
Right.
a few plays where all of a sudden the nickel's into the boundary.
Right. Yeah. Panther. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Gotcha.
So a lot of it though, field boundary, you know, I don't know.
this was one of the things I think the tips too, you'd always get, that I'd always, in the meetings, it'd be like this. It was hard to kind of get through the subject because I'm always talking, whatever kind of comes up, I start talking, so it's, you know, it's like, oh, let's get on with the fucking thing, you know, I can't help it, but, and so I would explain kind of what I'm thinking and all that, and maybe sometimes I should, you know, but, what, you know, there are times where Favre and Bledsoe, what I would do is I just wait and see how they line up. Where's the tight end? I mean,
Yep.
right, the tight end's in the boundary, I'd call Bledsoe. The tight ends they feel like call Favre, right? So you can get some of the you can get some of the formation stuff just by seeing how they come out and not having to do that. And then I didn't want to put it on the kids. You know what I mean? Have some call where it's on them.
Yep.
It can just be on me. I can just wait and see how they come out. And I'm looking for it. Where's the tight end boundary with Bledsoe? Right, tight end, Favre, you know. With the, I'm talking about the wide team. Like, there's gonna be a clip versus LSU where this guy blocks down and the back comes across. That's what we want, right? Right. So, bullet means if it's gun far, right? If the back's away from you,
Yeah.
we want you thinking back. If it's gun near, back's to you, we want you thinking QB. And then everything else plays off of that. So if the back's in pistol, where does the back step to? We play those rules. And so, you know, if the back was away, he wants to be thinking running back. Now, if the running back eliminates himself, he climbs, goes to Q, right? If the back is to him, he wants to be thinking quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? There was we had a nickel, and the kid's going to end up being a good player. But it sure pisses you off though. So we played Illinois and we ran for this. It was 2x2 and he did not play his rules. When the back was away, he went right up to the key.
Oh, yeah, they cashed it.
That's
Yeah.
That's the bullet rule.
Yeah.
Okay. So the safety's gonna come down, he's gonna play gone. He's outside two. Here, this is your strong hook, your weak hook. Alright, this is your in close. And this is what I was saying, this is what's always difficult, is that when you go far, it's this way. Right, that he's gotta get in position to play that. And you have crow flat now. So this is drop footwork. And this is rush footwork here. So the rover, in this instance, he has the A gap. And the MAC over here, the MAC is gonna have, so we say, really what we're saying is, we're saying that this end right here is in the B gap. This tackle's in the A gap. This tackle's in the B gap, right? This nickel is your D gap run support. Okay, so the MAC is a C gap player. This guy right here. So like say if you had like a, what play would be one? Say you got the O play, right? Yeah. And so he's gonna stay latched on. So it looks like that, right? And then when all of this comes, the rover, he wants to play the cutback off of that, so he won't leave it. So in other words, we didn't give back to him. We had him play near hand for our shoulder, so he ensured that it wasn't.
He's not run over top.
Yeah. And then, you know, a lot of times if they block it that way, this is the guy that should win. Right here. Yeah. If they double down hard with the tackle. If, you know, if the line movement is right, if the line movement is, I think if we're doing what we need to be doing, the offense is forced to block sideways, right? They should not be allowed to be aggressively coming at you downhill. You know what I mean? 'Cause if they do, they're given spaces for us to take, right? If they block sideways, then it gives us the ability to knock off. I think that was evident in the USC game. Now, you know, with that is 3x1 gun far, okay? So we can line up this way, 0-50, because that's gonna work, and everything's kind of pretty. It's all nice right now, right? Okay, here's the back, right? We're all good. If that X were to be cut down, that'd be a 2-2-2. We play out that rule
Okay.
we talked about last night. Like, say if this guy was out over here,
Yeah.
right? This was a 2, so if we got this and this, the corner's here, he's here.
Yeah.
That's what we did, in and in. kind of some razor's edge there. That's how we played it. Right, so that is 3x1 gun far. Now, the issue becomes the 4x1. 4x1. I think that's the main issue with this. Because let's say if we line it this way, the problem is that's where you're bringing guys, and that's where they're blocking. So I guess what I'm saying is we wouldn't line it up like that. We have in the past, but last year we did not. And so let's say they're going to block it. Let's say they go something like this, right? And they're going to go here to here, here to here, right, like that. Well, it's not so much they get when they're always set like this, and especially so that's initially right. That's without any movement. They block it like that. Now, once you've got movement, in other words, he does this and he does this. He's not blocking here anymore. He stays on. He now sits his foot and does that, and your track player is cut. See what I'm saying? And all of that is because he's aligned here and he's aligned here. So that's a problem. And so I remember we played Purdue 2 years ago, and they got into some of that, and we lined up like that 2 years ago, and that tackle is sticking his foot in the ground because he's reading the R3 technique slant, and so the linebackers are pushed over, so they're comboing back instead of up, you know, and then the 3 technique he's working to slants, so he sticks his foot in the ground, and then he more or less butt block, and seal the track defender. And now we're cut. There's a seam, you know. And so I remember looking at that. We had a bunch of guys come through last spring. So we all talked about that. Who, you know, who's the guy? The guy at Louisville. He came by. He seemed like a nice guy. Todd Grantham. And they run this. And what they do versus 4x1 is they pull it. So in other words, it turns the field slant. They pull it in, he comes off, and they push everybody over. Which if you do that, I mean, it's basically it's field slant now at that point. Now you lose your track and all that, but you're probably stronger versus that particular play. You know what I mean? And so that's what he did. Washington, when they came down last year, they were messing around with this, and they had said at USC, that's the guy that's at Wisconsin now, they ran this, and you know, the USC, Wilcox and the Washington guys are all close, and with the nickel, when it was 4x1, they played their nickel on the CBR, so he bent, so he treated that gun near like gun far, and he bent. And played the dive.
Okay.
And then the Mac overplayed it and played the Q.
Gotcha.
So like if the Q kept it, the Mac would come out and play it. We experimented with that too. That was, I can't remember when that was. That was like a spring or something. And so those are all ways initially to see what the fuck, you know, how you play that.
Yeah.
Now, the way that we settled on is probably not, I don't know. You know, you're concerned with 3 going out, because I think the thing that gets you either way, even if it was a true zone, it would kind of concern you the way we're doing it. But especially in gone, you know, because I think the thing is, they're working to the rover and the Mac. And since the Mac's pushed over in a 50, it's like, come on, man, you know. But then I'm worried about putting the Mac anymore in because, you know, it's a gone. If Y goes to flat, fuck you,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that was always the thing. But that's what we ended up doing, though. This last year, we ended up putting the Mac. We played the Mac in a 30, and we played the rover in a 30, in a 4x1. And then to buy the angles, to buy the tackle blocking down, and to buy the center blocking out. So, you know, 4x1, far. Okay, so you can pull it, which we never really did, right? You could CBR it, right? Or
So like if it was this and this, we wanted these angles so that we could get that. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he would fit right on back. Now again, see, he's going Q, so his crease is going to be right here. And then this guy, he's still going to work. So if we're getting this and this, he's still going to work to this A gap, the roll over here in the third. Right? So this is similar, you know, those we talked about in the very beginning last night, the rope a dope and all that.
Yeah.
That's basically what we're doing. We're falling back. You know? And so, as a general rule, it'd be that. Now, all of that's like right here. We got it now, right? Because they're comboing, they're up, and they got it. That is a problem. Right? If that guy just goes to the flat, then we probably I'd have to readjust this thinking. To be honest, if they did a fair amount of that, then we're saying we're going to live with it. You know what I mean? And be 50-0. If we got a fair amount of that. There's not a lot of people we see that just do that, just read the flat right now.
Yeah.
So if we play 30, we play wrong. The majority of people that we see that get 4x1 run this and run it down.
Yeah.
Down and up. So those are a couple, I mean, that's an issue. There's a couple of answers, or at least adjustments, I guess, for that, you know. So he would be going, he'd be thinking Q. And so like if it was a play pass, he's going to the quarterback, right? And then we're saying we want this so that that end can run the streets and get that end, that Y attracted to him, and then we fall on back and we've got that bend if it would happen. That bend would be ours. And I think the alignment does help, not having the width to where you're not getting that, right? You're getting that, like that, especially in these lands.
Now, if 3 got detached, 3x1,
Right.
are you trading it?
We traded, yeah.
Leave
So-
the nickel outside of 3 as the strong hook,
Uh-huh.
and then of course now your tracer, or you'd be on a track now off the tackle then, right?
Yeah, so I mean, the 4x1, if it's 3 detached, isn't as big as an issue because we
No.
traded.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the 4x1 with the tight end in there. And you know, the other thing, to be honest, the best thing versus that, if you're getting a lot of the 4x1 downplay, is to run it away. You know what I mean? Is to run Bledsoe and to slant into it. That is the best, right? And so if that's giving you a lot of problems, because what you could say is, hey, we're just going to be a 50-0 and fuck it. You know what I mean? And then say, hey, if we're getting a lot of it, then look to see what that tight end is and call Bledsoe, right? And now, here, I'll just do that real quick. We'll talk about Bledsoe still, but you guys will see. So like say, if we were like this, alright, so now we're gonna say this way, this way, this way, and this way. So you like that, you know what I mean? A, B, D, and C,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that, a lot of times that bubbles out here to the A, and that's what he's at, because you're bringing a corner. And so that fits it better than anything. So I mean, there's merit to saying, I'm not gonna change anything with FAR, we're just gonna play it, we're gonna teach that end. When that tackle comes back, I'm just gonna squeeze the fuck out of that guy, and we're gonna play fast, and whatever else. You know what I mean? And then when it gets to it, if it's a problem, then call the stuff away from the back, you know, call it
Yeah.
away, and work into it, right? As opposed to trying to work to it, you know, work with it, I guess. So, if it was trips, yeah, it'd be a trade, and we bounced add with that guy. And so, let's say it was this. I think there's something you can change up how you're playing with this dude. I mean, I think if it's an aligned trips, when they traded it, the nickel at times felt more comfortable on 2, and the safety cheated when we would have played a 3.
Yeah.
So that was their own little deal, and it didn't matter to me, you know, that's
Yeah.
cool. But there's times when you're not gonna be able to get that, you know, whether we see it late or in motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we want to get to a trade on motion too. So it's just, if they're okay with it, and
I was okay with it.
Yeah. And so then, this would be, we wanted this guy to be a 30, and we still wanted to play it this way. So we're here, here, and here. And so he'd be like that, after the pass, right? So this guy was a C-gap player in run, and he was an A-gap player. But we call, this was a bounce pad, okay? And so we didn't want that guy to go right now. We wanted him to play the run first. And so, like, if it was a run, like say they ran zone read, that would look like a, what do you call it? You guys call it like a squeeze and scrape. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's what it looks like. I mean, if it was pass, then he would add in. And so, and the whole reason for just the bounce add was just the pure numbers. If we bring them up on the line of scrimmage, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we were able to still get the effect of him off the edge because he was a C-gap player in the run because he played off the track. But then on pass, right, we were able to, we were still able to get the trigger that we wanted. And so just didn't want him to be on the line of scrimmage with, you know, you basically got half your defense lined up on one particular side. That was the main reason. And the Rovers playing the A-gap there off the two-face. And then, you know, the end over here is dropping. So you'll see the bounce ad in the deal.
Yeah, that's very good.
And empty of plays, right? Bunch of plays. Bunch, the term is I got first. So like if it was like if it was quarters and we're in box, if it was box, you know, the outside backer is going to push under one, but he has two to the flat. That's how we played it. And then if it was because the safety to the boundary, he's going to check for X initially. I mean, it's more of the safety into the boundary away from the box is kind of a quarter track. And he's checking for the X quick throw. But then he was still a gold player on 3 verticals. So the safety had 3 vert, other safety had 2 vert, and the corner had 1. So it was 3 over 3 over there, a bunch in the box. And so if the X went out like that, or the number 1 receiver, because that's another way like Paul would fuck with you is he'd be bunch and 1 would just go out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, who's fucking got that guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the corner would play over the top of it, but the outside backer would push that way and then really more or less tackle that guy.
Yeah.
We're going to tackle him. You know, we're not really concerned with fucking covering him.
Mhm.
We're going to tackle him. The outside backer had 2 to the flat. The corner, by rule, had 1, but he didn't want to jump 1 because now we're saying 2 on the 7 cut. You know, fuck you, you know what I mean? All that, right? Because that's what they're trying to get. Now, maybe you could play more aggressive when you have 3 guys over 3, which a lot of people would be split in that instance.
Yeah.
Quarters, you know? And so we still played it that way. But so box, outside backer related to, you know, so he would push under 1, but he took 2 to the flat, not 1 to the flat. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Now if it was 3 deep, he said I got first because the corner was a true third, right? And then the outside backer took 1. He took the first guy to the flat, so it was different. I mean, at least how we saw it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then we had strong hook and weak hook still, and all that. And then the weak hook player was still responsible for if we had some come across like a bender, he would play it. So I mean, we had a bunch. Let me see if I can make sense of all that. And so if we were in this, he's here. And so like say, what would that be? It'd be something like, say it was something like this, right? Say it was something like that. So if that was the case, right, then he's pushing out here, he's on top of this, he's on top of this, because you still have him. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Right, and he's here, and he's here. So he's here, and we're going to really kind of rally down to that. He's going to be here, top down. He's going to push that on the throw.
Yeah.
That's how we play. and then if it was a 3 deep, then the safety was here, and we had a map and our roller, and we had our F here, and all that. So this played I got first, so he played that true. He was a third defender, and this would be weak hook, and he would overplay that strong hook like that, right? And then the coin divided it. So I mean, we just played it out, but he would play outside. So depending on, let me say this, on what that 3 did. So anytime like 3 went out like this, and that was his drop, right? You push outside of 3, that's his 3. Right? If it wasn't that way, say it was this, this, and this, right? Then he was sitting right here, right? He was here, corner had a drive.
Yeah.
Right? They got us on that one.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
You want a water, Coach?
No, I'm good. Is there any more? I'll take coffee if you guys have it. Do you have a coffee machine? I'll go make a thought.
I told
crazy. You
him, I
guys
said,
don't
I don't
have
know, I can't do coffee, I don't know who can do it.
I've never had a cup in my life.
Really?
I've had a lot of Mountain Dew and Diet Coke.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Stuff I shouldn't be
Yeah.
drinking, that's probably.
No coffee on.
Man, you guys, none, no coffee.
I drink coffee.
Okay.
I don't.
Wow.
I've never tasted it.
Hey,
Man.
we got guys that drink coffee. Clay drinks coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I still run,
Put it on standby for a second, let it
Oh.
run again.
okay. Don't be messing with it,
I'm Carl, your doorman.
don't be
Yeah.
messing with it. That clock
What I
running.
don't like is, standby is green and record is red.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
almost
it's
the
completely opposite of what life is.
If it's going, it should be green.
This is
This is Brady.
Brady,
This is Brady 3. So Brady's from the boundary.
yep,
And so the roller's gonna rush in the B gap, and he's the 3 technique. And so if it's a run, we say you're a 3 technique, you got the B gap. If it's a pass and they fan to you, you're a 3 technique, you have a 2-way go. Right? If it's pass and they slide away and the back works to block you, you have a 2-way go on the back.
okay.
We like to freeze rush in that instance.
Your tackle there,
That's that same angle.
okay,
And then over here at the 3, that's a 3 to a 4-eye, that's a slant.
Yep.
So all of it's the same. And then there's 9, he's playing strong hook. So the gaps in the run game, Brady was more of a pass deal, but you could play it in the run because the safety has got that A gap. There's an A gap right there off that angle, you know, the shade.
yep,
He's the safety coming down on crow flat, he's got that A.
yeah,
And then the Mac has got the C gap over here to the right. So this guy's A, this guy's C. Now, what we did though was we wanted the Mac to play C to A. And so we didn't want the safety to come down there. So you could run this and the safety could come all the way down.
yep,
And I think the problem with that is that it's, you know, is that
yeah,
you're just alerting them to throw it over there.
yeah,
Or if you don't bring them down and kind of hang them, then I love this coverage because I love Brady because 3x1 majority of the teams will slide to the field, right? And the back will block in the boundary, so you get a one-on-one immediately. And then 2, you know, they're gonna read that boundary safety. If that boundary safety just kind of sits there, they don't know what it is.
exactly.
And he takes away this whole throw, this side, and then you're playing tight coverage here, and you got your safety on top of 3.
Yep.
You got all of it. This is one of my favorite ones. I went and visited I've been visiting Sean McDermott at Carolina Panthers for
he used to be at the Eagles. I go visit him at the Eagles all the time. When Ron Rivera was the linebacker coach of the Eagles, I go visit him. And then McDermott was like a quality control guy, and then I go back. And Jim Johnson just passed away, and McDermott was the DC there. And he's at Carolina. I visited him two years ago. And this past spring was a what do you call it? Visited, and was like a defensive intern or quality, whatever the minority guy during the fall training camp. And so they put this in. And so they had Thomas Davis, number 58. That's really pretty good linebacker. And he made a lot of plays with this. Right? Now, what the Dolphins did with this was they would play just traditional 3 deep with this. They played 3 deep, 4-man rush, 3 deep.
Yeah.
But if the back was offset, they went to the back. And so it was a check. So if it was one call, if it was quarterback under center, back at home, or pistol, 4-man rush, 4 guys on the ball rushing, 3 deep. Once the back got offset, they checked like gun or something, and they ran Brady to the side of the back, right, and they dropped the end away, right, or the outside backer away. So that was like a gun check for them, right? The 49ers run Brady, but the Bears now, they call it whip 3, and so theirs is weak side. And so if it is 2 by 2, they go to the offset back, right? They'll run the rover to the side of the back. If it's 2 by 2, they go to the offset back. If it's any by 1, 2 by 1, 3 by 1, they go weak for whip.
Okay.
And so it's more, where ours is just field boundary, ours is boundary, and that's it, But there's merit to some of those other ways. So if it's a run, we want that angle by the tackle, and we want that rover hitting that B to cut the play off. So it won't, and then you got the slant by the 3 technique going to a 4. So we don't want it going to the C. So we want the MAC playing C to A, coming back, so we can keep that safety out of the fit. Right? So
And on the angle with the tackle, center away off his ass.
Yes.
Center to him, he's crossing.
Crossing. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And so like, what you're trying to think is like, say if it was something like this. This takes a lot of work, the blitz and all that, because it's point of aims the guard. And so if you got something like this, right? So you want this to cut it off. You want this guy to cut it off. Obviously this, to get back, is pushing this way.
Yeah.
Right? And then he's just playing football at that point, off of that ball because it's been cut off. Yeah. So I mean that's the way I would, as opposed to just getting him down, and let's see. If it was 2 by 2. Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
So if it was 2 by 2, then it would be gone. Foot flat. So he would have the C based upon that block, right? He has this A, right? And then he's at the end dropping off, right? And then we're going here. And that's your true third player. So the issue here is always going to be, this is the hardest one, the back getting out and having to push through.
Yep.
That's difficult to do. I think we always talked about having ways where these guys can push that stuff off, and we just never did it. But there's merit to doing that we never did. But if we did it that way, he came out and said he ran a 7, then we're saying that's basically like your combo.
Yeah.
Like what you maybe do in goal line or something like that. He's got to go with a 7 cut. And it's like, I have a hard time telling a linebacker that to his face. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I have a hard time because I'm just looking at his face, and that would fuck me up. I couldn't do it.
No, that's- So then the 3 is on the two-face then.
Yeah, yeah, so all of that is the same, so that,
Same
all
stuff.
that stuff we talked about is again and again and again. Yeah. Yeah, so that, so yeah, right now we're in the process of talking about, you know, like, grilled shrimp, broiled shrimp, all that, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
This is where we're going. And so, that, yeah, so this was good. I like, Brady, Brady was one of the more successful ones.
Did
So
you-
get teams to throw that X dig, this would be number one call.
Yeah. Did you do this to USC, only played a hard corner with the safety over top to the boundary?
I don't know.
There was, or have you done it with a hard corner?
Yeah, we call it Belichick.
Okay.
Yeah, so Belichick, the signal for Belichick would be the hoodie. No hoodie. So Brady, the signal was like the Giselle would be like that, the girlfriend. That was Brady. And then this was Belichick right there. You know, the hoodie. And so that one was good too. We ran this one in Hawaii.
Okay.
Hawaii game. And then we would run this versus our offense, versus Wisconsin. Belichick was like the number one third round call.
Because it's a good thing for the back and all the shit that they're doing with him.
So all this would be the same.
Yeah.
It's just that this is a true, whereas before, the math don't really change, but now, you know, say you play C to A, there's some, the safety's kind of sitting high if it's Brady, so he'll kind of come down. Now there's no one coming down, you know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
no max C to A, period, because
There's
he's got
no,
over
yeah,
here,
he's got
this
no,
way,
there's no run help.
and now he's here,
Yeah.
right? And so he's in post, Don, man, and then you guys still have the same thing. Like that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of merit to that.
Okay. I thought I'd seen that
Mhm.
from you before, and that's why I didn't know how
Yeah.
you were getting to it. Or
So
calling it.
Belichick would be, it's Brady if it's 2x2, but anytime it's a by one, the safety and corner just switch
2x2
jobs.
is Brady. Okay.
So only when it's a by one do these guys switch jobs. Otherwise it plays out like that.
Oh yeah, 2x2, then you're gone on both sides.
Mhm.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, yeah, Bledsoe, we kind of already, well, we've already talked about a little bit, so. Bledsoe's probably been the most, I'll do it this way. Bledsoe's probably been the most effective one. Well, Brady is versus pass, but Bledsoe versus run and pass has probably been the best one. More effective than Favre, because you get more out of the throw game with Bledsoe. Drop back pass. You get the track of the end, and then you get the corner off the edge. So here, I'll just do it like that. Then you're gonna get this, right? Again, that look to the field, so you get the track one-on-one, you get the corner one-on-one. That's what you get, right? Where you don't get that far necessarily. I mean,
Yep.
so, all this is gonna be all the same. So we're sitting here, right, and then where we at? We're here, right, track, angle, right, slant, strong hook. Now he's gonna buzz. So he's curled flat, but it's a buzz. He's buzzing to this angle, right, he's weak hook, right, he is strong hook, on. Right, in the corner over here, he's playing that bullet. Right, so on this action, he's thinking cute. The back's offset that way. But what you get is though, you get, that's the key where that guy comes in, because you want to be able to hold that guard as long as you can. You know what I mean? The flatter that tackle goes, the more the guard will come back. The more the tackle goes at the track, pin the ear hole, right? Put the nose in, put the center in that A gap, and then get up the field, the more you'll attract that guard. And now you got a one-on-one with that end. And that's what you're trying to win. And you're trying to Bledsoe's been effective, and you know the thing, like we talked about before, when we talked about the beginning, like with nickel and the limitations with nickel, is that in this one you can go Favre and check to Bledsoe, Bledsoe and check to Favre,
Yeah.
right, and do all that. You know.
2x2.
Yeah, then we trade it, and the rover rushes.
So it's a kind of a three-man trade.
I still remember that back at Utah State. We were talking about that, and I go, man, what do you think? And I don't know, it was crazy because they were all kind of thinking the same thing, but it just sounds fucked up to say it out loud, I guess. But, so like, say it was this. I mean, I don't know. We haven't had a problem with it. Let's say if it was that way, fields there. Okay, this was the other thing. So I think I've said this. I've drawn all this stuff with like tight ends and shit. Okay, so in all of them, tight end attached, River Lake to a tight end, no tight end, right? River Lake to the F or the B. See what I mean? And so if it's Favre, the tight end's attached, River Lake to the tight end. If it's Favre and the tight end's not attached, we River Lake to the field. So you're coming from the three technique side then. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If it's Brady or Bledsoe, the tight end's attached, we River Lake to a tight end. If the tight end's not attached, we River Lake to the boundary, coming from the tight end side again. So if this was Favre, that drawing right there, that'd be river, the field to the right. If that, we're doing Bledsoe right now, so this would be lake, because the boundary's to the left. See what I mean? So we wanted to come from the three technique.
The reason for that is the angles. I mean, you can come from the shade side a lot. It's just, I like the three better because the tackle has to, he's thinking combo on the three, and he has to take that extra step to where if it's just a shade and there's a lot of space, I think it's clear. You want some of this, and then get that as opposed to him just seeing being in a big window in here. You know, so like say, I'm nervous about this all the time. You know what I mean? With bringing guys off this edge, right? And then him, because that's when you're gonna get this. You're gonna get that more often in that look, right? Because he's man already. You see what I'm saying? When it's this way, you could still get that, but he's still thinking this to me.
Yes.
You know, and so you're gonna get that better, more than that. That's always when you're always bringing it from the shade or an egg out, the bubble side. You always have to deal with that.
Yeah.
That's where that. So let's just say if that happens, right? He's pushing that in. Let's just talk about that then, I guess. If this happens, he's pushing that in. He would still go to Q. That's where this guy's got to make you right. The linebacker.
Yeah.
He has to fit off that. And so we drill that, and that has to be, we just call that a short fan. So if we had a short, that linebacker got to fit off that track and make that right. You know, which is something that you got to work. Because it's, you know, because the thing about it, to me, it would be like radio stations, like at the, a lot of times for that Mac, when there's movement, it's kind of rocking back, all that, you know what I mean? The old linemen are sideways, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Smokey Robinson, like cruising. Like, I don't know, like the radio stations here in Minneapolis, St. Paul, just like old school, right? Temptations, just cruising. That's a lot of times of how they're playing it, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once they block out, though, the station changed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like fucking like death rock, right? It's like something else that's changed now. You immediately see, gotta go.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
That's what's got to happen there. So the Mac's kind of thinking, hey, I'm
I'm rope-a-doping, you know what I mean? I'm working to the left to get the tackles to work up, and then I'm coming back. But once the blockout occurs, so in other words, how do you know the blockout occurs? Because the space, fucking the Red Sea, or the sea is parted, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Once that happens, fucking the station changed, hit it. So it's easy to kind of talk about, but he has to be drilled that way, right? He's got to roll. And so it's good that we talk about that, you know? And all of that's true, because if you're in the tight front, the same in the run game. So you're in the tight front, you get zone. You're kind of stacking 4 eyes, you're stacking zeros, you're rocking back and all that. Because their 5 are being occupied with your 3.
Mhm.
But once they run the lead play, the station changed. You know what I mean? It's no longer, you know, George Benson or something, right? Yeah. So that's what's happening right there with that one.
Let's see. So if we're in this, then, so we would be here. I think this is good to talk about this too. Is that how to play this guy? We just kept him outside. We haven't really had an issue with it. I think there's, you know, the guys that have come up too last, well, not anymore because we're in the league now, but it's Kentucky. And they made the point, Dave, on the trade, is it better just to keep the guy inside? And it might be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you put him outside and then you can get the fan, right? They can work out there. You have a 4-1 box. There's merit to do that. We haven't done that. But there's probably merit to do it, right? So this would be a trade. He'd come down, right, track, all this. It'd look like that.
Go on both sides.
Yeah. Probably merit to just bring him, not kind of like we're doing an empty, you know, keeping him in and working him out.
Yep.
We just haven't done it. We have that. We have not put in Favre or Bledsoe.
If that tight end was attached, you'd still trade it, or would you?
If 2 is removed, if there's a stand-up and 2 stand-ups in the boundary, we would trade it.
2 stand-ups, but if the tight end's down, you're still gonna
Still rush.
You're
Yeah.
still gonna rush
Still rush
it.
the corner.
and you're gonna put the
Rover is a
rover
gone.
will be the gone
Is
player.
a gone player. Yeah. And the Mac would have the A gap. Alright, let's see. So then from there we could go, let's say, we could go load. So who's this? Is this dude, this dude, this dude? This is all pass now, right? You have a box like that, this is pass, right? So we look at this, I mean, we could deal with these guys right here, to be honest. Let's see, and we're here, alright, so it's gonna do this, alright, and he comes out, and now you got your Fox team, so your Fox could be, Fox is really very similar to the load Flacco, this is load Fox. So the patterns are the same, you're just playing 3 deep now, that's the only difference, right? And so patterns would be the same thing, so I mean, the nickel's Russian though, right, so like now you get this, so it's gonna be, what is it gonna be, it's gonna be this, him up, him here, right, so then here's your hook flat, gone, and gone, right, and then for this, any form of like a 3-man side, you have this and this, right, so all it is you're still, right, you're still rushing, all this is load Fox, it's Favre,
Yeah.
just loaded, pushed out. So it looks different, but it's the same. So we had scissors to a 2-man side, and then we had the track to a 3-man side. So that was load Fox. So like that would be, like if we're gonna play a lot of Favre on 1st and 2nd down, then it is a good thought to play load Fox on 3rd down. They were playing the same thing. It just looks different to them, you know. And in there, you can move people around, do whatever you want to do to show whatever you want to show. You know what I mean? So you can show population one way, to encourage protection, to bring it the other way. You know? And let's see. Then you could go just bird. So like bird would be. What would bird be? It's like Brady, right? So if we were like that, and the field is this way, and then let's say we didn't do anything, so we just lined up. We put him in a 5. He's in here. Right, here's our nickel. And there's our Mac. And we show all his population that way. Right, and then he plays a gone. Right, he plays a gone. So it's just NCAA pattern from the boundaries. Bird.
Yeah.
So bird is the odd version of Brady. So when we said bird, we just taught it where they said 5 techniques. We didn't call that another front. But that's basically how guys would line up, right? If we just lined up like in tight, you know, I mean, that N would be a 4-eye, and B would be a 4-eye. We just widened him to a 5. We said bird. I mean, that's all it was. But we're going to try to show population of the field, and then get out. So that NCAA pattern was the original pattern. We ran bird though, and run, if it was a big on big team, we'd run that rover through the A gap, like we kind of talked about.
Yeah.
So he'd go through the A, and the end would go from the C gap to the B gap. If it's a big on big team, that's better. Like Minnesota, like the last couple of years, been a slide team, you know, so
Yeah.
a slide or a turn team, and so that we would do that, right? That pattern. But if a team were to go big on big and fan out, then we bring the rover in the A gap. Yeah. But all of that is the same as Brady and Favre, really, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna go remedial on you for a second again,
Yeah.
because I didn't have this written in enough to find out or anything. Lake and river, in terms of that communication for you, was in terms of setting it. Is it setting the strength?
Yeah.
Is that
Setting where the tackles go. So if it was to be, if we were to say like, if we were to say the tackle, so if it's like, if we were to set the 3, where we're setting the 3, where we're setting the G.
Yep.
Okay. And so, on all of those, so let's go back. Let's say it's like peso man.
Yep.
We're in peso man. River Lake to the tight end if he's attached. No tight end. River Lake to the back. We're setting
Yeah,
the
okay.
2. We're setting where the 3 technique is.
Yeah.
The B is lying to the field. The F's lying to the boundary, and then we're setting where the ends.
Gotcha.
The 2
Okay.
guys.
I just wanted.
Yeah.
I didn't have that.
Yeah, and then if we're in spike 1 rack, it's the same thing. You know, tight end attached, set it to the tight end. No tight end, set it to the back.
Okay.
Belly train, same thing.
Yep.
Ryan hole is different. Ryan is Ryan left, Ryan right, off the back.
Yep.
And then once we go Favre, Brady, and Bledsoe, now we're saying if the tight end's attached, River Lake to the tight end. The only reason why we're doing that is so we can make it look somewhat like fucking, man,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
To have the same shades. If the tight end is not attached, then we want it to River Lake, if it's Favre, to the field. And then if it's a B word, to the boundary.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. That's why I wanted to make sure I got that clear in my mind.
Yeah. Alright, so there is Favre, Low Fox, Brady, and just Bird. Right, and then you've got Mug and Bear. So not done yet. Right? So it's apparently in Louisiana this is called gumbo, right? Where you take all the stuff from different things and just put it in a pot. It's kind of the same thought. And so now this is the field. So now we could go, it's been a while since I've done this, so let's see. We could go, let's do Favre, okay? Yes, if it's Brady, it'd turn into Bear. So let's do Mug, Favre, okay? And so now we look like that. And to be honest, these were some of the better ones. Right here.
Yeah.
Right. To if it's passing downs. So if we're doing Mug, we wanted to go Mug and Man, Mug and 3, Mug and 2, right?
Yep.
And you'd like to have like a Mug Blitz, which we never had, but anyways, so now all you're doing is running far. And so this is the track. Right here, right here, right here. It comes down here, gone. That's it. And then if this was Mug Favre and you had this would be the same thing. So this, once you line up here, the concern always, can you get to your work? And that's the price of admission a little bit,
Yeah.
right? That's kind of the
Yep.
price you're paying.
Just got to run the guy out of there.
You gotta go,
Yep.
gotta go, gotta go. It's
Yep.
here.
Yep. The question I have, or one thing I was going to ask you, when you're on the line
Mm-hmm.
and playing a gone,
Uh-huh.
what did you coach that guy, or what do you coach that guy on technique wise?
Reaction attack. So you want to go try to show footwork. It's like you're playing man to man.
Yeah.
Like a Sam backer man to man.
Yeah.
Is all it would be.
Yeah.
So like if that was a tight end, so what you want to be able to try to do is if I'm that end right here, you want to be here initially.
Still same footwork.
Yeah, initially you want to be able to show this, and then as the cadence goes, you're going to have to do this.
Exactly.
Be slightly tilted. And then
Okay.
play it
Gotcha.
next
Gotcha.
time.
Gotcha.
And if
Okay.
you react attack, so how we play it, I'll be interested to see how you guys play that. And the linebackers was, I think he reached, it'd be this way, goes down, it'd be this way, it'd be like
Yeah.
that.
Gotcha.
Then if it was trips, then, so what do we have here, 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 here. So this was a trade now, right? So this is this, this is this, this is this. So we trade it.
Yeah.
Like that, right?
That's how you got the, okay. You ran one of those against Northwestern, looping
Mhm.
that guy.
Mhm.
And that's where we're trying to figure out how you got that.
Would you ever trade based off of matchups? If that tight end is just a dude and you don't want to.
I guess you could. You could. Yeah. We haven't, but you could.
Man, there's not that many.
Yeah.
Yeah, very.
Mhm. All right, then, okay, I know what it is. So, you know what we didn't talk about with Favre was pass strength in the boundary. So,
Yeah.
let's talk about that. That might be the bigger piece, because then that affects the Mug Favre too. So. Okay, so we're gonna go here, 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 right, all that. Now, when this guy comes across, so you don't motion. The boundary. We didn't expand him, we kept him on the line. We said hook it. And then Rover played it to keep the
the surface of the end on the
Gotcha.
field. Now,
Gotcha.
um,
It made a 3 call.
three call. Yep. So it's a hook it and a three. Now, in the past, in Utah State, in the first year at Wisconsin, we did not do that. You know, the guys that got us to do that was the BYU guys. They'd always come down, and they always did that. And I go, yeah, I know. But you know, you go back and you look at it. If you don't do it like that, and the end just walks out, well, fuck, there's an end over there. There's a two. You know, like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? You know, I mean, that was us though. Utah State, the first year at Wisconsin. That's how we played it. And we played because it's simple. I think the simple kind of goes so far, you know.
Yeah.
And so we traded it. And then the other piece with it too is going to be, I mean, they could motion out. Fuck, they can run out there, right? You know, there's runs and all that. So the runs are affected as well, even more so, to be honest. And so that was a hook it, and that was a trade it. Or a hook it rather, and a three call. So the rover would come out. Alright, so this would be hook it, and then this was a three call. So then he comes out, he drives straight back, and then he's rerouting, and he's on a third. That's how that would look. This guy was over, we're gone, right? And then he's playing a hook flat over there. And look at like that. Now the other thing about this too is we played the hook it out and run actions. Okay, so like say it's that look right there, or say there's no motion yet, and they run speed option, we play it out the same way. Right out like that. Gotcha.
Yep.
So he stayed on the line, we overplayed it, he played pitch. Right, or say this guy came back in, like this, and they did like that. Yep, he stayed on the line, he played pitch. And he run action, you know what I mean, this way. And the rover just went with the ball, and the end stayed on the line, so the end didn't come off, the end stayed on. Because what's the other thing you'll get? You'll get, all of these are like bad things, right? What's the other thing you get? Let's say it's fly motion.
Yep.
And you get this, and this.
Yep.
So you want the rover plays this. The end, you end up playing that. So
Yep.
you want to play that. Oh, that's hooking. So.
Yeah, once that motion goes, you're going to hook it right now, and
Yep.
he ends up being the. I guess.
Yeah, so, this is fly, so the motion part of it would be since the quarterback was here, and he did this. We're getting ready for the hook, you know, whatever the indicator was.
Exactly.
We came back in the USC game. Our guy Jack Sitchie is a good player. He was a walk-on and all that. He kind of ended up being the starter at Wisconsin at the end there, you know. And it was our game, right?
Yeah.
You get the guy. Yeah. And so, Jack's a hard head, bro. He's a good kid. He's just a hard head. And so,
Yeah, he's from Minnesota. He's
Yeah.
from here.
yeah. And so,
Where's he from?
Doing
yeah, he missed that first half. So we're playing the true freshman, Chris Ola. So Chris has got probably a little bit more feel football-wise. Jack's a much better rusher, slippery. Yeah, I think Jack's a better player. And so we came in with Jack and we ran Panther. So it was like this right here. This was it. It was Panther. But this was into to the boundary, and they ran motion like this to the field.
Oh, I remember.
And he
Yeah.
was like, what the fuck? And that was like his second play or first play from
Yeah.
you know, it was like, it might have been the very first play
Through
of the half, yeah. So you gotta go, right? That's a hooker.
Yeah.
So he was, I probably should have called someone to get his feet settled, but anyways. Yeah. Now, with all that being said, okay, so that's how we would play out far, passer strength over there. Then, if it was mud far, it would turn into bear, and passing strength that way. It may look like this. Right?
That's how it looked.
Which, if we were like in Mug Bledsoe versus 2x2, it would look like that too, because the Rovers got, not necessarily twins to the boundary, but pro to the boundary, twins to the field. The Rover would have a gone on the tight end, right? So the Mac would be the only guy in the core. So I'd say if it was like, fields this way. And say we were in Mug Bledsoe. So the Rover would be here and the Mac would be here, look like that.
Yeah.
Like that. Right, it'll turn into there. But if there's anything but that look, they have two guys in, so now it's like Mug Bledsoe. If we were gonna go Mug, the first call we'd probably do would be man, because you wanted to see how they would block it. You want to see if the guards would, if they put the back in the A gap, or if they would turn it. You know what I mean? You want to see if they were gonna turn it all down and put the back on the edge, like turn project. So you go man, because that way you're hug rushing it, or if they do block down, you got an end right on the back, right? And so you look at that first, but then after that, then I would have these ones. These would be my other ones, and then I get into all the twists and stuff inside,
We messed around with this. And we're like, keep it, but we got to 8-man drop off of this and do this, and we would still get that
Right.
happening there
Right.
with all that other shit dropping
That's
out.
big. That's big.
And you're getting a guy 4 yards deep in the backfield in
Right.
a one-on-one,
Right.
and you're only rushing through.
Yeah, the Panthers do that. How often? How much have you guys done that?
We only did it in the ball game.
Messed it with the bowl game, and it was one of those things that all through the practices,
All 3 guys got to the quarterback.
all through the practices, we did it, and about damn near every time we were getting a one-on-one with the back. We're
That's
like,
awesome.
we really like this.
Yeah.
So then we did it in the bowl game, and the time that it was one of those things like, fuck, we should have done a lot more, because the one time we did it, everybody hit the quarterback.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was
And
sprint.
it was on sprint.
Yeah, the Panthers do that. And so,
So what we were going to tie in with it, like when we did it off of more like the Belichick concept, where we showed one high and did this. The only thing is we were just true zoning this here
Yeah.
and getting playing it that way. But the thing that in looking at it, I want to be able to have a way to zone it, but then to also have a way to, when you get to this part of be able to be the curl flat there, leave this as the buzz bender, and then play the gone here and let that guy play high, get your droppers
no, that's great.
and do that.
Yeah, that's great. The
And then
when in the Brady 3 with the 49ers, they played it that way. So the safety came down right weak,
Mhm.
Brady 3, or into the boundary, but they had the Mac though responsible for it. So gap wise, Mac had the gas we talked about.
Yep.
But pass wise, they flipped the responsibilities. So the Mac played the back out on the check down, which a lot of times that he was being occupied with the Rover rushing.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the Mac didn't have the back. The Mac more or less had crow flat. And you're kind of saying that's okay because we're hoping he's occupied.
Exactly.
And the safety had the bend. So the Mac
Yeah.
didn't have the bend. He didn't
Yeah.
have the weak hook. The safety did.
Yeah.
Like what you're showing
Yeah.
right there. Yeah.
That's if we got one way to zone it, one way to match it,
That's awesome. Yeah.
and then you got But just, off of that one look, we were wanting a way, hey, you got a way to play man,
Right.
way to play zone,
Right.
and then, we've been a trap cover 2 type of team,
Yeah.
and we have a one high way to do that.
Right.
And so it was something to where off of this to this type of look, where 2x2 we just play gone on both sides,
Right.
but the 3x1 we drop him out, rush, drop, do that, okay, drop, but then we would go and look man over here. He would be a dropper, he would be vertical 2, he would be vertical 3, push here and try to trap it.
Right.
We fooled TCU into one like that in that type of look in the
Right.
first game when we played them.
Right.
Is we had a one high look,
Oh yeah.
safety off an edge, and all of a sudden they wanted to throw one of the blitz beaters, and there was a corner, or the nickel was hanging out there
Right.
like a cover 2 corner, and they
Yeah.
couldn't throw that look.
Right.
So it's trying to find a way to have, okay,
Right.
a few different looks off of this to where you don't
Right.
know.
That's
And,
good.
and you sit there and you just,
Yeah.
because it's something, it's a problem. When you get those guys up there, shit happens quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you watch, like, you guys ruined Rutgers in that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're watching that, and it's like, dude, this is,
Yeah, so mug, bear, and so all of the mug and bear would be just dependent on, like, mug is always good, but you go bear too, but it's all, it's whatever the theme of that game plan is, what are you doing in belly? Is it mug or bear, and then, the far Bledsoe
Yeah.
time in.
And then, the 2 kicks and the 2 passes would all tie in too.
you run a Bledsoe bringing the safety too, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we could, a lot of it, who
Which
is
is, I mean, that's
yeah,
same.
who's the X is the biggest thing there,
Okay.
and then who's the corner,
Yep.
and after that, that'd be like question 1, 2-part question, I guess, and then question 2 would be, who's the best blitzer? If the safety's that much better, then you bring the safety. So,
Yep.
I think from the disguise standpoint, the corner is
Still the best.
schematically is the better way.
Yeah.
The safety's got ways as well. You can time it out and all that, but still, it's a huge operation.
Yeah.
I like bringing the safety when you play cover 2, when you bring the safety and then the nickel comes back and the other safety comes back. So that way, there's merit, I think, because you want to use that whole operation. I got to bring another movie reference. I apologize. All my movies references are like back when I watched movies. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So they're way old. There's like, I go Saving Private Ryan again. So like in that movie, at the end of it, like the Germans are coming right to where Private Ryan is, and who's that Tom Hanks character, the captain. So they're all hidden out. And there's a French town, and they know the Germans are coming, so they get their hideout and all that. They got the sharpshooter guy on top of the bell tower or whatever it is, but the Germans are coming and the ground is shaking. You know what I mean? There's all this and fucking the tanks and all of it. So they, there's like a dread because here it comes, and all this. And I think that is the same as that safety coming down. You know what I mean? So you want to use that against them as opposed to the safety's really fucking Russian guys, and just throw it right behind his ear because it's such a big operation. It's, you know what I mean? And so I like doing that, but then playing coverage behind it, like quarters, half. That, here, we didn't even talk about like the other way with quarters is to play. I don't know how much who does this a lot is the guy at I forget. All right, so go ahead, Bradshaw. Forgot about this. The quarterback, you start running out of quarterback games. So like say if it was this and this, and so over here, right, so all things, how is this guy? That's the kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you go over here, and then, so you could play quarter, half of this, and we haven't done it.
you know, you could do that though, right, where you're just doing this, right, and then he comes out, so he's a 9, he kind of walks out, and then so he's playing, you're on 2, he's playing on 3, playing on 2, that's your rush, that's a
The-
Bradshaw. You
The
play
match
Bradshaw.
had to carry 3 vertical.
This was still quarters.
Oh,
So
okay.
this was still gold, right? And then
Oh,
this
okay.
was still whatever. Now, to this side, the only difference was we always played red hammer or we played nail,
Okay.
right? So even if it was trips, that's what we played, right? So
Gotcha.
the corner still came. And then the end, you know, the end played here. He didn't play out here, you know what I mean? And so he would be kind of showing all this, and then the Mac was here on 3. And was there, and then these safeties played nail to those 2, and then this other safety played, I'm sorry, the nickel played nail with those 2, safety played here, other safety here. So you could do it where it was just this, you know, same thing.
Yeah.
Right, the corner was here. But all it is quarters, right? The team that does this a lot is Houston, the guy that was after Orlando, Todd Orlando came after Utah State. They
Mhm.
started running this a bunch. We ran it some, but they run it way more. This is
Okay.
like their far so there's a way to play 2 off of that. There's merit to it in this with me to bring this, and then really if you wanted to play halves over here, that's when people like to do it.
Yeah.
This whole, that's the tanks and Saving Private Ryan right there. That whole thing, right? You use that and then play something else behind it.
Yeah.
Um, But yeah, it's just another way to get a 4-man rush. And I think it's especially good if this guy can do something. Right?
Yeah.
That's that one drill we talked about. Those guys can actually, it helps if you're rushing guys that can rush, you know. All right, so then we got the 2, I go with the 2 Packers. You know, the 2, we went and visited, or I went and visited the Saints, like the second week I was there. And they would go, I think they call this area, I can't remember. They would go cloud here. And then over here, this used to be our 2 Packers. I guess the reason why I'm bringing this up. So this was man to man. And then the nickel over here, he played cloud.
Yeah.
And that was a half. And then they had, you know, a guy here and then a guy here. And they played with 10, right? So it was 10 on 10 instead of 11 on 11. And that used to be, back when I was at Texas Tech, and even the beginning there at Hawaii, or Houston and all that, that was 2 Packer, that was it. So it was actually cover 2, you know, packed in, right?
Yeah.
And we just got away from that because of the play action pass and the verticals to the trip side, you know, the seam routes and all that.
Yeah.
We got away from it a little bit. But you know, when I talk to the Saints and those guys, they run it when the slot is the main guy. If the slot is an option route guy, if he's the main, they run that to get hands on, to beat him up, you know. And that makes sense. I haven't thought of it that way. I mean, it's been since, I don't know how long since we played it like that. But I think there's merit to it, and you know, we're already doing the other stuff. And so our 2 Packer has been more or less man, right? That's always the thing about it, is that once you start trying to cover people, the danger is you always try to cover them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The more the coverages get the same and all that other thing. So to that side, that corner is locked, but the nickel and the safety play nail on 2 and 3. You know what I mean? So that's nail. And so it's really, I guess, man, quarter, half, what it
Yeah.
is, right?
Yeah.
Man on the corner, quarter right there,
Yeah.
half over there. That's
Yeah.
really what it is.
That's
what 2 Packer is for us.
we play that
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. And so the coverage inside that one circle inside the Y, that's a nail hook, right? So that'd be the same drop that we run in the 2x2.
Yeah.
We don't really do anything different. It's the same. And so when you know the guy that's on the red hammer and all that, it's the same drop. And the drop over here to the X, the cloud, we call that a vertical hook. So what that means is if that 2 were to go vertical, we don't turn and run with him, we pedal with him, but he goes as deep as that route goes. So he won't settle on the cue. He'll take the seam out. So he seams out that too. And so we, in two-packer, we'll go, so if it's trips, this is nail. And this is nail hook. And so the weakness is always going to be that. You know what I mean? Now he can aggressively get it because he's topped off. And then over here, this is a vertical hook, right? Because it's cloud. Now, if it was, say, if it was, we play cloud whenever there's just a single receiver. So say it's something like that. So if we're in two-packer here, then this would be nail, this would be cloud, right? To that pro side, right? Like that. And so then that's where that vertical hook comes in.
So, could you have one of those GA keys or a key? I'll lock myself out of the locker room. Appreciate it.
So he would pedal with that tight end. You know, we finally started playing cloud to a pro side last year. We played Iowa 2 years ago. We almost lost that game 2 years ago at their place because they got hot. That one receiver got hot and was making jump catches over our guys. And we're in two-packer, and we didn't play cloud to a pro side. If there was just two eligible receivers, we played like nail and red hammer, and it got to a point to where it's like, kind of what we're saying, you try to cover everybody.
Yeah.
The problem is all the coverage are the same, and so that we're in that, and they throw a fade up to Z, and fucking he caught it again.
Yeah.
And that was like two-packer, and like, what the fuck we're supposed to call now? You know what I mean? If that's the case. So it was after that we finally learned a lesson and we put cloud to that. So we clouded it, and the vertical hook player kind of sinking back with that tight end.
We're a lot of quarter, half to these type of things, and it'll just depend on where we put the quarter.
Right.
We may play the quarter to the tight end, play the half
Right.
to
I
the
gotcha.
twins,
I
and
gotcha.
carry number 2 with the nickel.
Right.
Or
Right.
we'll play the 4 to the twins and carry number 2 with the backer
Right.
and do that
No, that's good.
and change.
Right.
So we're always changing that
Right.
based on, it's more on who the receiver is and
Right.
where the matchup.
No, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. I can see the need for that for sure.
You play some people, we're gonna tell you, hey, you have to throw it to the field.
Right.
Then we're gonna take away the boundary, and if you sit over there,
Right.
you just say, okay, hey, do you have the arm to do it? Do you have the guy to do it? Do
Right.
you have receivers that can beat us out there to the field? And then other people,
Right.
you can't do that with. So.
Right. If it was 2x2, like double twins, maybe nail both sides.
Okay.
So we haven't played clouds to that. It's all just been nail.
You're just leaving the nickel to the field there.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So even if you had, you get to that, you have like a trips into the boundary check then when you play two-packer?
Yeah, so if it's two-packer and it's trips in the boundary, the nickel makes a stack call. The nickel makes a stack call, and he's got 3 verticals.
That's exactly what the one was against USC then. That's what you were. So then you're still playing
Yeah,
man
this
on
is-
one.
Yeah, this is nail to this side,
Yeah.
and this is cloud to that side.
That's, okay. So the nickel stacks it, and he's got 3 verticals.
And this guy drops lunch. This is like a trade call. Say stack.
Okay.
And then you're still, whoever your other guy is here.
And then in that situation there, your nail hook player would take 3 on the wheel or something like that then?
On this one right here?
Yes.
Yeah, he has 3 to flat.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's really
Two-packer's special for us, and that's what
Right.
we play a lot of that.
Right.
And
Right.
it's cover 3, only you're matching the number 3 more. You know, or in terms of, I mean, in a sense of, it looks similar, I guess.
Then, you know, we tried to make it look like single high, because this was the only thing we really had in all of it where we gave the corner to the X some relief, you know. This was the one call we had,
Yeah.
you know, outside of the 8-man drops.
Yeah.
So I remember when we first got to Wisconsin, it was like, I had never seen, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I had never seen so many white guys play in the secondary in my life. And so that was a big concern, right, at
Yeah.
the beginning. And I remember the BYU guys came over. And so to me, those were the guys to talk to, because they did a great job.
Yeah.
I've always done a great job of pressuring. They play hard, and they got more white guys than we do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, you know, I asked, because I remember like when I was at what do you call it, Kalu. It's
Yeah.
kind of the same thing. Talking about DBs, O linemen for them, DBs
Yeah.
for us. And so we're really at the, you know, with Division III, just that experience, there'd be a lot of DBs where if the receiver was kind of going this way, going vertical, we wanted the DB to line up like this, just to give us a chance. You know, hey, get the fuck out.
It's a
So,
sprint.
yeah, and that was kind of the thought. That was the main thing I was asking them. But they said no, you know, that they said that the less athlete, which is always makes it, I just shouldn't think this way. They said the less athlete, the more space you give them, the more zone you play, the harder it is, at least for them. You know, you want to take that
Yeah.
less athlete and play him closer to the guy,
Yeah.
right? Tighter space, you can play more effective. You know, and so it was like I wasn't thinking that way. I was thinking, you know.
Don't get back.
Right, yeah, get back, get more space, but there's more space for that, more grass for that guy to cover it.
Yeah.
He can't cover it, you know. So, what we try to do is show single high and packer. And show like a buzz look or a sky look and then come back.
Okay.
Right, get this guy come
Yeah.
back and play nail, get this guy come back and play cloud, right?
Okay.
And try to entice guys to throw it over there. And so,
Yeah.
that,
Leave the corner on his own in your look,
correct.
and then get back.
Correct,
Yeah.
right, yep, yep, so that's all tied in. Let's see. Yeah, so the stack alignment versus trips in the boundary. And then,
That one there I like, because that's been one that,
yeah, it plays like Tampa, really.
yeah,
Point.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Well, I mean, we get into that same thing, because see, we've taken the nickel, so much of our base rule was nickel goes passing strength, and he ends up being that nail hook dropper. But then all of a sudden you get 2x2 into the boundary, and now
Right.
motion it to 3x1, we're running the nickel across the field, and
Right,
you know, you get into a lot of things where you're running guys
right,
a lot,
Yeah.
and
right.
there's
Yeah.
you know,
I think there's-
advantages and disadvantages
Yeah.
to it, but it's also motion adjustments aren't clean at times,
Right,
because
right.
you're always going, okay, now if this is motion here,
Right.
and this is what we're doing, you
Right.
know, and we got to run the guy.
Right.
I've noticed a lot of what you do, the nickel isn't running all over the place, and I like
Yeah,
that.
this is very much, this defense would be, this is, you know, players are good players, they're smart, they're tough. There's some individual guys that are guys, right? But there's no like LeBron James, there's no, right, Kobe Bryant's, I guess, right? And so this is very much like, this is like Bernie Sanders shit, right? This is some socialists. You know what I mean? It's gonna all be paid for, we're all gonna pay for it,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
There's some taxes involved, right? It's not the capitalists where you make all the money and all the rest of us are doing all the work, you know what I mean? Or it's LeBron and you're going,
yeah.
you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So this, and I think based upon the players, like LSU with some of the players, I don't know if that's the way we're gonna do it, right?
Yeah.
Where it's
Right.
all kind of played out and everyone, you know, we get a really good outside backer and he's dropping half the time, I don't know, you know. We had good outside backers at Wisconsin, but they were good based upon some of the other guys were not very good, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So that, you looked at them in maybe a little bit different light. There's some, like one of the guys we got now, name's Aranda Key. He is lights out, man. I mean, he rushes, people just cannot block him. So, that best defense may be just fucking Arden Rush, you know, which I've never been around.
All right, guys, here we go.
I've
Do your
never
thing.
been around that before.
Go make
That's
some
my
money.
first time, to be honest. It's the first time ever being in that spot. And so, you know, I guess the defense is set up, and that, you know, another way of saying all this is that everyone gets to play basketball. I pass it to you, you pass it to him, you pass it to you, you have the shot, you take it.
Yeah.
I pass the ball to you, you pass it, you take the shot, you're open. You know what I mean? That's different than, you know, I'm the guy,
Clear
I'm
it out.
Arden Key, and then you guys clear it out, and it's one-on-one.
Yeah, 4x1 cells.
That's different. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And so, when we're doing all that, and the nickels to the field, and all this other thing, right, it's all gotta be sold, and everyone has a part, and we're playing team defense, right, because we're attacking them schematically.
Yeah.
And we're attacking them with numbers. We're morphing us to attack their weaknesses, right, as opposed to just, attacking them with ability and whatever else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so, okay, so, if we're in like Breeze, okay, so this is Breeze.
Okay.
Two-packer. All of it's gonna be the same now, so now we're this way, we're here, and we're here. And so, it's gonna be, where is that? He's here in the A. Okay, so, here, let's just do it that way, so we look like that. And so he's gonna get out, this is a cloud, right, he's gonna come back, so this is a nail here with these two, right, this guy's locked, right, so this is a track, right, this is an angle, right, this is a slant, and the rover's gonna come off the edge, and then this is that bullet, you know, all that's the same. And then the Mac over here, he has got the, he's in the 0, and he has the A to the ball, right? And then over here, he's playing a vertical hook on 2, and then this guy right here is playing a nail hook. Now, he does that from a 9, and so he's gonna squeeze. That was always a big thing. You don't cheat him inside, even though it's a nail hook, we beat him up. So if he gets an inside release, he's beating that up, and he's gonna convert to inside leverage, so we play it from out to in. Now, a lot of times, we'll get that release, so that helps us. But if you were to release inside, I'm beating it up and squeezing on it, and, you know, the other thing about that is that back block, that rover, and we will get help vision from that back leg.
Yep.
Right? And so, at times, that nail hook will look like a strong hook for him, right, based upon the release of 3, but
Yeah.
as long as he's physical and hands on the tight end, it's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Breeze. And so, what you like about Breeze is, that's real simple, it's not a big thing, but that's the protection you get, right there, is that, you get the end on a track, and the roller one-on-one. And so, if you got 2x2, it played out, and so, let's see, well, here, the tight end's attached, tight end's not attached now, so now it looks like that. Alright, so this was a river call, and now this is a lake call. Alright, so now we look like this. Alright, now, he's on 3, he's on 2, he's on 2. He's out looks, and it's nailed both sides. And the Mac pushes out. That'd be Breeze. What we've done at times, if it's true, I should probably show it that way, because again, we're all showing 3D, we show it like that. Come out.
Okay. Yeah.
So then the thing you could do too with Breeze is, and if it's empty, it plays, right, is you've gone, you can load it, you can load the breeze, right? So like if you had something like this, and you had this in, right, you could go like that, in the rover. That'd be low breeze, lower than the boundary.
You run that one on, I mean, not that one out the load, but you run breeze some.
Yeah, 2 years ago was a really good call. You know, Derek Landish, who's a rover, was a really good player, and so we rushed Derek quite a bit. This last year, we didn't run him as much. Our rover wasn't. We should have run him more with Jack towards the end because Jack was a good rusher, but in the middle part of the year, we just didn't have a guy that could win that one-on-one consistently with the freshman linebacker we had. But, yeah, there's a lot of merit to Breeze, especially in the 3x1. So Breeze would be similar in my mind to like what Brady was. Right, you get the one-on-one on the back, and then you're taking away that X. And so the 3x1, you like it. If it was bunch, we played out the bunch. So we played in two-packer. So I don't know if that's really the best. That's what we did though. It was the simplest thing. So the nickel and the safety still played their nail in the corner. He was still locked, but you still had these guys inside. So we played it. What we used to do with that was play. What's hard is that we don't have anything. We don't play split. We don't have anything where the MAC plays three and I run with three vertical. He's by himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's the reason for why we do it like that. So like if we had stuff like if we were a quarter half team and the MAC was used to running with three, knowing that hey I gotta see this and now I gotta take three vertical.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be a big deal because it'd be just part of what you are. But none of the linebackers carry three vertical. Like I know who was the guy? Andy Boo, who's a friend of mine. We kind of came up together, I guess, out in California. And he was at Cal for a little bit, and now he's at Kentucky. And he was off for a year after Cal, and he went and visited Florida. And Florida at the time, and that was the guy that was at Michigan just recently.
Dirk.
Yeah, and all their stuff is like linebackers carry three vertical. And Andy had never been around that. I never really have either, but I know people do it quite a bit. And Andy was going, it's like nothing for them. I mean, it's like these receivers, right, are fucking going, and the Macs are just taking them and running with them, and they don't even think about it. And I'm talking to him, Dave, and it's go, oh yeah, the Macs got it. And Andy will walk out and go, what the fuck? You know, because it's just, it's just so different, right?
Yeah.
Or at least for him, it kind of is for me too, to be honest. But I don't know, maybe, I think what that is, some of it, because I'd like to have like someone study that, because I think that is different for linebacker guys, to be honest, right?
Mhm.
For linebacker coaches,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
different. For DB coaches, oh yeah, Mac would take them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we got double the X, you see what I'm saying? Right? That's how it is, to be
Yeah.
honest, that's how it is,
Yep.
right? And you look at the front guys, and who knows what's happening, right? If it's a front
Yeah.
guy, who knows?
You guys doing?
Yeah, that's right. And so it's all, but I guess we've never had it where the guys run with three, so that's why we play it that way, right?
Yeah.
If we had it, because here's the thing, we didn't used to do, we did this last year, and I liked it because it was easy and we just played it out. And you see it on tape how it matched up, but the year before, a couple years before, we played it in two, so it was Packer, and then that came to we just played two and Cloud. But the problem with Cloud would always be inevitably there'd be one route where it was a bender, 3 went vertical, and the Mac just never played it. You know what I mean? Because he's not used to playing it.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not used to playing that guy. Now all of a sudden it's bunch, and now it's Cloud, and we go, okay, Mac's going, yeah, got it, and fucking 3. You know what I mean? And so it's just like we stopped doing it. You know what I mean? Because it just changed. It was the secondary kind of played in a similar vein, right? But for the inside guy, it changed his world completely.
Yeah.
And I never did a good enough job of making that connection.
Mhm.
And so this was the way of saying,
this was the compromise. You just play it out.
Yeah.
So these guys continue to play the nail. So there's times where, like, this guy would come in and he would fall, but then you'd have your hole players, or you'd have your zone, and he'd fall off, which we'll see on.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's how we played the bunch. The bunch play, and
Okay.
the reason was for the vertical part of it, because that's the thing. You could play quarters to it too, right? You could go box,
Mhm.
but it'd be the same thing. Like Northwestern will go this and run verticals out of that. And so it's the same.
Yeah.
He's taking 3 vertical. The guy that never takes them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is Breeze. Then, if it was Merino, so if we're in Merino this way, Merino, we would always, Merino and Montana. The M words. We always put the Merino was middle from the boundary, Montana was middle from the field. So Merino, we always put the river lake to the fields, or Merino, we always put it to the boundary, Montana, we always put the river lake to the field. We always wanted that 3 technique, so it looked like that. And then we would have this and this, right? So anytime it was 3x1, we look like that. Anytime it was 2x2, we look like that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it's a buzz. You know, then if it was 2x2, you want it to look like this. Because there's your nickel, you want it to look like that. You know what I mean? That was a thought with Packer. And so we look like that there, and then he's coming out. And it's this. And it's a nail here, and he's locked. And then so the rower over here, he's going to hit this A gap. This is a lake. Okay, and then we tried to rub or pick the guard, and the tackle over here, he's playing. These guys are basically playing this the read it that we talked about before with quarters, right? And so he's going to hit that B. He's going to hit that B gap, and he's going to work to the tackle. The tackle's fanning, right? He's going to get to the back and ricochet up to contain. The tackle's blocking down. He's going to push and get vertical in the B. Right, this end's reading the tackle. Tackle fans. He's up the field. He comes around. The tackle blocks down. He's off the gas and a contained rusher. So these guys are playing what we call a reader. That's right. This G over here is going to push up in the G, and then he's going to work to entertain, right, and entertain the guard, and then work in the B gap, ear hole, face mask, and contain. Right, the back's going to push out. His vertical hook on 2. The end is going to work his nail hook on 3 or 2, depending on how you count that. When you count that guy out, that'd be Merino. And so, if it was a run, it's A, B, C. A, B, C. You're just coming off the edge, right? Or if they block down, like say they turn the protection, the ends 1-on-1 on the back, which you have to rep that to get that effect. You have to rep it because he'll be 1-on-1 on the back, but he'll kind of be like this if you don't rep it a ton. So he blocks down and you want him going right at him. You know what I mean? So he's reading that on the run. I'm going.
And the 3 is gonna.
Yeah, to read it.
Reading.
Yeah, so he's going. He's a gap charge, and so he's reading off the tackles. The tackles tickler pad.
He's
So,
reading off the tackle. Okay.
So if that tackle blocks out, then he's working to get to the back of the tackle and ricochet to contain. If the tackle blocks down, then he's ripping and running vertical on the B gap. So he's in the gap. And then the rover, we taught it to where he would work to do the same thing the tackle's doing on the guard. Now we didn't always get that. I think when we watched the film, there'd be times you see that, and it was inconsistent. There's times we didn't.
But then you're running this out of mug, and you're
Mhm.
running it out of yeah. Okay.
So if we just call it just base, it was always into the boundary, rover. Now we traded it if it was 2x2.
So if it was 2x2, the Mac rushed and the rover dropped onto it.
Okay.
So if it was 2x2 over here, the rover would drop and the Mac would rush.
That same A gap though.
Okay. Yeah. And then, obviously now we got it marked here, or here, reading it, like that, and then we got it out there. Let's see, over here, over here. Like that. But the coaching points are still the same. Who is that rover? And it's the zero. But really, who's the center too? That's part of it. Can we dictate them in protections? Can we get them to be a certain way? That's part of it. The other part with Bear is like, who's the center? You know what I mean? If a lot of times there's times where that center is not a really good piece, and you get your best guy now. And so partly, like, say your best guy is this guy. That's your best guy. So then it's like this. And then you're putting him one-on-one on that guy and winning.
Yeah.
And so now you start changing the pieces, which is, this is Marino for this week or whatever it is. And so we used to, and I think that's the best way to do it, to be honest, because like the stems, we stem quite a bit. And so we could have language of, hey, we're going to stem. What you don't want to do, and I think we made the mistake of trying to do it, is like create a philosophy or fucking create a language. Because after a while, it gets to be like really? Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So like say the language could be, hey, I'm going to stem from a 4-man front to an odd front. I'm going to stem from an odd to a 4-man front. I'm going to stem from these shades to these shades. So you got, you could say like tight move buzzard, tight move falcon, tight move eagle, tight move hawk, and run all your stuff. And then eagle, move tight, buzzard, you can do all that. And then, I mean, it just gets to be, you're like a West Coast offense now with your calls. And so, but we've done that, to be honest, shameful to say, we've done that. Now, the best way, I think, is just to say, is to have a call that just says move, and the D-line coaches with his guys and say, hey, this week the move is this.
Yeah.
And that's what you're doing. You know what I mean? And they know it, and you're dealing with humans, you know what I mean, and not robots and shit. And just say, hey, that's what we're doing. And then it's quicker for everyone else. They get the move, they don't need to know. Because the other thought would be, well, hey, let's have different words. We could say, I don't know, cheeseburger means move from this to this. Hamburger means move from this to this. Chicken sandwich means this. Ham sandwich means this. But at the same time, that's still a lot. You know what I mean? And it's just,
We've tried to do
yeah,
that.
and I think,
Jump shift.
and I think
stem.
I think it's just, hey, this week, this is how we move. And you do it that way. In the beginning, I would not have thought that. I would have thought we'd like to be like professional, you know what I mean? And have it, a system and do all that. But I just say this to you after having done the other way.
Yeah.
That they'll just getting, hey, we're gonna move like this week. We're gonna move in camp, this is our move. It is immediately faster and better and quicker than having a term. So it's a trigger of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's the same with this. Like, we could call that something. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But it's better just to say, hey, you switch this week, right? And whatever this is, Marino, you switch.
Yeah.
And then you rep that, and so that's Marino for this week. Now what you have to say is next week, okay, what is Marino like? Okay, Marino's back to the old one. You kind of talk like that. But this would be better than saying, hey, this is like, I don't know, this is Pepsi Marino, right? We're going to run Coke Marino. I mean, it's like whatever. It's just you building all this. So you want to be, what is the way to have your cake and eat it too, I guess is the thing, right? Yeah. And it's been more of just like, hey, you with me, you got it, we're good, that way.
as opposed to naming a bunch of stuff and then going, because once you name it, then you're more a labeler than a coach, I think. That's just opinion, I guess. Alright,
No, but
so-
you're right, because then you gotta come up with,
Yeah, it never- it
8,000
never-
signals,
it
and
never
you gotta come up
stops.
with 8,000.
Yeah, it never
words.
stops. Yeah. So, but I think, you know, I think some people like that though. I think some people, they enjoy that. And so other people do not. And I think that probably has more to do with it. So, okay, so, yeah, so mug and bear.
And then
Well, so I
Montana
think
would
that's
be the same thing, just from the field?
Yeah, but we're playing 2 kick now.
Okay,
So let's go Rogers, I guess.
okay.
Rogers was so, Rogers kind of replaced Breeze 2 years ago. We ran every game. That was a major call. And we still ran Breeze this year, and I like it. We ran more Rogers really than any other call. And so Rogers was to the running back. So Rogers was, what was Rogers? What was the
The
discount
big
level?
check.
Yeah, yeah, that was Rogers. And so, Rogers had a couple different, let me see if I can remember. So this is gonna look like Breeze. It is Breeze. Like that. This is gonna look like Brady or something. Right, so we had those. And then we also did an odd, let's see, something like that. And, let's see. That one. Those are all, so whenever we did Rogers, it was to the back, but we gave them 2 patterns. So they chose them. They would call the pattern out. You know,
Mhm.
so they had the options. So they could spear it like this, or they could, you know, this in some of the defenses call something else, but this would be a spear. Right? We called this a bomb. Beat the tackle going through the B gap, so they bomb it, they spear it. Right? We call this scrape, right? And then we call this track. So those terms they just used. So they didn't really mean anything to the nose and the end that was dropping, but it was, you know, those 3 that they would communicate.
So
Right? And
bomb, the top one up there
that
is,
was a track.
That's
Yeah. And this was a scrape. This was a bomb. That was a spear. So that's all going to show up. And we ran this in Nebraska. And we ran Rogers every game, I think. Like versus Minnesota, we ran smash. These guys are such a big slide team. So, you know, we want to show people here, it was just NCAA.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot. And so that was smash, right, spear, bomb, so all that. But that was all within Rogers, and so we never went with more than 2, but they had 2,
So you would just call Rogers
2 Packer.
2 Packer, and then they pick the pattern.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
they would, on the field,
The outside backer would, yeah.
he would call it.
And then it would be similar to what we talked about. If that back flipped, we just played it. We didn't try to change it. Because the big thing is we're field defense again. I think when you blitz a back, and again this is a 4-man rush, but when you blitz a back, it's much easier when you're the man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's some moving parts when you're in zone. And then there's way moving parts if you're in zone and you blitz it back and the back trades or flips and then you flip. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, there's some people changing responsibilities. So the man, you know, like the Ryan one hole, the spike, all that, that's when we're kind of tied
Yeah.
into that. But then if he flips, we wouldn't change it. Okay, so let's talk about, you know, Rogers and how we line up. It's been a while. We're nowhere near Rogers right now at LSU, so let me see. And I'll do this one over here. Okay, so let's do bomb, I guess. So we're gonna go bomb in this. So Rogers, if we're in odd, we're gonna load the front. So all we'd say is Rogers right. Rogers right. And then we're gonna go bomb. Right, so we're gonna look like this. And then we want all of these people over here like this, right? So that's what it would look like. And then over here, we're gonna go Rogers left, bomb, right? And so it's gonna look like that this way. And then so let's say this, right? This. Am I missing anyone? I don't miss anybody there. Okay, so, alright, the guys that are rushing are these guys,
Yeah, you get your other end.
and then the rover.
And
Oh, yeah, the other end, so in, tackle. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's it. And then we got the man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so those are the guys that are rushing, right? And then, so here, let's do it. Let's do it like that, like that. And so we're gonna get this, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get this. And so over rushes in the bomb. Right? So it's this, over rushes in the bomb. Okay, and then your nickel over here is still on 2, the Mac pushes on 3, you come out 2, 3, 2, looks like that. And then, you know, kind of like we talked about, I mean, this is still the same, so he's on 2, right? The Mac pushes out this way, right? We're on 3 like that. So that's it, right? Yep. That's it.
Yep.
And so we bomb, right, that would be a bomb. And then we get a line that way. If the back were to flip, we just play it. If we wanted to scrape it, we could scrape it, whatever we want to do. We could play it out. But that would be, that's how we, and then, you know, you could get to the 4-man front if you wanted and run whatever you wanted to do there. And so, like say if you wanted this, and this, right? And then, say you wanted, you know, this pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could do that. Or you wanted the scrape or the spear pattern, you could do that. Have this guy on track, you know? So, yeah, man, I liked Rogers. We ran it, the first time we ran it versus Auburn bowl game, it was one of the better things we did. Because they were all expecting man in a lot of those instances. We were able to attack them and then still get zone. And so, in a way, right, that's an overload, us 4 from the side.
Yeah.
These particular ones, you know. So you're buying guys. And you're winning those, trying to win those one-on-ones. But yet, it would just all play out as 2 Packer, right? So, you know, if it was Trey over there, it's just Packer, right? But all this would still be fitted up. And so, once you went Rogers right or Rogers left, right, the front would load to that side if it was odd. You know what I mean? If
if you went Rogers right or Rogers left and you were doing it out of an even front, right, then that meant you were river or lake, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So all that was tied in, so we didn't, so like, this is a big part of what we just talked about. So if we did like Rogers this week, and we're gonna do it out of odd, right? The odd load then was built-in load, right? So the kids knew. So Rogers right mean load right. You know what I mean? You said Rogers left, that meant load left, so they could get lined up, right? If we were doing out of an even look, Rogers right meant river. You know what I mean? Rogers left meant lake, because we're doing it to the back, right? And at that point, even if there's a tight end over here, but the back was over here, it didn't matter. So there's a 3 and a G over there because it was 3rd and 9. We're blitzing the back.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's Rogers. And then you just had, I mean, if it was empty, we went to the 2 receiver side. Most of all of our stuff was 2 receiver side, aligned empty. You know, the shove calls, right? The Ryan right, Ryan left. It's one hole, so we would play. That went to the 2 receiver side. So we go Rogers left to the 2 receiver side. That's where we would set it and run it. Yeah. Then we just play Packer and nail right to the other
Yeah.
side. Let's see. We got 2 kick. Okay, so 2 kicks gonna be like a 3 roll. Okay, so let's see about this. So this corner over here, we really put him in like a swarm. Is what we call it. So that's another way, I guess, of saying trap. And then this safety here was a 3rd. And then this safety here was kind of really close. Right? This corner here was loose man. Right? And then we have a curl flat drop here. And he had all the same things, angle, all that. But then the difference is for this guy over here, right? He was a vertical hook drop onto. Because once you do this, you worry about the seam. We didn't turn and run with him, we just pedaled him.
Okay.
And so he would pedal out, but as a vertical hook was the same thing. If he went vertical, he went as far as this guy did, or his 2. If he had a new 2, he'd come off, but he would take that seam as long as 2 was vertical. So he
Put us
played that.
back to the scene.
Correct.
Yeah.
So he played the hook as far as it went vertical, right? And then we have over here we had this. The difference was this guy over here was a middle hook, is what we termed it. All right. So you know, if it was 3D, this would be a strong hook right outside of 3, and then this was curl flat, and that was man, right?
Yep.
So we're getting something there, which this was really good because it changed the picture pretty much from the normal 3D we played. But then you know there's all this area in here, this grass, bro, here and here, you know, and you're doing that to get something out of there, you know. And so this vertical hook you needed because of the seam issue, and then here, you know, this kid could not play like a weak hook. Weak hook was straight back on the hash and all that because you know this dude's playing more this way as opposed to playing that way. The nickel was, and so he couldn't afford to do this because he's already doing that, right? So we played this guy played him both, to be honest, middle hook. So he would push to 3, right? Because if 3 sat down, right, that the nickel here was in the middle, C on the Q, right, or vision in 2 rather. If 2 was vertical, he had to hold it. That was the problem, right? So the middle hook had to push to that, and so we still said, you know, it wasn't the weak hook. It was more of a middle hook. I got to get to that middle of the formation and play that 3, and so he would squeeze the stick. You'd get some help by the nickel on that if 2 sat down. But if 2 was pushing up, I'd have to squeeze it. And so I'd have to fight that. Now I'd have help over the top, but I'd have to fight it. And then he'd have to be able to read that. And the hardest part was going this way and being able to read the bend.
You roll him on
We
it.
had to, there's no one else to play the bend. Right, so that was the hardest part with this coverage. All of this, we had plays off of this, we had picks. and trap. I mean, we trap people here. And the vertical hook helped us, and we never got hurt in the seam. The hardest to me was this guy pushing to this, and then on that bender being able to play the bend, right? Whereas it's different if we do it this way, and it kind of comes to you. We couldn't do that because of all of this grass and everything here. So we have crow flat, middle hook, vertical hook, and then we have square. And then this safety over here, was played out the same as all of our 3D. So he was lean post. And if you got 3 vertical, 3 pushing vertical here, he play. If you got the bend, you give that to the middle hook. Because of all the area here with 2, and we weren't running with this guy. We was dropping back and getting depth. The squirm was cluing inside, and so he could be aggressive on any 2 out cut. He would make plays on 3 on an out, if it was laid down, and then he had to buy 1 coming in. If 1 came out, he had to buy it. So once we started running this, so this is kick. Once we started running kick, we didn't get 3 on the 7 cuts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That those went away.
Because there's a chance that it's muddy.
So this was a new coverage for us last year. It was one of the better things we did, and I think it gave the field corner some relief. And so field boundary, we looked at field corner relief and boundary corner relief. You know? And then it came up like at USC with they had a guy. What was it? What was the receiver's name?
Juju.
I forget his name.
Juju
Schuster.
Yeah. And so, where is Juju?
Yeah.
If Juju was to the field, we called 2 kick. If Juju was to the boundary, we called 2 packer. And we took whatever the front was with it. Montana, 2 kick. Marino, 2 packer. All of that was cool. That was fine. It was more of the coverage. Where was it? Right. And so that's different than saying, when we could have put it on the kids and say, hey, this is a check with me. Right. But I just, it's 3rd down or it's passing situations.
You waited to see where he
I
lined up.
waited to see where he was, and I called it. And then I had the guy upstairs. He was alert for it too. So you go, okay, Juju's to the field, Montana 2 kick. Right. Juju's to the boundary, okay, Breeze 2 packer. We'll just do like that. Okay. And then the front was just, we would play Montana was the main one. And Montana was what we just talked about in Marino. There's really not any difference. It's just going the other way now. So we would always go River Lake to the field in Montana. So even if they had it in the boundary, River Lake to the field. So Montana was a passing goal, pass defense, right? And so the Mac here did not hit it, right? We'll work this way, okay, and then this end will work, read the tackle, contain, right? That was your crow flat, and then your rover here was your middle hook, look like that. And then, so I'm ricocheting off the guard, I'm ricocheting off the tackle, I'm reading the tackle at the end. And then you had really, like all the other stuff.
Do it.
Wrong.
Yeah.
And go there. But yeah, all this played, so if it was empty, it played. So it'd be a 3 call on the boundary. If it was empty. If it was bunch, we played, we kicked it. Which for a lot of people, that was, we almost tried to be, almost have kick as a adjustment to bunch, cause it worked out so good a lot of times, but, we just play
Now, if
just
you're
a bunch.
2x2, you're back to 4.
Yeah, yeah, back to the two, which is really four. So the two, which is really four, we only use the term two because if it was like a pro look, it'd be cloud. So if any form of pro,
Any form of
it was
rock.
cloud,
Okay,
like tight end
gotcha.
Z was
Gotcha.
cloud. If it was twins, it was nail.
Okay.
Yeah, so if it was double twins, nail, nail. If it was pro twins, cloud, nail. And a lot of times in 11, that would include like the sling looks, you know. A lot of, so this is cloud. That was nail. Yeah. Nail. Yeah. Whether that could be flipped, right? That could be the field and the other thing could be the boundary. Cloud to one extended receiver, nail to two or more, to two, I guess. So, yeah, that was it. And the only other one we ran out of two kick was we ran Namath, and in that one we bring the nickel. And we push the back out. That one's there's some space you gotta cover in that one, but it wasn't a main call. But I do think there's merit on it. I do think there's merit to do it, because I wasn't a big fan of this, and just looking at it, name it, kick. You know, the guy that got me to run it was well, all of them, the BYU guys and the Stanford guys. 'Cause this is a staple for them. Like, this is BYU's #1 call, this one right here. And then at Stanford, it's a main call. And it's just, I couldn't get out of it. Like, what the, man, you're bringing the nickel and the max gotta get all the way out to 2, right? And the Rovers gotta get all the way out to 3. And I just had a hard time with that. And so, you know, they were insistent that it's really good and David needed to run it. So it was one of those deals that was drawn up and it was kind of in the book, but we weren't running it. It wasn't installed yet. But then we started running it in camp, kind of got to the deal to where in camp there was a place for it. And that thing was hitting. So it was effective, and the reason was because the nickel was coming from, he was not topped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so they was scanning for him. So he got one-on-ones all the time, or the bag didn't account for him. Right? You go far and he's topped off, he's sitting there for him. And so the tackles, right, they're working to the end, they're not pushing out because there's no one over the top of the nickel.
Yeah.
So the very fact that the coverage is difficult makes the blitz better, and so you kind of have to. I think there's a time and place for it, you know. But yeah, the nickel.
You're showing with the safety then.
Yeah, it'd be this, and he'd be this, and so then he would push here, he'd push 3, and then that was your go fly, and then it'd be this.
Yep.
So that'd be me. And so I think we had more free runners with Namath than about any of the other ones. You know, the other ones we had the twists and the reads and all that. But that one, the nickel came clean a lot. So that'd be Namath 2 kick. And that was a play. So we play that out. Let me say, we trade 3 receivers. So if it was traded, if it was 3 stand-ups, we would trade it in the back would rush. Yeah, those are them, I guess, right? That's it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's not a lot, man. There's not a lot of, now the only other thing, there's not there's simple patterns, you know. I think it's the mix and it's how fast the guys run, you know. Now the fall and clubber, so if we're in fall, so like say, let's say it's something like that. So we could go load, we could go, let me see, I'm probably gonna screw this up, so I apologize for this. It's been a while since I've been doing it. So like say here. Okay, so if we're in fall, it would be this, right? And then, you know, this is a gone, right? And this is a strong hook, right? This is low bull. This is a weak hook. And this is go flat. Right? It would look like that. That's our 3D. That'd be fall. So we could do it out
Oh,
of,
3-man rush.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, we could do it out of what do you call it? What is this, mug? Do we have a mug?
Mm-hmm.
And we could do it out of load. So, you know, and then we just look like this, all in here. I think we did this versus Minnesota, we did both. And so, I think we did, and then we did this here.
I think you're right. I think I remember seeing that.
Okay, and then if it was, so the clubber was just kick. So you could go, and then you go clubber. So we had we filmed the signals, which is always, I remember at Texas Tech we played, he's at Oregon State now, he was at Baylor, he was the head coach, what's the guy's name? Baldwin, Dave Baldwin, and at Texas Tech, and they filmed their signals, and somehow someone left Baylor, came to Texas Tech, and then we got the signals. Now, I was the GA, so that was like the worst thing ever to happen. Because DC didn't want to make a call until he knew what they signaled. And so I was so incredibly stressed out that game. Because he was just waiting on me to signal. It's just so, it was so black and white that with that guy, so it was, oh my God. It was bad, you know. But we filmed the signals too. And, you know, club, we played club in bass, and that was just drop 8 kick.
Okay.
And then clubber was in queso, right? Drop 8 kick. But I'm just saying this because every time it goes, I come in my head of our guy with a D-line guy with Wisconsin. We're filming him. He's right in the corner of a room, and he was filming so the guys could have it. But he did club was this, and clubber was this. It's oh my God. He's a good dude. But yeah, I'll always remember that. So this clubber, and so we go clubber, and so then this is a kick, right? Or this is your squirm, and then this is your vertical hook, rather, right? And then you were really close to this, which was a positive, right? So this was your low hook, right? And then you had this guy as your middle hook, and then right, who else am I missing? Vertical hook, low hook. Oh no,
Your
I
safety
got you,
still
I
gotta
got you.
go.
Yeah, the safety's high. And so then we pushed out this way with the low hook, right? And this was your middle hook, and you had your crow flat.
Yeah.
And so it was good. I mean, you weren't as concerned with all of this, right? So clubber was
Yeah.
a good coverage. You weren't concerned with this middle area. Now, it's a 3-man rush. You know, that's the flip of it.
Yeah.
Is that we had. And so you could send in, you could do it both out of load and out of mug.
If you had that to 2x2.
Yeah, we play it. Yeah, we still play it.
Still play the
To the field, yeah.
kick,
And
and then
over
you
here-
gone the boundary
Yeah, it could be a gone, or it could be a,
or 3 call.
free call. Yeah, just play it. Yeah. And then the final one that we had was 3 Cleo. And all of these were the same. It could be out of low, it could be out of mod. Majority of the time they were. And so then, if we're in 3 Cleo, we did, what is that, this? This was a squirm.
Okay.
This was a squirm. Right, and then, you know, he was pushed out on 2, he was pushed out on 3, he was on 2, it looked like that. I mean, we would move these guys, we wouldn't necessarily do it out of this, you do it out of like a load, maybe off the ball. But that would be the picture, thirds. It's 3 Cleo. So I think this is the one we ran versus you guys. We ran load, 3 Cleo. I think that's what it was. So we were in here so these guys could move off the ball to get to where they need to be. But those would be the max drops we had. I'm interested in what you guys do blitz in the back to the, because that's what, like I say, the Panthers do a fair amount of that. They had a lot of success with it. And so, as opposed to, you know, given, we had success with the load, because they would forget about this guy and he'd come, right? They wouldn't be able to find out, especially with all the population here initially and getting out. So we were able to get some with this guy. The other thing you do is run twist if you want it, and you had to balance it out. There's some rush lanes and all that in there, pass rush lanes. But I think there's a lot of merit to bringing those guys and getting that one-on-one. The Panthers have made a living off of that. They call that Portland. They play 2 deep with it. So.
You can take a pee break real quick, and I'll pull some of those up, and
That'd be great.
then we can pull up the other video and
That'd be great.
run through that.
Good.
Oh, trips.
Hmm?
No trips.
Like I said, we just felt like if we could crowd this here and play to the Twins side, we felt like we had enough to. When we going into it, we thought, okay, we could hold in well enough on some of it, but
Both of these, like Romo was one of the top calls for our offense. And we played, you know, all the things, and all that. But it was, trying to remember. What was that? And then wherever the tight end was, the rover had him, and we were like that. And then, you know, we wanted to try to show single high, so we did that.
Yep.
We played 2-man. And so, no, you know what, it was the other way. Like that. Yeah, it was away, right? And so, he had, and so the thing is, you're gonna get this, but we twisted it. So it was that, and just that,
Yeah.
right? And it was here. So if he blocked, then he would hug rush.
Yeah.
That was Aikman, so he's gonna have 4 rushers. He had the back, right? And then we just played 2-man behind it. We played that versus USC.
you set the
Away
3
from the
away
back.
from the back.
That was Aikman. And then Romo was, I mean, I like Romo. So it was low again. Like that. And so this guy was a hole player. And then we would hug rush him. So it's really, is it a 3-man rush? I guess it was, but we
Yeah.
would hug rush this guy to the back. And so you
Which to
occupy-
him, it looks like you're
Right.
bringing
You'd
a
occupy,
pressure that way.
You have your hole player.
Yeah, that's the shit that. Because what happens is for us, the number of times over the last 2 years that we've been in man under and had people covered and had a quarterback scramble for an 8-yard gain
And
for a
this was
first
if they
down.
would slide it.
Fuck.
If they were to go big on big, which our offense would go big on big here, and then like I say, it'd just be the other way. So then it's this, and this, here, whole player there. But that was Romo, that was it. So Romo was to the back, Aikman was away.
Okay.
But those were the two ways we played Minnesota, like two man.
This here's, I'm gonna try to get, see, like, here, off the 3x1 bunch, we sort of had a good idea, we didn't turn it. Can you get it all in the
Yeah,
camera?
yeah, so at least you can kind of see what.
Yeah. No, that.
These are just like white guys running twists and stuff. That's all I see. Okay, right here.
A lot of pale
Right.
legs.
So this game right here, we won the WAC with this play. So this was the score. Now at halftime, so this was La Tech. La Tech was the #1 offense in the country at this time. Right? They were averaging over 50, like 56 points a game or something like that. Okay, so we held them below their average, right? So like at halftime, right? I forget the exact score, but it was like 6 points, maybe 6 points.
Mm-hmm.
We were up like 21-6 at halftime. This is overtime, right? We were up 21-6, right? And this is La Tech, and so just the tempo over there was just going so fast, you know. And God, man, guys were just getting worn out. You know, I look at them and just get worn out.
Yep.
And so, I mean, it was kind of a helpless feeling. Right? You just kept on playing and all that. I've never been a part of something like that. But this was, so anyways, we're getting down to it now. So we went up and scored. So now their ball, right? We were up first, which you don't want to be the other way, but this we knew what we had to do. So it was 4th and 3. Okay, now with this though too, this is Sonny Dykes and all those guys. And so through that game, we picked up that when the signal guy, when they did this was look over, and they pulled on his ear. So that was look over. And so the thought there was, all right, we're going to call a call because they're reading the box. We're going to call a call to give them something. And then I know that, you know, I was going to call that anticipating whatever the box was, and then we're going to make our final call. Right, so I was going to give you a dummy call. They would get that, but then look over meant all offense would look over, and we were taught to look over, and then we gave them another call.
Do you have a call to tag it, or is that just any time?
That's anytime. Anytime they look over, we look
Anytime.
over. Now we would say look. That means we'd all look over.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we'd have hurry, which means they're huddling the line quick, which means tight 4, and then we have look, which means they're looking, so we look. Now that's got to be not just the quarterback. If the quarterback does it, then we don't do it because the center still has his hands pulled up. That's the whole, all 11 guys looking over, and then we would look. Right? And so, in this deal, then, so this was he grabbed his ear. So this is 4th and 3 and all that, right? And so it was a big deal, I guess, right? So we went tight 4 right here, so we get lined up and tight. I tried to, and it's a look, right? And so they go over. So we knew that, and so then we went peso man off of that. So we went quarters to man. But you look at and so it's just the advantage of playing field boundary and all that and getting lined up because we can get to it. Now watch the center. See the guard, he's looking back. So he never sees when it's tight. He never sees that there's a guy that comes right to him because we stem to it late. And then we kick his ass, and then that's it. I won. And Utah State WAC champs. That was it. And so we wanted to show a light box, knowing they'd run it to clip back into peso man, right? And then be able to play, a 4-2 box.
Yeah, he hit in the back.
Yeah, he
was
was up.
looking in the back the
Yeah.
whole time. I had no
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
It was covered.
Yeah, and this was the other one. Okay, so this was the mouse we talked about. Okay, so like the thing was when we do the mouse and empty, we wanted to, if there were true scat, just pointing where the 5th guy was, we wanted to put them away from where the shallows were coming from. So where did the shallows come from? They come from the twins, and we put them to the field for the trips. They come from the trips, we put them to the boundary to the twins because it didn't really matter wherever we put them, whether all the line's going to slide. We just have the front tied, the stunt tied opposite that. You know? But we wanted for the coverage, we wanted the whole player to be coming at an angle to intercept or cut the crosser. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So the crossers came from the twins, so we would mouse over here to the side. So we just go mouse left. And so notice when he's walking over here,
right? They see it and they all point it out, right? So right away when they're pointing it out, these guys are going, hey, you know, they're pointing. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, fuck yeah, just run it, bro, right? And so they're all gonna slide this way, and there's the twist,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And then this is the guy dropping back in the hole, and it's just man free.
That's good, because then you dictate the.
Mhm.
I like that.
Yeah,
I
so
like
they're
that.
over here, they're pointing, there's the guy, right, he's trying to sell it, right, so that, you know, because the thing is, if we don't do that, we just put him here, and he's gonna set straight back,
Mhm.
and then whatever twist we do,
They just eat up the twist.
Mhm.
Yeah.
they'll push hard, and give us out, you know. And I think the rest of this is just all, those are the main parts. I think the other thing with the four eyes is these guys just pushing vertical. So this was this past year. So the four eyes played like threes. So you go hips, hands, firing out. Right, hips, hands, firing out. And so we wanted to go, like, we get these down blocks, we wanted to go from a primary gap to a secondary gap, like you see it right there, once that ball will cross. Right, primary gap, B gap, and the ball will cross and go secondary gap. So we wanted to go, you know, lock out, peak, and shed. Right, lock them out, peak, ball cross, we cross. We go primary gap, secondary gap. That's the thought. Let's see what else is on here. It's the same thing. These are all the counters and stuff. So right here, so the four eyes firing out, we call that attack, react. Right here, go from primary gap, secondary gap.
And is this out of load?
No, this is just quarters.
It's just.
Yeah, or, what is this? Is
This
this
is
quarters
your
or
base
is this
people,
man?
right?
Yeah, this is base. This is, we're playing man. This is man. This is under one. So so these two are slanting this way, sliding here and sliding here. We play this four eye, we play this four eye vertical. So we slide vertical, like that. Get knocked back on that. And then this safety is working off the fullback. And then, or this safety is working off of this guy. 7 is working off of that guy. These two guys are working off the tailback. Now, the other big part of it too is that prior to the snap, we'd already seen that this guy's light and this guy's heavy. You know what I mean? And so they had already talked it out. They had already known that, hey, this thing's coming over here. We're going to counter this way. But primary gap, secondary gap. Let's see. Okay, this is field slant. Okay, so we're bringing this, so we're slanting. That's what you get. We get
But
those
yeah.
one-on-ones, yeah. So you get these guys comboing off hard, right? And so that's the thought now. The more they're vertical, the more you want your movement, like that, right there.
Are you under center here?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, your blitzer coming on the slant, chase.
Yeah,
All
CBR.
okay.
Yeah, so he's got to be, they run the boot, he's responsible for that, so he's trying to see the mesh right here.
Okay.
And so he wants to build shuffle, so he's attached to the tackle.
Okay.
Tackle's down, he's down. So he's tilted here a little bit, you want to really see if there's clinic tape, a little bit more square, you know?
Okay.
And so that way, if he pulled it, he would be able to work
Okay.
up the field and cut it off. Alright, this is under again, so we're slanting, here's the rib cage of the next guy. We're slanting here to here. Rib cage of this guy. Right, and then we go primary gap. Slanting here, rib cage of the next guy. Now, there's merit, I think, also in the slants. If you're slanting, if the splits are reduced, like these splits are way reduced here, this is a bigger split, to just line up there. There's merit in doing that. You say, I'm not gonna, waste my time picking it up and put it down, I'm just gonna line up. Right, I'm gonna line up in a G, and fuck it, you know what I mean? If there's a bigger slant right here, take a slant. We started doing that, this is 2 years ago, we started doing that this year quite a bit. It's based upon the splits, just line up in it. Let me see what else there is to look at on this. Okay, so this is the green thing. So like, you kind of miss it here when there's pace teams. right? Or when they're going fast all the time, you show a green mitt trade or switch, there it is right there. And so when we post that up, what that meant was, it was like a hockey switch, right? So when teams are going fast, we post that up on our sideline to their field. And what that meant was, hey, if the ball ever came this way, any form or fashion, you just keep running off. And then
I got
the
you.
guys that were off the field
I
ran
got
off.
you.
So you told them when to stop.
Yeah. So it was
If,
a green,
but only
it was
if
a
it finishes on that side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so
Super good.
they would show it to our sideline,
Yeah.
and then they showed it to the field.
Yeah.
And so if the ball came anything over that way,
Mm-hmm.
just keep on running. And then our guys were ready to
They're
run out.
switching up.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So it was like a hockey switch.
Yeah.
The rest of this is all going to be just D-line stuff. Let's see. More for the play. Here we go. It's not really fair, I guess. I mean, all of our D-line kicking ass is going to be versus Purdue.
It's not ours,
Just
too.
kicking ass,
They're
man. And so, knock back here, but this is a good picture. This is how we played our 3-2. So this would be in-flight adjust. And so if he blocked down, we wanted to step down and squeeze right off that as best we could and not get vertical, right? But there's the knocking off. So this was Eagle Ed, we would call it. Okay, so this is tight end. So instead of sliding there, we just lined up in it. And so in all of the, let's say this, so that was under. That was Eagle Ed. Eagle was, we're lining up in it, and Ed was 5 technique. We just said Eagle Ed, he played 4-eye. And then if we're in, so all these are strength based. Or based upon strength, tight calls or strong right calls, whatever you say. And then this we said was hawk rather. Hawk. So now we're doing this, right? And we're in a G. So if we go hawk Ed, we look like that. If we just go hawk, that's a 4-eye over there. So that would be how we line up in 4-man fronts in 3-4. Now, if we're field based, right, we had buzzard, which was 3 technique to the boundary. We had falcon, which was 3 technique to the field. Right, so the buzzard would be, say the field's that way. Maybe 3 here, maybe a shade, maybe a 4-eye. That was buzzard. So, like, you could do, what could you do? You could run wizard or buzzard, right? You could run field slant out of buzzard. Say we're just going to rush this, do this, and do this. Right?
When you run hawk, where are you putting your other backer?
You
Stacking back. So that's how you get to your 4-3.
Mhm. So we run falcon, right, or buzzard this way. We run field slant, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can run buzzard. Leave, right? Go like that. And run wizard or run it type 4 or whatever. It's a way to get to a 4-man. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then if you go falcon, falcon goes to the 3 technique to the field. Like that. So you could go falcon 3. So instead of field slant, instead of buzzard slant, instead of field slant, you just line up in it.
So buzzard is 3 technique
To the boundary.
boundary.
Falcon's 3 technique to the field. And then those are what we stem from. So when we're in tight, we would show falcon, or we would show buzzard and stem from those things.
Have you ever given those guys the independence to say, hey, you can line up wherever you want, but at snap you need to be, or on the move call you need to be?
Yeah, there's some. I think in the very beginning we used to, and the only disadvantage with that would be, like offensive line coaches would say, hey, you see any irregular look, anticipate the stem. You know what I mean? So they would wait and sit on your stem. When we started doing it off of looks that we had, then, you know.
Became a little bit more
Correct.
real
Yeah,
time.
you
Correct.
have a standard look,
Correct.
and you get a.
Yeah.
That's the way we used to,
So the falcon and buzzard, the nose went opposite. So if you went buzzard, the nose going field.
To the field. Yeah, we were shade and 4-eye. It's the only time we play shade. But then if we say Ed pushes to a G and a 5, which is like your normal looks. But see, we could run buzzard, right? And buzzard's going to be more of what we do at LSU, more so than the tight look. We'll run tight with buzzard. There's more guys vertical. There's more, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The nose isn't too gapping it. You know, react attack is more this way. It fits us more, but we're still at the 4-eye. So you still got one gap to
You got
deal
the
with.
4-eye strong.
Right.
You got the
Right.
nose. This is going to be an A-gap penetrator.
Right.
3 technique week.
Right.
Gets you
Yeah.
under.
That's what I want to. When we get through a little bit of this, one thing we needed to do was talk about a couple of some of your 2-back fits and some things like that. Is one
Yeah.
thing I know that like I said, we keep you here for a long time, but we know you got flight too.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's primary gap, secondary gap.
Airport Friday after spring break should be nice.
Yeah. Primary and secondary.
Oh, it's
Crossing the
any
ball
time
crosses.
next freaking.
Center pulls, react attack, work out to the guard. Right. Cut his hands. Here's 4-eye. So the thing is, if when you run the 4 eyes, if that's something that you do, is to stay. I mean, you know, we treated that like a. This was like a 3 technique, right? He's like a left 3, so if this was a scoop, so he wanted to play into that, which that's important because there's nowhere where you'll get cut more than if that 4-eye gets vertical and the tackle comes off right now. That's when you get hit. I mean, because you get sealed, because you're talking about a 30 linebacker or whatever else, then you're sealed now, you know. And so you want to play into the tackle. Like this guy does a great job, right? And scoop eventually becomes slip.
Yeah.
It comes off and he makes a play.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Right. So you react attack here. Right, firing out. So he's getting into him and then he's getting vertical. So react and attack. I like the vertical. Then these guys are attack, react. So this was the first year, 2015. You can see how we're not getting that guard up and they're chasing, right? So two guys are chasing this guy, so we're getting what we want when they're all flat. You know what I mean? Like the linebacker using his hands, striking. Play into this.
Was that something that this reminds me of something I wanted to ask, like the way that started wing set here. So is that something pretty standard? You know, you'd slide them then when you got the wing.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, we're just stemming right here.
They're just stemming.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get a wing, or if you're playing a wing type of team, is there something that you'd like to do out of your?
You could, if it was just quarters, you could go line or ram, but like I say, it just depends on what they do. If they come back, you don't like that as much because you're gapped out. Now you got to play gaps, and so you like to be able to keep the 4-eye and 0 and the 4-eye. So the Mac would go C gap and play back, and the Rover would go 0 and play back. Just read it, you know what I mean? Key that wing. But if they run down, they created a, so that the F to a wing, to the wing side, the F would be right outside of 2. So we played hammer to that, so he'd play 2, and the Mac fit in that C gap, The Mac would have to be like the Mac would have to be pretty interested, in that C gap, be a 7 technique on the run.
Would you have started this typically in a hammer or a red hammer? Like if the wing went to the flat, would 36 take it, or would it be
Beginning,
C?
if the camp rule would be a hammer.
Okay.
But then it depended on what they do. Like if they ran like a bunch of like stick route
Yep.
and all that, and we look at playing red hammer there.
Okay.
Yeah. But camp rules would be hammer.
Okay.
Let's see. This is I think this is Fang. Fang would be like our 5-0. We bring 5 guys and play. Just like man free, The problem with that always is is getting cut. So this is okay. Here we're playing cover 2. So we call this fluty actually, right? So this is just quarters. Bring in the F, but you get the movement here. And so there we just right. We're running it out of what is it? Buzzard end, right?
Yep.
And there's the movement. I'm just gonna bring in the F. Same thing. Now we just line up in it. So the ability to stem and then to show a front and get to another front, right? It's indecision, especially the later we go. Because you can put on the DB 130. Alright, this one kind of goes through it. So this is man to begin with.
What do you need, coach? What's that? I don't think you guys been here all day.
It's right here, Coach.
I guess I'm working on that, coach.
Alright, so this is peso man, and so this is a tight end over here, so this is a late call, right? So we're ended up playing the 6 on this. This is the safety, he's down, and he's got the tight end man for man. That the split over here by S forces him down in that crease.
Okay.
This is the nickel out on 2.
Yep.
The corner's over here on 1. When 1 brings it in, he's gonna work the outside, get depth over top. This is a cut left to begin with.
Yep.
Because the X has got a normal split. So this is cut left, cut left, cut left. So the Mac is anticipating with the back being away, the rover's going to hug rush. He's anticipating a cut. You can see it there, right? As he gives ground grudgingly and works the cut, right? Pass, rover hug rushes, right? The Mac's going cut, and then 7 falls off. Now, like our outside leverage here, we like to see the safety over here, or the nickel here, use his help, right? He's got good leverage on the 7 cut, but you don't want him to be too high. He's too high here,
Yeah.
right? And we'd like him to be lower and use all this. I think he's rightfully so, I guess, nervous about that receiver. That was the receiver we're concerned about. So he's too high on him, but he's protected, right, with the split and everything else. And, I think that's part of it. Lake, hug rush here, right, cut. So he cuts it and he falls off. Now he's responsible to see the cue. Alright, this is it again now. So if it's 2x2, we're gonna cut. So it's always hard with something because all the amount of which one is the tight end, just all the white guys that are out there. So this would be cut right, to this side. So you can see we're gonna hug rush here, and you can see the linebacker here giving ground pressure. He's looking for the cut. You don't get it, so now his eyes go back to the cue. This was cut right.
Okay.
Sees the quarterback. And you can see everyone playing their leverage, outside leverage, right? Okay, this split allowed outside leverage,
like to see this guy more aggressive on the cut. I mean, you can see this was our four-man rush, right? If we didn't have anything brewing, this is what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is scratch and sniff. Okay, so this is 4x1. So they're in 4x1 to run the down play. They want to run the bender back here, right? So they want to do this and get, so this is a 6, that's a 3, and then this, you know, safety here at the tight end, this peso man. So we brought this linebacker here through the A, and the thought was to get a jump here or jump here where he could play it. So it didn't, you know, it didn't come downhill, they get their angles and they just bend it off the guy.
So he's just gonna plug to the back.
Correct, yeah, so if it's scratch, so this is scratch and the onside linebacker sniff. But you can see, I mean, because the combo, see, they're working to this and they're working to that, you know what I mean? And so he's gonna get that A, if anything, it's gonna be the center as they come off. That's how it'll look. Then you're hoping you get something out of this as he pushes back one, you know, that combo block here, because a lot of times they're pushing that, you know what I mean? And so instead of them pushing, it's you pushing now, you know, with all of it, right? From the zones coming from that side. So this would be scratch, this would be sniff, and come on over, and just push it out. Because the thing we don't want to do is, you know, have them dictate it where it's all down, down, down. That thing comes right off here, and the quarterback, and now it's all that. Alright, this is spike. You know, and this is a peso man beater right here. So this is a spot 7, right? Yeah. Okay. So spot 7. So the thought now is just Lake, spike. So going to the tight end. So there's the back. He releases. So he takes the back, right? And Mac is hitting it, right? The problem here is here's the hole dropper. All that's good. The rover should be the contain. He should be coming here. That tight end. If the tackle were to block down, you know, it always helps us when guys do that. But if the tackle were to block down on the Mac, then the rover is the contain. So we don't get the rover. Now, the other thing with this, when this thing comes out, the safety's got to be more down.
Yeah.
He's got to be on that tight end. Let's clean that up for that corner and come over the top. But this is Lake. Okay. River. Right here to the side. And so he was outside at 2 because he's got that. Right? So they're in this to try to rub you and all that. And there's the Mac. But now so we're in load, I think, right? Let me see. Yeah, we're in load spike. You can see it. So there's your 4 guys. Right? There's your hole player, there's your hug rusher. Okay. Okay, so your 4 guys are right here. He's hug rushing. So there's the tackle coming back on that guy, but now he goes. Right? And then over here we're cutting. And so, you know, I don't know, I imagine it would play out like this. We don't really, not with a straight face anyways, would we say all this, but, you know, so he's coming across, so he's cutting this, right? So it's cut left over here, right? And then over here, he's cutting that, and then he falls in the hole. And that's what happened, right? So it's cut.
Get to go live on quarterback.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you can go live, but like I got talked to after this because you can't, which I agree, you can't do this. So it's kind of like you're live, but you're not live.
Right.
Like if it's something like this, then just kind of
Yeah.
tackle
You
it.
got
know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then if it's like,
Don't slam them after
right,
that.
right, yeah.
Does he let it be live on quarterbacks? I mean, like all of them at times?
Yeah. Right, so then this is Mug belly training. Okay, so now, you know, he's rushing. We want him to come underneath the back so that we can get the hug rush. And then here's your, you know, this big split here. Right, so right here they're talking cut over here. They're saying cut left.
Yep.
So we're gonna cut this side. So he's gonna work over the ball. Gonna give ground grudgingly again. There's your cut. He falls off. Okay, then over here, you know, I mean, he's got to be vigilant. This guy, there's a break to this, and it's not just you going for the ball.
Greedy.
Yeah, he wants to go to the recognition point, you know. And so, anyways, you'd like to see this guy take this all the way back. But here you can see, like here, we're not trying to read it. We're just going vertical, vertical. Right, and then the footwork. He takes it up, comes under.
Yeah, that's really good.
And then, okay, this is empty. So I don't know if this was spike or belly, but it's a shove, right? So a shove over here to the left, two receiver side, shove left. So that's the look like that. Okay, so a man here, man, there's your whole guard. Purdue. Alright, these are little people. But we're in Cowboy right now, so we're in seven DBs. And so now we're going to say we're going to run all the same stuff. We call this gives. And when we ran it out of Cowboy, that was the reason why we brought the safety. But really, I mean, it's just spike, right? It's spike with little people, right? So these are your 4 rushers right here. You like for this guy to time it out as a true freshman. He's probably either whenever you guys play. Who knows? You guys are gonna play him at the end of the year. But we're gonna play him that first game. But it's a play action pass, throw it deep. I mean, I know these safeties. I mean, this is one, this is the other one. And so I mean, they're not. This kid should be holding it. Like, see, I don't know what this is. They're telling him to come down. You want to go and tie this out and hit it. Okay, it might have been because this back was wide. But anyways, these are the 4 guys. Okay. But it's the same thing, right? So there's your 4 rushers. Here's your hug rusher. There's your whole player. And everyone else is man using leverage. So this is the difference of lock and level.
So you have no D lineman out here.
No.
Uh-oh. Tell the Packers that shit. I've already been giving those guys shit. Man, we could go 7 Packers. Look.
Alright, this is spike. So we're gonna go to the tight end. And so like I said with the Washington would go spike right. And they would blitz, these 2 guys in here and he'd be the whole dropper. Well, we did it the other way. So here's the example now. So this is spike. We're going this way. We're going lake. Going here. If that back were to flare, he would play him. He would play the back, right? If the back were to block, then he's in the hole, which I think this is, right? And so if the back flares, he has him. He's in the hole. This guy is containing no matter what the back does, right? This guy is right here. Lake. So, this is a cross pro. The back's supposed to go over here, but I mean that's part of it. I think when you actually do shit, you force people to have to do shit. I mean, you force them to have to carry out their responsibilities.
Exactly.
Right? And so he's got to come across, but he ain't. And so there's your hover. There's your whole player. So he uses his correct leverage. Uses the whole player. You see his QB. So that's the thought. When you get all these routes come inside. The tight end, the over routes are the main thing, but I like how Mike's playing it. We're not playing it that way right now. At LSU, we're playing it on top and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
He was a
So
pretty good
if the back did step across now your hover player turns into a hug player.
Rush, yeah.
Now he's a hug
here,
rush.
over
Okay.
here, yeah.
All right.
Because
I
the
just wanna
angles
make
are
sure.
working with us.
Right. I just want to make sure. I was
if he steps in here, we want to go in there because there's all that.
Right.
stuff.
Right. That's
I drew
how,
up
but if he
mental
steps
block
all the
for
way
a second.
across.
I drew a mental block. Go back from the rule of this again to start. So the hug player is the
He's a
inside
hover
back.
right now.
He's the
yes.
hover.
Yep.
That's the hug. Guy steps up, inside or across.
Yeah, this guy's the whole player, but he's going to have his scat
He's
rule
got
first.
he's
Scat
got
rules first.
Whoever-
peel and hold.
Yeah.
Whoever these outside guys are,
Yep.
if the back is to them,
Yep.
they've got the responsibilities, but the scat applies. Meaning, if the back gets out, we got him. So if the back crosses your face, even if it was something like that right there, he has him. It's that. Back crosses your face, you got him.
Yeah.
But it's got to be immediate right now.
Mhm.
So if it's something like this, you don't got him, he's in the hole,
Yep.
he's hovering over it.
Yep.
I always made fun of this. Look at how he runs. Yeah, something. He runs like it's kind of like what is it, like the marching band, the guy in the front with the baton?
Did you want anything for lunch?
No, I'm good.
Brought over anything like that?
No, I'm good. Unless you guys want something.
No,
I'm
I
good.
mean,
So this would be Spike over here, so the slide goes away. If the slide came too, then he would just go BA. Okay. This is Spike over here, so they're aware of the split, so this is a Z crack. And so they're all saying over this, because this was their main gig, they got a lot of people on this. And so there's that, he knew it, so you can see he's not really firing out, because he's got it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there goes the Mac, there's the hug rush, there's the hole dropper.
really good.
River. Yeah, I mean, this guy was a huge human. And, if we were just to just say, hey, we're gonna line up and just roll, if we wanted to really roll, then these were 2 years ago. So this is Spike over here. Now, so over here, this was a cut right. Let's see, I think we're talking it right there. There's the top, cut right, correct. So what that means for this guy is he's got to get to the middle of the field, middle of the ball, middle of the formation rather. Okay, now his problem, so all that's great. Now, cut the route. Now this is where it cuts. So you're talking about receiver, you're talking about that, you're talking about all this.
Yep.
Say, yeah, that's what we've done. Now, he makes you think twice about it because he is watching the sack, right?
Yeah.
His eyes have got to be on his work.
Mhm.
So that's a good lesson, because what that does is, and I appreciate this dude because that ties him up. He doesn't let him go, which he shouldn't, because
Yeah.
he didn't cut it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he cuts it and it's clean, now he becomes the whole player. Here's a dig, and he's under the dig. See what I mean?
Yeah.
But I appreciate this guy staying. I think it's Sojourn, right? Staying on it because it wasn't cut. So you want to cut that and have him fall off. So cut right. So here's the slide coming too. So they're trying to cross pro it. So he's a 3 technique. He goes B to A. And I like how aggressive the hug rush is. I think that's how you need to get it. You protect it with your whole play. Okay, so this is Lake. This is Spike. There's a stem. You can see where the whole player helps you. Trying to hit the slant. He's right in this window. Right here. Okay, everyone's matched up. Man to man. We should be quicker.
What brings him back? What brings the whole player back right away? He starts across, right? Starts off looking across to cut something.
I think he's just looking at the cue.
He sees the quarterback. Okay, just read
Yeah.
quick
So
throw.
you can tell right here,
Two-step.
I'm telling there's no cut call because his eyes didn't go in or out.
Okay.
Yeah. 32 should be faster. Go. See, 30 had the
Good job on
ability.
the back.
Yeah. 30 had the ability to make those jump cuts and the freeze rushes. He could get that done. 32's got to fucking roll.
Is there a reason there wasn't a cut call to the left here? Cut left
Yeah,
with
we
that
would-
tight split?
Yeah, we would do it if it was a bunch, or if it was like maybe like a stack alignment over there.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was just 3 close, then it would, maybe sometimes, I guess that'd be game plan, but
Okay.
yeah, it'd be, if it was just a traditional trips, then we just visioned it, so
Okay.
saw the quarterback.
Okay.
Here's another one, the guy's watching the sack, right? And so, this was cut right over here, or cut left rather. Okay, and so, Joe's just watching it. This was a big, what was this? 3rd and 6. Right? This was right before halftime. Or 3rd and 3. We just finally got kind of back in the game. We got some rhythm going. We're going belly training, right? So we want to get him hug rushing. He should be looking here. He should cut that. The corner matches it, falls off, and he's in window for the follow.
Yep.
We got to cut this guy. So this is cross protection here. So Derek's going to be first, and Marcus is second. Sees the center go away, keep going. this. Alright, so this is shove to receiver side. Shove, 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 this was this year. So shove left, there's your twist, there's your hole player, and what they were expecting quarters right here. Alright. Now Gophers, so this is load,
There'll be a quarterback get here, I can
yeah,
drop this.
this is the load spike.
Load. So I imagine that we slide towards the load and
Yeah.
bring no one back.
Yeah.
That's probably what happened.
Yeah, and so, you know, the Gophers were such a big YT protect team that, you know, we wanted to go to the tight end. So I think what it was, what were the rules? There was a tight end, if a certain tight end was in the game, yeah, we wanted to blitz the tight end.
Like,
If that tight end was not in the game, then we blitzed the back. Those were the rules, right? And so if a tight end, certain tight end was in the game, everything was to the tight end. If the tight end was not in the game, then everything was to the back. It was a slide, right? So the tight end's in the game, so we're going to the tight end. So that the from what I remember, anyways, and then you know we're saying that the tight end stayed in, and so we wanted to bring the safety on the line of scrimmage instead of keeping him off. So like versus YT teams, wanted the tight end to block the guy that was covered. Right?
Yeah,
Where if we just kept the safety off,
he'd block something
yeah,
else.
he'd block the
And
back.
then you say, well, hugging, but
Correct.
then you're too
Correct.
deep.
So that's the reason why he's walked up to get the block.
And
so
that's
we can
probably
bring it back.
Wozniak, right?
Yeah, and
Or is
then
that Langan?
That's
it might have been Langham, yeah, it might have been. Yeah, so we're going, well, here it works out because we're going, the back's still offset that way. But then here's 48, 48's hug rushing, and then we're in the, this is a cut right, you can tell by his look, right? So he's looking over there, there's nothing, he just sees the cue. There's the entertain on the guard,
Yeah.
you know. This same thing. This is load spike. Spike left. Oh, this is link rather. And then there's your whole player. He's going. He's your hug rusher. So all these are slide teams. So the load spike's really good. You're just basically running NCAA blitz, really, is what it is. But I mean, look at that. I mean, shit. So but the thing was, we did so much interior pressures, you know, Tolziens and Ordens. I mean, you do enough Tolziens and Ordens and wizards like Deuce Coles, and you get this.
Yeah.
You know, and you get where they're just walking down. You know, and so the 3-4 allows you to do that. Right? If you're in a 4-3 or 4-man front, then you bring in 5 guys. You know, and so it's a little bit more. You got to pay a little bit more in terms of coverage for all that. So, you know, we were able to get this based upon all the inside pressure that we gave. And so it wasn't like we just came out the bus getting that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you had to pay for it with inside stuff.
Yeah.
Then you got this.
So how much do you work on the patience of the linebackers on waiting for the stuff to come through before they go?
Yeah, quite a bit. I mean, a lot of that's that stuff with you. And so, you know, 53,
Yeah.
like how he's like walking out and then hitting it. Yeah, I agree. You know, I think a lot of it, like, what I like is like 53 right here, kind of, you know, how he's getting, I like that. You know what I mean? So he's not going when the ball is snapped. I mean, you know, I think there's just so much, there's so much hype with some of the guys that I'm working with now, and they're good players, and they end up being good, but the hype don't help the guy time out a blitz.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it don't help him. All that hype and
Yep.
like the 40-yard dash time and all that shit.
The stars don't.
It don't help any of that.
Yep.
It don't help. And so we're having guys that when they want to go, but it's almost like they have to drop the height and they have to drop the fucking, you know, the Superman stuff
Mm-hmm.
to get built ground up. Yeah. Yeah.
Just freaking opens up.
Yeah. But then, so what I would say would be, if a team were to go big on big here, so here, right, and it's this, and it's this, and it's this, and then I bring this guy here, you know what I mean, and bring him here, and then hug rush him here. It depends on how you block him. This is Favre now. So Favre. Oh no, this is just Spike. Okay, so this is Spike, this is River. So this is the O play. So the safety's got the tight end block, safety comes on in. Mac is coming off the spike, the 3 technique, and he's gonna spill.
He's gonna spill it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like 53, like redshirt freshman. 50's a freshman. Now look at, I mean, Jesus. You know, it's and the springs grows. And it took a while. This was okay. Now we're in 3. Okay. So this is Bledsoe. So we're bringing the safety. This is YT protect. Okay. And so again, a lot of these, some of these are going to be on this reel. You know, the thought is where is the tight end? You know, let's if it's to the field, let's go far. If it's to the boundary, let's go Bledsoe. Or you know, whatever the creeper was. Say it could be Breeze, right? It could be Namath, I guess. And with the thought being, like here, we'll talk about all this in a minute, in a second. But like, see, what is it? They got 5 guys blocking 2, and then we got 2 1-on-1s. That's the thought. And then that's what you like. That's what you want to try to get. And so you know, if there's if the tight end's the tail, then let's go with the tight end. You know, so you kind of hold it and see where he lines up as best you can. Right now over here, this is a gone, and then it goes to zone it. So they say zone it because he's on near the hash. So there's the zone. Now the thing you could say, if you wanted to, you could say like 1 or 2 call. You have to say that as well. You just said zone it down there.
And then you're gone on the tight end of the boundary.
Yeah, that's why he's got him. Now, like you see it right there. There's the what do you call it? The Todd Granthams of the world. Right, a couple of those guys, they add in. So 4-man rush becomes a 5-man rush. They got blocks. I guess there's probably merit to do it. You know, what I would like for the rower to do here is when that guy blocks, is angle pedal and be in the window of this.
Yeah.
You know, so he's standing right about in front of that 40. So he's got to throw it through or over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as opposed to this, so that's one thing. There is merit to that, like, especially when it's 3-by-1 and the back's in the backfield. And you're a crow flat player and you run Bledsoe, you run Brady, right? And that safety kind of comes down. And you could do that. You could out rush, then turn into a fire zone. Your weak hook player now knows he's got to cut routes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no crow flat guy over there. Right. So it changes the coverage when you do that.
Yeah.
But there's people that do that though, and so that the 4-man, the creeper becomes a fire zone. You know, but we want this guy to be buzzing out, right? Now you can see the strong hook here with 58. You see the weak hook. See him get back on that hash. He's thinking bender, thinking X dig, all that.
It's the right thing, making a bigger buildable block.
You know,
It's not what.
and then this is the freeze rush. You see 21.
Yeah, I watched that. Pretty good. Stems
Right
in.
there.
Yeah.
All right. This is 2-by-2. This is Brady 3. We're bringing from the boundary. It's an example of the tackles block out, bring stuff in. Right, gone either side, hook flats on the inside. This was a scary game. These guys came in, you know, at quarterback, and they just got like Manny Diaz over there fired, right? Texas,
That's
2 weeks
right.
before.
Great.
So that was a way,
Because they rushed for like 600 yards on
yeah,
him or
it
something.
was a way scary game.
If they're a 32-year-old quarterback who's a freshman.
Mm. This is Bledsoe. At Utah State, we did not play gone calls. So all of these are going to be like true
True.
cover 3.
3 Ds up.
But this is where, so true curl flat down here, strong hook, weak hook, right, curl flat. There's, I like the buzz that the roller's getting out. But you can see the what do you call it? What you get out of Bledsoe is that right there, right? The track with the tackle.
Yeah.
And then you get the one-on-one. So what I would say with the back would be the corner needs to get on the feet of the running back.
Yeah.
Because all this, like, if we were to cover back doing that, that would be enjoyable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it'd be much harder if that back got right on our toes and made a cut. And so he's just blocking himself with all this right here. That's not doing anything to anybody. Get right on his toes. That's a good job with the track. And this is Belichick. Now, we don't get this guy should be picking up the bender.
We've shown this play to our whole defense.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is Belichick. So that's the cloud. That's a gone. That's a strong hook. That's a weak hook. So we're watching the second game. He's coming out a guy.
That's a freaking. That's attacking it right there. Fucking back. Blew him up.
Just got destroyed.
Right. This was our Panthers. This is Favre, I guess. Right? This is Favre, so it comes up this way. You can see they're really, really vertical and intent on getting to the linebackers. So any movement, right, trouble. And that slot's responsible for that nickel. So he's supposed to be coming down. Got it, guys. So this is a gone. So there's a gone over here. Okay, so he had the C gap. He had the A gap. So they're lined up like that. C gap, A gap. So he's playing off that A. He's playing off that C. This is 3 to 4 eye. There's your angle, right? There's your track, right? And then there comes your nickel, right? So they're working this combo. They're working this combo, which gives us a one-on-one, which is what you want. This was a game. So much was to tight end, like white tee protect right here. Everything was off the tight end. Bledsoe far. So this is exchange. Bledsoe. We didn't talk about that.
Oh yeah.
We
Yep.
just exchanged. And then everyone else plays. That's a gone. Loose man. Go flat. Weak hook. Strong hook. The tie is not attached, so it's a leg crawl into the bottom because it's Bledsoe. But that's the whole thing. If they go vertical, they can't pick up the movement.
Yeah.
You want them to go sideways. You're asking them to go sideways. This is Favre. This is YT protect again, so this is another one to the tight end. And so he's running the track off the top of the tackle, tackles down, and comes off his ass. There's the nickel. That's a gone. That's a strong hook. That's a weak hook. There's your curl flat. I like that right there. Getting to that.
Yeah.
doing. We
Yep.
should be deeper with the crow flat. That's really all we got right here. Once he gets this, he's got to go stay matched up. We should be deeper here. Now,
The quarterback had any time.
White had a hard time blocking. Okay. Typically, so this is a mistake, really. But you know how they're doing it. If we traded it, we kept it on. Just played
Once
it.
it's traded, it's traded.
Mhm. So try not to do that. There's too many moving parts.
Yeah.
So you can see right here, there's a true zone right here.
Yeah.
Alright, this is Bledsoe. This is a trade. Okay, curl flat, four curls in there. Another good picture of just Bledsoe and the people working to the MAC, working to the field, and getting the 2-on-2s in the boundary. Alright, now we're in the 2D. Okay, so this is breeze. This is quarters over here. This is half over here. Right? And then that's a track. There's another, it's a max protect, but we got 2-on-2 here. And I got 5-on-2 over here.
That's awesome.
I got some pretzels
This
and
would
lunch.
be
Pretzels.
lunch. Maybe.
That's a good picture of the
One
track.
bite and throw it away.
And right here,
Yeah.
you can see he's trying to work a freeze rush on this. Feel he's light. Try to go through him. Okay, we screw this one up. This kid plays like it's strong hook, and he should be playing a nail hook. See how he overdrops it? He should
Oh,
be
yeah.
inside of it. But Iowa always put the back in the boundary. It seemed like wherever we looked at him,
Yeah.
the center was never slid to the boundary. The center always slid to the field, and so that we get this. That's another freeze rush right here. Now, these are the toughest routes, so we get this the corner. If that happens, the nickel on this plays high to low for us. We don't jump it. Try not to undress this guy with this. And so he played top down, top down, top down. No different than like a smash or something.
Mm-hmm.
Right, just try to play top down with that as best you can. Make them throw that the further throw, not the deeper one. Right, then over here, this is the freeze. Right there. Okay, now we're in mug. So here, this is two-packer. You can see where he's playing out. So these two are working a nail on these two. He's locked on that. So you just get different levels and you just play. Okay, and so then this is mug merino. So clown over here. I like how, right, try to hold it, make him have to diagnose that. And then this is where we moved our pupils. So our two best guys are to that side. That's our best guy right on the back. And then our other guy is the guy that's looping. Okay, this is at the end of the game. So he should be staying put, so he's thinking he's got two, he's got three right here. Right, this is the nickel, he's got two. So he should be dropping straight back on three, and max on two. Right, so this is Merino here. This
So
could
is
have been
there-
traded.
Any particular, rule-wise, just because the nickel's always in the field, you just got to know 2x2, 3x1, or is the nickel? He's always a 3-dropper, I guess, to the field anyway.
Yeah, this
He would be,
is.
yeah.
Mhm.
Or he doesn't have to.
Yeah. We thought this was the end of it, but nope, we were back out.
Yeah.
This is 2 minutes. We were back out about 30 seconds. Yeah, I think by these times these guys have enough. I think this thing is so quick. It's immediate. Makes you the egg ass stuff. Makes you have to make quick decisions.
Yeah.
All right. So this is Bear, Montana. So if the ball's in the middle of the field, the passing strength is the field. So
Okay.
Bear, Montana. So there's the twist. Here is the corner on the squirrel.
Oh, this is the kick.
Yeah, 2 kick. That's the nickel. Right. You gotta be, see, this is spring. He's gotta be flatter because of that right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He's gotta be pushing more this way. There's your crow flat. There's your ankle pedal. And he's trying to hold and not give it away because he knows he's a quarterback, right? But he's gonna be the leading post guy. This is Load Breeze 2-packer. Let me show this look. So this is nail a packer to this side. Laying it down. What he needs to know is, hey bro, this band on the outside, so the world is flat, so any crossers, what we say 2. So any crosser comes, you gotta go, so you get surprised. So he's just kind of pelling out. You've got to be able to take this thing across because it's man to man out here. Okay, so here's your load, and there's your breeze. Foul.
Release the back.
You like him to be wider, do a 4-eye over here, hunker down a little bit more to get a hard look at to give this guy a chance. And really give this guy a chance. This is Montana 2 kick. That is the field over here. Alright, there's the turn. You have to run with a bend. Alright, this is your main hook or your vertical hook. He's got to be more aware of what's happening here. His vision's just on cue. That's the swirl in there. Good. And you got to take one in when that happens. Third.
Refresh me again on Montana 2 kick here. If it was 2x2,
There's putting your quarters, your 2 big nail or cloud.
yeah, exactly. Okay. You'd cloud a tight end if he's attached.
It's just crazy watching this right here. Look at that. That's my guy too. God, I forget his name. God, what's his name? Krenwick Sanders. So he's gonna be playing. He's a great kid, but he would just, he had a hard time covering him, even though he kind of came out like that. He's the best hands on the team. This was that one game. And so we called his dude 2-packer. It was cowboy. So we would just move around, but it's basically you're running like Breeze 2-packer is all you're doing. But it's just for little people, so there's no illusion, just other stuff like counting and all that. And the whole thing with them was we could get them counted. They would count over here and protect and all that. And then once they made their call, then we just moved. So we walk over there and rush from there. And we had a lot of 2-on-1s like that. So when we were in circus, the circus was more of a stem. So it wasn't like everyone doing what they wanted to do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So you started
It was a true move.
Yeah, and we didn't say move, we went off the indicator.
Okay.
I mean, and so like, whatever the indicator for the hands, like what was this? This was his hands right there, right? That was what it was. So when he sinks in his hands, that's when we didn't say, we just worked off of it. But like circus, sometimes you get guys just doing individual, guys doing their own stuff. And then it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And so the whole part of that to me would be to make them give the show population one way to run it the other way. Right. And so, we give them like, hey, you could play anywhere within radius from where you were, you know what I
Right.
mean? And you could show here, but no more than that, and then when you got the indicator, then once you, this is what you're seeing here, we would move back, you know what I mean? So that's how, I mean, that's how we play our circus or our.
When you call that circus, that's what I was talking about earlier, if you give guys freedom to do different.
Yeah, it was
But
just.
then there's an indicator that gets them
Correct,
back.
correct, yeah. This is, what is this? Okay. This is, what is it? This is Rogers, two-packer.
2.2s.
Yeah, there it is right there. Now, see in this one,
With the scissors, right?
yep, scissors, now, you can see, they saw it right here, and it's because of these guys. We have both the guys on the same side. So these are the two guys that weren't coming. These are our two best guys, that's the F and B. So they saw it. So I think, yeah, you know,
Good job.
I think if we didn't have that stuff, you would still, I mean, it'd be cleaner. I mean, it'd be hard for them to pick it up and see it. But they're picking up, so they're seeing it over here once it gets out,
These guys are all smart.
yeah.
So,
Wait a minute.
hey, I know you.
Smart.
You're not supposed to be over here.
Yeah, this is where they're smart, but.
Exactly. Then there's a trade-off. I knew what they were doing.
Yeah, this is
That's
due.
even worse if you know it and you still can't execute it.
Mhm. Just do two-packer. This is versus, we played all of it versus these guys with all those empty things.
Yeah.
So what down with this 3rd and 11, they just ran the ball, they refused to throw it. Okay, this is, what is it? What do we say this was? This is, Rogers two-packer. So we're just going to the back. So he's on 2, he's on 3, he's on 2. And the thing about it, when you, it's 2x2 and you show it the other way, I mean, you got the overhang here, you got this look here. I mean, I think that's gonna hold these guys for a second and you bump on out. And just play nail. So, again, we're off that indicator, everything's off of that. Like, this is our freshman, I can even make that play.
Tag on.
Nobody there.
They all gave up. It was too cold. Bill fucked. I would too if we were watching this shit. If you ever.
Yeah,
Video.
how many guys don't touch anybody? How many offensive linemen don't touch anybody? 3 of the 5.
9 people were murdered today.
Exactly.
When Mitch Leitner had enough.
He went postal on all the guys that used to supposedly protect
He
him.
had like 3 surgeries. I mean, just to heal shit. I mean, he was so broken.
What is this? This is Breeze two-packer. So this is more or less a, so here you kind of get that, see how the guard
Mhm.
fights back, so he sees this guy lead, or, who is this, yeah, he sees the center lead, or the nose lead, the
Mhm.
guard sits, comes back, that's the issue, you get some far, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
we're bringing this guy, right, because that's who they're working towards, right, so they're gonna come on back now, all that's cool, you gotta make them execute it fast, right, and you gotta have
Yeah.
this, that, and the other thing, you know what I mean? If there's a mix, then all of a sudden it's, you know,
That's rocket.
and all that. And over here, he's slow play, so it's like,
Gotta fall back.
yep, he's playing
Those
A,
lasers go from that.
he's playing A to ball with all this right here. This
Yeah.
guy is. He's trying to let this guy,
So
I
you're-
like what 93 does, because he cuts it off.
Your coverage to this was.
Cloud, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're
Yeah, so
4 to
this
the
is-
field and cloud to the boundary.
Yeah, so this is nail here, and this is cloud here. So this is Breeze, so we're short, right, on the run, because he's got A to ball. There's no one in that seat.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we're quarters, then we're gapped out, but there's no one, so he's playing A to ball, so he has to use the movement. So Breeze would be the one, you know, there's Montana, Marino, all those. Breeze would be the one that I would call kind of run pass, you know what I mean? Like when
Yeah.
there's this 2nd and 9, I call around that time, right, where you feel comfortable because you're using the movement.
Yeah.
You're trying to use the movement anyways. And this guy would kind of pace it out and fall back. I like right here, like right now at LSU, our guy would be gone. See ya.
I can move faster than this guy.
Yeah.
Well, 93 did a
Yeah,
pretty good
he
job
does
of
it.
getting
He's
it
the
turned
key.
back.
Yep.
Oh, cuts it off. It's like Bob.
Okay, this is Wizard. So, right now this is Lee. So this is quarters. So this is Lee, he's rushing. And then, so this is 3 by 1. So when he motions across, he goes deuce left, deuce left, deuce left. So he
Gotcha.
taps it off.
Yep.
Inside.
And now he rushes.
And Foster. Oh no, that's Bjork.
Joe Buick.
Yeah. Lee. Deuce left.
And he's going to go, his path, he's going to go be the 3 technique.
Yeah.
Guard at him, he's got a 2-way go, guard
Mhm.
down off the ass.
Mm-hmm. And you keep him straight so that, you know, we felt if this happened and he slanted, then he would, like everything else,
Come
come
back.
back.
Yep.
So we want to keep him vertical. This is switch alert, deuce left.
So this would have been a wizard call.
Yeah, this is Wizard where we're at. Yeah, so they just fanned out to no one, so it's just, we'll take it.
2-on-1.
Yeah. There was a guy over here, the overhang, they just kept working out. And same thing. This is 2 by 2 switch alert, deuce left.
Series of medium things.
You know?
He did 3 sacks in a row.
Okay, now we're gonna go Orton, where we stem to it. So I think what's cool about it is we're gonna stem and go Orton kind of under. So you see Orton, so what's about to happen is he's gonna drop Cole flat, he rushes, weak hook, strong hook, Cole flat. Right? Then you see when the front, so we showed Buzzard, or Eagle rather, and then got back to under, we're gonna slant to it. Slant, you know what I mean? And him hit it. So that's one way to do it, is to do it from that odd look slanting, right, to create the underfront. And then, you know, you could do it where you just line up in it, like, and go odd, stem to this, and hit it from there as we do the next time.
This is the one they say your nose bobbed his head?
No,
This is the one that.
yeah, this is the one we got him, yeah.
Okay.
That's the one that I talked to before I talked to the rest. So here's the very next play.
Do you give them a heads up going into it that you have a move call in?
Yeah. So loose man, gone, strong hook, weak hook. He needs to be getting back to, he should be here for this data. Yeah, they're all looking at the deal. But here's an example though, how we stem to eagle and he runs it. You know, and so, you know, we can slant to it or we can line up in it.
He's got no freaking chance.
So it gives them a different look, right? Alright, and this was the next place, so now this is Mug Merino, or Man, this is Nail, this is Cloud.
Can't really tell what the tackle was doing, so I see why.
You know,
58 started to come under.
yeah. Okay, this is, I think we're in Tolzien now. So, Tolzien, if it's just 2 by 2, it's gonna look like Wizard. I mean, so this is Tolzien.
Yep.
So this is gonna be, you know, red hammer here,
Mhm.
okay? And so,
Shay. Shameless.
he stays 0, 4-eye. And so we want, you know, this is difficult, we want him to be tight. So he played the dive, if the cue
Mhm.
keeps it, he plays the cue. And then he's got this egg out. 32 guys. Now, when we played Tolzien, we put this guy vertical. He was attack react. You see the difference in him? I was just going
Yep.
vertical. So he played attack react when we played Tolzien. So he pushed vertical, lagged on the backside. That's how we're playing everything right now at LSU. I think it probably just fits those guys better. Right, and so here's 3x1. And here's that formation, that 4x1 really that kind of gives you trouble. So this is Tolzien. You see here, right? Gone, call. Rush in. Let's see, I think there's a few of these. And you'd like to not have that stagger. This is Tolzien again, right? Hammer here, red hammer here. So if it goes away, then he's A gap here, we're gapped out if it goes away. So he's A, right? He's gonna be B, he's gonna be C. He's A, he's B, and then this is C over here. There he comes. So that's our B. You can see not the best, right? He needs to be staying in there instead of ripping out.
Yeah.
He needs to stay in. And then, you know, this is the attack react. That's how that looks when it's attack react. Right? He's going to be more off of an edge. He'll be really thick on the guy. Let's see. Right, sorry, Tolzien over here. So this would be strong right. So this is switch alert. This is hammer to the side. I like on this one that he reads the slide. So this stuff would come out in the stunt review. You know what I mean? So it's okay to do that in the stunt review, right? That's where that's kind of taught, right? Where they're reading the slide of
Yep.
everything. So this is that YT protect that these guys did a ton, right? So tight end, they bring the guy across. So this would be when we want to run like Bledsoe and stuff like that to that side because of this. But you know, we're all right with some of this stuff if we read it. If we see it's passed, we read out of it, knowing that this it's going to be okay, right? You can jaywalk, bro, when there's no cops, right? And there's no cars. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to jaywalk when there's like fucking cars coming, right? Yeah. So that's all the stuff that he teaches. When to jaywalk. 5, 2nd, and 6. Okay, right here. So there you can see the B gap. He should be over here more as a 10. He's got that A gap. Tolzien, this is 2x2 minute. Hammer here, red hammer.
Chase the door.
Yeah. Still more, yeah, right there. It's a good picture of the backside guy. Yeah, so they kept bringing down these
Your
splits.
goal here with
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is 3D. I want to say this is Trey, right? Yeah. So we're. What is it? 2x2?
it's a 3x1.
Yeah. So this should be. We should be in trips over here into this. It looks like we're in quarters though, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We can probably screw this up. This should be a trips call.
Which would have put you in
Yeah. He
to
should
a
be closer.
gone.
Yeah. It's like he's making the tackle right here
Yeah.
instead of being an overhang.
You'll bend 3 deep then too,
Let's see.
like you are here.
Yep. And so
No,
this
went
is.
back 2 by 2.
Yep. So this went 3 deep.
Mhm.
The 2 by 2 now on quarters. This is
Do you give, you mentioned yesterday, you do each week like an indicator cut up. You know, you're giving those to all your backers, but how long is that cut up? I mean, is it 15, 20 clips showing it?
Maybe.
Is it run and pass? Is
Yeah.
it just kind of
Maybe 8 or 9 clips, but it just shows.
a little bit under center, a little bit gun, a little bit just.
Yeah. So you want to be able to try to find in the cut-ups, in the games that you look to find that, you want to find the people that are blitzing.
Right.
Because you want to see, because there's one thing, because if you just take like, who would it be? If you took it, I guess, if you took a team that just rushed 4 guys,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the game that you got the indicator cut up from,
Right.
it's good, but it's not, that quarterback isn't stressed.
Right.
You want to find the game where it's a big blitz team.
Yeah.
That's the game you want to get the indicator cut up from.
Okay.
Because that's going to be, he's going to now, they won't give a fuck whether there's this or that. And,
Right.
you know, it's the double cadence, it's the whatever it is, that's where you get all that.
Okay.
If it's a team that just rushes 4 all the time.
How does he handle pressure?
Right.
How does he react?
Right, yeah. Or just how does, when the ball's coming out, what is their pre-snap defense?
Go to.
Yeah, yeah, it shows it to you.
Offensive, yeah.
Um,
Playing in offense on defense, now they coach.
Yeah, yeah.
Really.
This is Orton. Right? Yeah, this is Orton. So I think here we played quarters, 2 backs, and it went this, so we went 3 deep. Right.
So it's not 3 deep until we get motion.
Yeah. But yeah, this is Orton. Look, he's rushing, and we slant these guys out. But he's got to be careful. 53's got to be careful and still play that B gap. Right. Let's see. Told you in here. There's the whole play. Get that movement. That's what you missed on the other play. Versus whoever it was just that immediacy right there. Let's see. Orton, yeah, so this is a good picture. I put this on here because this is what we were doing so much of this. See how they just blocked, they could be full turn.
Right.
You know, they slid it, I guess, right? And so this would be where we were, and I don't have it on here, but this is where you want Boomer,
Okay.
right? So Boomer, the only difference is he drops curl flat and he rushes.
Yep.
But this is where you want Boomer,
Right.
is for this. Because I mean, that's what they're doing.
So it
You
just
just-
flips those 2 guys.
Yep, you just play that game now. So you do enough of the inside stuff, that's how they'll block it.
Yep. And all you're looking to do is get a one-on-one, correct?
You know, but you stress the protections more than you beat them.
You guys work, you know, aside from the one drill where everybody's going, like, you break out in one-on-one period. Are your backers going with the backs working on blitz pickup?
Yeah, we'll try to do that individual, try to take at least 5 minutes.
Sometimes out of Indy.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You know, this is Tulsa. 1, 2, 3, and 2. So this is how it'll look if the tee box slide, looks like that,
Yeah.
right? If the tee were to block big on big, then they're going here, here, that's what you wanna go to Warriors, and all that, you wanna go here, yeah, like you saw in the USC thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, this is Wizard, this is Lee. So that's what read it mean. Quarters. He's really gold, he's cheating, he's fucking around with this, the QB. He did a good job of that, probably too much, but let's go up here. It's a screw up top. So it's hammered over here, these two. Okay. This is box, so there's max drop. So 1, 2, and 3, like that, and one be flatter, match that up more. I like 53. You should look the same, but all those spacing and spot routes, we should be right over them. And then these guys kind of play a switch with everyone, these two. You know.
Just match up with.
This was the one blitz, so I think like all the stuff the Vikings do makes sense, and it makes sense with all this, because you can do all of these on Bear, you do them all on a month. We're looking at doing it here at LSU. I think this probably fits us probably a little bit more than doing as much as the creepers. I don't know, you know, but like, so if it was 2x2 for male, if it was 2x1, 3x1, like dog, or 3D, 3 under, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So like say if it was, you know, say it was something like this, and then he reads it, and then you brought a corner,
Yeah.
right, and you're like that, and you could do the same thing. Just do the same thing. And so, ring 4 strong,
Yeah.
4 weak, 4 strong.
Great way to.
Yeah.
The Viking, you do see that on
Mhm.
Vikings.
And that's what this is in here. So we just bring up the safety. And so this is dog, this is, 3 on 3. Just rush him off the edge. And they can't pick him up, and they got 3 guys.
Yeah.
So it's 4 on 3. It's just a deal of, you know, you're stressed in coverage a little bit more, and you get to them before they get to you.
Yeah. What made the determination of the safety come in here?
This was weak, just weak, so we called it wham. So we had wham and strike. So
Okay.
wham was weak, and then strike was strong, so you have something with it. Now the nickel can come and strong and do it. And so, I think the ability, because like I say, if you did it 2x2, it's 3x1. I mean, dog makes a lot of sense, but if you did it, you know, say it was something like this. You want to try to show something like that.
Yep.
Back there. I mean, so you don't have there's not a tilt, right? You
Yep.
want to show the tilt, so now it can be 4 this way, 4 that way.
That's important.
You know, and then, so now you can, right, do that. You could be here, you could be here, and now you got your nail.
Yep.
Or, you know, do it that way. Then you
It bring the safeties over.
nail.
Yeah.
things, these were all like some of the other overloads. This was the nut shot for us. So, so this is 5 from the side right here. So, I mean, we're able to get a lot with the creepers, pressure-wise, and so a lot of the zone blitzes, the usefulness for them is the overloads. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where those come in. They just get true 4 from the side, and let's, if they're picking off our creepers, then let's get somewhere where we got pressure.
Yeah.
So don't really have any zone blitzes in the package to where there's not, 4 guys coming from the same, they're coming from the side.
That makes sense. I mean, you do something I can't pick up.
Yeah. What is this? This is, okay, this is, what do you call it? We just talked about it.
Is this
Romo,
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Yeah, so it's empty, we played it, because this is the Mac on the back, so you can tell you don't know what the fuck he's doing. So this is the whole player.
Stay over the top.
Right, yeah. So he's man to man, he's inside, but that's what I'm saying, so it's really a 3-man rush, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
But we called it to the tight end, so it hits,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
There's your whole player. And there's your hug rusher again. It's the same thing. The tight end was on, so have the tight end block the guy that's covering you. You know what I mean?
Yep. And if he does block out, that guy he's already in position to just hug
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
hug
Yeah.
himself in.
Yep. Yep.
Shit.
See the mug, Marino. I think we screwed up on this drive route. And this thing comes back. Safety gotta harden down on this. Marino made a lot of sense. All the stuff that's weak is the best, right? The boundary stuff.
Yeah.
Breeze, Marino, right? Bledsoe. This is Mug Man.
How far up the field do you have him go before he starts wrapping around? Is it 2 steps? Is it 1 step?
1 step.
1 step?
Mhm.
Just 1 hard step?
They'll just truly see if the tackle kicks or
With the
not.
outside foot, and then he's just
Yeah.
scraping as tight as he can for the
Mhm.
most part.
Mm-hmm.
Have to wait.
This is Mug Man, so this is a hug rush. We're just playing man to man. So this is usually the first one. Like here, I like how aggressive he is. Go get him. And then
Yeah.
if he felt threatened with this guy being wide, then he'd say link, and he'd pass the buck to this guy. And that meant he was contained, right? As he hit it. So these would be the 4 rushers now. If he said link, and then these 2 guys would have the back right here. Right? And then you get the same thing. Like say if you said link, and this happened, and he's containing, and it looks like all the other stuff he's
Turns into a belly trap.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's that cut.
Would you, we have this? cut up?
Yeah, you guys.
Yes,
can-
that's, yeah, yep, yep. It's in our Exos too, so you can pull it on the iPad. Would you go through Aikman and Romo one more time?
Yeah.
Just for that part, and then,
Yeah. Seven last minutes. Where's that? Close to what time is it? Like 7.
What time do I leave?
you'll need to leave, we'll get you out of here in like the next 15 to 20, because you'll want to be comfortable on the safe side to allow, but MSP security is fucking terrible right now.
And what
So-
time is the flight?
5:45.
5:45 or 5, yeah.
And
So Aikman, we just want to set it away from the back. So so Aikman, so like I've messed that up already. So it's like this. So we go, so what we would say again with this, we wouldn't say River Lake, we'd say Aikman right. So we built it. And so we'd set it like that, and then the rover would be here in the corner, and then the Mac. And so he wants to hit it and penetrate. So we're penetrating that, push up, and then he's contained. And then we're anticipating this, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So we want to get that,
Yep.
And that's really what it is. Now, he has the back. And so if the back were blocking here,
He hooks it up.
he hugs. And then, you know, we try to show it like that.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
Yep.
then, if it was Romo, so Aikman was good. Aikman was good versus, it was a good changeup. We played a fair amount with Minnesota, 2-man, and so he always wanted to change. Romo was the lead. Romo might have, now, you know, think about when the wins and losses, anytime you play in Minnesota, it's third and something, you know.
Yeah.
So your percentages are gonna be okay, right?
Yeah.
Romo was with that being said, Romo was the best one that we had, right? It won like almost 90%, man. And we ran it all the time. So it's one of those things though where it's like, you know, I don't know, man. I think it's kind of like Spike in that there's not a lot. I mean, there's guys rushing, but there's not a lot of guys rushing in the sense of, you know, you get like the you have to, and I mean myself, I kind of have to find the right time to get it in and all that, because we're not just like blowing and going. I feel like that's what you do, when you blow and go. What concerns me is the running lanes, scramble, and all that. Because just I haven't done that, you know what I mean? And I think anytime you're teaching that, or I've taught that, then you know, you kind of talk. I feel like I was talking out of both sides of my mouth. Say hey, there's a rush. Then I said, oh, so you're gonna contain, all right? You know what I mean? Or you're gonna contain, and it's like, where's the rush? You know what I mean? When is that? And so it's been. I say all that to say, like, if I were to bring up Romo right now, or Spike right now, back at LSU, that would be going. So we're not rushing off the edge. We're not, you know, that would come up. You know?
Yeah.
And so that's the price you pay for the other thing. So I think either you're gonna either say it up front, or we're gonna have leverage and contain, and we're gonna be creative in here and change the math, or we're really gonna rush and get after them.
Yeah.
But then you're also gonna contain it too. I mean, so you kind of choose where you live, I guess, a little bit. So if it was this would be we go Romo left. I think I have a picture of Romo. I took a picture of it in my phone. I imagine I could send it to you. And so we look like this, and so it depends. You know, if this tight end was a big threat, we put him off the ball. We look like that.
Okay.
So we're like this, and then we're in here like that. Okay, and so then Romo will be. He's here. He's got that same scat rule. So he's this way, and so then these guys are rushing. So it's like that. And then he's in the hole. And so if that back was a flare release right now, like he would contain. That back blocks, and he's the hug rusher.
He's the hug.
So he's going to get him. Right? Tight end blocks. He's at him.
Yeah.
I think. Let me see. I think I've got it in here. So Romo was one of the better ones. The whole player helped us out a ton.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole player And really, even though you're technically rushing 3, by doing what you're doing, you're getting the 4th guy there.
In Baltimore, they called it Marvin flag wrap.
You send this to me?
Yeah. So this was one of the better ones we had. Like I said, or this was the best one we had in terms of percentage. You know, I get halfway bashful about saying it because it's only like a 3.
Oh, no.
Cross, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If you could send that to me, that'd be.
Yeah. Yeah. But what it, I don't know. I think like I don't know.
I mean,
This
I
guy
like that.
fits me because the personality I got is just hard. Right away, if I were just to see just the blowing and going, I mean, it's like kind of we talked about it yesterday. I think I right away I hear bugles and you know what I mean,
Oh, yeah.
and fucking drums and shit. And it's just, you know, I like this because you got kind of feel safes a little bit.
Where's the,
But yeah,
and look, in Man Under, then all of a sudden, you get somebody picked off or something beats you inside quick, you get a whole guy. You know, and it just,
you know, that was a good one.
that's a,
So this was Roma. So we played out, and then if it got empty, the back would go cover. We just played it. So, like you saw in that one clip.
yep.
You know? Then the other cut that's in there has got all of the mugs together, and it's got all the bears together. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
all that's kind of, you can see the 3D, the mug, Bledsoe 3, the mug Far 3, right, the bear, Bledsoe 3, right, all that. So this got them grouped by that.
I'm going to check your flight again real quick. I know timing here, so it is a 5:53, I believe is what it is. But we're not gonna push it.
It's gonna be weird to be home, man.
You headed back to Madison tonight?
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah,
How many
5.
days you got? Yep, you off for the week?
Yeah. So I gotta go back Saturday. I imagine it'd be nice to go. Sunday's Easter, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard for me to stay on that. Don't worry about.
Well, the hard thing
something
is
happens.
there's nothing to wreck.
Because we got Monday coming back, so I worry about something happening.
You're 5:53 and you're on Delta.
Okay.
So when you go this time, it's a 5:53.
Cool.
So we're gonna run you out there a little bit. On some of your, whether it's Type 4 or Wizard or any of that, 2-back run game.
Yeah.
You just get 2-back power, things of that nature.
Yeah.
How are some of that,
Right. Spill everything.
Okay,
You know. And then, or the inside guys spill everything.
inside guys spill everything.
Outside guys leverage.
Yep.
So 30s is a general rule. So like if we were to get like a lead play here. You would still, you would overlap. You'd be here, you'd be here, you'd be here.
Yeah.
That's how that would look. Look that way. We spill, overlap, and be lead. And so, if you were to come across, if he felt this thing bend, and if it was immediate bend, then he'd go. But we spilled it this way so that he could get over the top of that. Or some people will man this on the backside, and they'll go like that.
Yeah.
So you can get over the top of that.
Yeah.
And not be so tight here You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where he was leveraging it. He was
Gotcha.
moving for the spill.
Yep.
And if it was like a away zone, it was there. Yeah. Leverage is he's obviously here, so now there's that's what you got, right?
Yeah.
Probably the same as a line up in double pro. And so we play it inside out. And I think I don't know, it's a mistake to play it outside in. In other words, like here, doing this way. You're gonna get way back for days.
Yeah.
You know, once you, the guys that they read to me are these guys.
Yeah.
On the action, so like we play fast and get over on this action. So I'm right back here all the time.
Yeah.
So we play it slow so that even when it's this, you fox the post with this guy. So similar to how you guys play it on 1-2. So I mean,
Mhm.
he's here, but on pass, he'll push to the post. So
Yeah.
he's sitting here. So I mean, we want, at use terms. It's the tight end side. I can. At the Panthers, when I was there for the training camp, they used the term Rex and Lee, right? So the side of the tight end, that meant that safety was in the fit. You know what I mean? The other safety was off,
Yeah.
right? And so this safety would be out and safety would be in. So like, we'd be 30s, and he'd play backside. We called this a nest because he was the cutback player. So so this ball can do what? This ball can press.
Mm-hmm.
This ball can belly. This ball can bounce. So the press and the belly is what we're playing. We're reacting to the bounce. You know what I mean? And so the Mac is here, he's going to fit inside that guard. He's fitting in the A. He's fitting in that nest C.
Okay.
And we'll use the onside safety to fit in that front side C with the thinking being.
The ball doesn't want to stay on path most of the time.
Correct.
Anyway.
And then if we get play pass, the safety over the top, anything, like that. Right? We fox the post.
Yeah.
Right? And so it looks that way. Now, so if it presses with the bellies, right, he's in position. He should be hitting it and then falling back. He's in that crease. Right? And then, but, we want to go work it to where, and in Wisconsin, where we were able to get it to where it bounces like this, then we just play football.
Sure.
Right? And then we go C and we go A.
Sure.
But
And if your outside backer keeps it leveraged,
right,
the balance you can flatten out.
that's right. And so much of it is on the backs will be we're in the tight front. It is we're playing off that back because
Mm-hmm.
I think what they want you to do in that scenario is make a quick decision. Yes, but you don't. I don't think you want to do that. Like say for example, if that back were to make a quick decision and just run in that A, right, that ball's going to jump cut to the C, and the
Yeah.
safety's going to what the fuck.
Yeah.
That rover would make a quick decision, run over to this A. The ball's going to belly, come right. in the
Just
C.
have them stack on their bigs, right?
Correct. That's all it is. Yeah. And then I think what happens is the running backs, when you like that, the running backs kind of make a move. You know what I mean? And that's what you want. Yeah. Now all that is the movement that is happening in the other calls complements the fact that the O-lineman ain't firing out, so I can go get in their ass. You know what I mean? Because I think if we just sat there and just played this, then to me that's an entirely different story because the linebackers are kicking back to George Benson and all that shit, and the D-lines are like taking shots.
Yeah.
Right? That would be the flip. Right?
Yeah.
If there's enough movement and enough whatever else happening up here where these angles are flatter, right? These angles are like this, because we're not sure of where the thing's coming,
Yep.
then we can do that. If we're not doing that, then these angles are going to be more this way.
Yeah.
And then that's not really what you want.
No.
Yeah.
which I would imagine you're
Spill
your
and over.
spill with the inside guys and
Yeah.
box everything outside.
Alright, so. This is where the gap runs are where you like the 4 eyes and everything the most. Because you're not at 3 getting double, you know. A lot of times this guy can open up that guy, right?
Yep.
He's gonna work his hip back into that double. He's sitting here. That's a leverage. Mac's gonna spill the guard. The rover's gonna near hand far shoulder the Y. Let's see if he's gonna fit. And then this is your fox, the post guy again. This guy right here on the backside. It's gonna be a slow fall there. And we'll spill. The guard, and this is near hand, far shoulder on the tight end. Now, if like, it was you guys. You guys used to run like inside power, didn't you?
Yep.
Minnesota. It's
Yep.
always, that's what I thought. And so,
Yep.
like, say if you got that, and it was in here,
Yep.
what some people will do with a 4 eye and a 9, right?
Yeah.
And so if we got that, then this, so the backside player, power, gap scheme, if there was a tight end coming down to you, we near hand far shoulder. If we didn't have a tight end coming down to us, we overlapped.
Yeah.
So that's all that's happening now. And so now we're still gonna get this, these spills, right? And you get, it's gonna look weird, right, having that guy go like that.
Yeah, because there's nobody to pick him up.
Right, he's there.
Yeah.
And so that's how we fit, like, that's pin and pool right there too, right? So like if it was, like Wisconsin runs the,
Yep.
2 back pin and pool. So, I mean, how is that, how do they do it? They walk out? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's,
That one right there,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're in there?
Yep.
Okay, so,
and probably, a lot of them will do down on the nose and pull the center even on some of the one back teams.
right. So that, say if we got that, I think Wisconsin, when they did it, it was fullback, it was like that.
Yeah.
And so we were here, and we were here, and he was an extra fitter.
Yeah.
Right, and then if there was like the 12 personnel. And then, depending on how they did it, so they did that, and they did that. Right, and then it's this, and this, and this, and that.
Yeah,
You would
just
spill
spill
first,
it.
contain second, and spill second. That's what you fit. Like that.
The Mac would spill the first.
Yeah, so this would be, he spilled first,
Yep.
and you contain the second.
Yep.
So let's spill the second.
Yep.
So the edges help you.
Yeah.
Driving those guys off the ball
Yeah.
and all that. And then,
Well, that's what we get that with, and even what we do with playing so much
Nines.
9 technique, the ball's gotta stay
yeah.
a lot of times up in twos,
Yeah.
and it's party in the C gap.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta be able to,
Right.
you know.
And that's where, like, what you guys are doing with the movement, and we would do with the trace, having the ability to bring this guy under.
Yeah.
This big,
Yeah.
and then you can play, that's when you get the overreaching, and all that. But then, so like, that C gap would be, whether it's this, and a trace like that, right? Or, somehow affecting that CF.
Yes.
That would move it.
Yep.
No.
Well,
That's the mix.